Amidst the swirling shadows of a losing war, a fortress burns, its last defenders crying out in desperation. The order rings through the chaos, "Don't let the elders inside." But it's already too late. A lone figure darts across the rooftops, moving with an impossible grace against the flow of battle. They seem completely unfazed as tens of thousands of Muram Alliance warriors swarm the grounds below. A subordinate spots them, calling out in pure shock. He thought his commander had already escaped, but the Lord of Sando-chan simply turns, their expression calm despite the world ending around them. An elder rushes forward, pleading with them. It's too dangerous to be out here alone. The young lord just smiles faintly, stating that they must go and attend to the cult leader. But the elder's face falls. The cult leader hasn't moved an inch since ordering them all to abandon this place. His eyes fill with dread as he admits the horrible truth. With their leader unresponsive, the situation is grim. The elder grabs his arm, his voice trembling. He insists their defenses will fall any minute, pleading for the young lord to escape. But Jin Yo-myung's expression is resolute. They refuse to retreat until they understand the cult leader's true intentions. Besides, they add with a heavy heart, it's already far too late for that, as they watch the old man flee into the chaos. A single drop of sweat traces its way down their face. A bitter thought crosses their mind, this life is just insane. With that, Jin Yo-myung explodes into motion, a white blur streaking towards the heart of the compound. They land before the Grand Hall, their voice echoing as they announce themselves, "Commander Jin Yo-myung." Their face twists with desperation, shouting their name and title again against the roar of the distant battle. For a long moment, there is only silence then. The heavy, ornate doors begin to creak. Losing their patience, they shout one last time, their voice cracking with frustration, demanding an answer. And from the darkness within, a calm, feminine voice finally responds, inviting the commander to come in. Jin Yo-myung freezes, his hand flat against the door. Did she just hear him cursing? He quickly tries to convince himself that, since his words were cut off, it probably went unheard. With a determined groan, he puts his entire body weight into shifting the massive doors. He swallows nervously as a thin sliver of light finally cracks through the darkness. Damn it, why is this thing so heavy? Couldn't someone have just opened it for him? Sweat pours down his face as he strains, gritting his teeth with the effort. The pressure is immense, a single bead of sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. With one final, desperate heave, he tumbles into the room, panting for breath. But a calm voice notes that for a commander, his martial skills are worse than a third-rate demon practitioner's. He looks up, utterly mortified, but thankful that at least no other elders witnessed his embarrassing entrance. Her voice cuts through the silence, casually mentioning that if the Grand Elder had heard his disrespect, he wouldn't have gotten off so lightly for speaking so rudely to the cult leader. A jolt of pure panic hits him. She heard everything. He quickly fixes his posture, hurrying down the steps to show proper respect. Kneeling before the throne, he stammers out a formal greeting to the cult leader. She looks down, unimpressed. The heartless demon empress, Cheon Yu-ra, asks her weakest commander what he wants. But Jin Yo-myung senses something is deeply wrong and asks why she's just sitting there. A single drop of sweat traces her lip as the chilling reason is revealed. Heaven. Slaying poison. And it wasn't just one. A cascade of legendary poisons had been used against her. He clenches his fist, a horrifying thought dawning on him. His teeth grind together as the name escapes his lips. The Demon Duke. It was Demon Duke Han Mu-baek, the man chosen to be Cheon Yu-ra's own husband. The ultimate traitor, who opened the gates of their stronghold to the Muram Alliance. She continues, recalling his final words to her before he left. He had said that getting close to her and the former leader was all part of the plan. His parting gift was the poison, a twisted lesson to make her understand how hard it was for him. Jin Yo-myung can barely contain his fury, calling the man a crazy son of a but to his shock, the poisoned cult leader just chuckles, finding his reaction amusing. He can't believe it. Is she seriously laughing right now? She was always so dignified, so strict, yet here at the very end, she was smiling. He kneels before her, asking if it's too late, but she already knows the answer. The heaven-slaying poison has seized her energy core, an incurable wound. With his head bowed, he prepares to ask one last, strange question. He begins with a vague what if, which seems to hang in the air. He stumbles over his words, trying to find the right way to ask. Her patience, even in death, runs thin, and she snaps at him to just spit it out. Startled, he finally asks what she would do if she had a chance to reincarnate. The question stops her cold. Reincarnation was never something she considered. A faint smile appears on his face as he brings up an old, familiar saying. The saying goes that good fortune is a reward for saving the world in a past life, and she can't help but mock him one last time. She scoffs at the notion, asking why he'd even care about her wish in a new life. But with a calm smile, he lays out his own two simple reasons for wanting to go back. First, He would never let a grudge go unpaid. And second, he would repay a certain debt. The word debt catches her completely off guard, stunning the dying leader into silence. He looks away wistfully, telling her not to read too much into it. He knows that in her eyes, their connection was nothing more than a political arrangement. Or at least, he says, that's what he's always assumed she believed. His sincere words have struck a chord, and she quietly considers the impossible idea of reincarnation. He smirks at her hesitation, reminding her that even if it happened, she wouldn't remember anything. But he would, and he vows to hunt down every traitor and enemy who brought her to ruin. He makes a solemn vow to pursue his revenge, even if it costs him his very soul. His eyes blaze with conviction, promising to annihilate every single one of his enemies. As he speaks, Cheon-yura listens intently from her throne. She then cuts him off with an utterly unexpected proposition. If he wants something from her, he should try seducing her. Jin Yo-myung is left completely speechless, his mind reeling from the sudden shift. He tries to regain his footing, feeling small in the vast, silent chamber. He stammers that he can stop Han Mu-bak, but being her partner as well, he's not quite sure about that. She leans in, asking if he dislikes her, though she already suspects the real reason is that it's nearly impossible. He reminds her of her notorious past as the young cult mistress, a true tyrant in her day. Back then, she didn't just reject her suitors, she utterly crushed anyone who dared to approach her. His subordinates recall that Han Mu-bak was the only one who ever endured her furious temper. Hearing his hesitation, Cheon-yura turns away, telling him to just forget the whole idea. But he cuts her off, suddenly asking whoever said it was impossible. He begins to walk toward her, a new confidence in his step. He explains that love can begin when someone who cares awakens feelings in someone who doesn't. Leaning in with a sly grin, he declares that if it's for her, that effort is nothing to him. For the first time, the great cult leader is flustered, finding his formal address a bit embarrassing. He simply calls her beautiful and asks for just one promise. Taking her fan, he asks her to forgive him if he's a little rough with the former cult leader. He kneels before her, asking for her trust and any weaknesses she might have. The cult leader's face flushes, stuttering at the sheer audacity of his request. She furiously warns him that if this information leaks, she will hunt him down and kill him. Jin Yo-myung just laughs, remembering how she used to be, which only infuriates her more. Her patience finally snaps, and with a cold glare, she declares their conversation over. But at that exact moment, a thunderous crash rips through the hall. The main doors have been shattered, and a voice announces that uninvited guests have arrived. The leader of the intruders offers them a quick death, but Jin Yo-myung flatly refuses. A sly grin spreads across his face as he says he'd prefer to die with more information. It's the sword master of the Orthodox Alliance, Guan Hyunjin, here to witness the fall of the demonic sect. Jin Yo-myung shouts in disbelief, asking Guan Hyunjin if he's lost his mind. The old master just grins, absolutely certain of his decision. He proudly introduces his ace in the hole, the Azure Sky Divine Dragon, Han Mu-bak, a Grand Duke who endured disgrace for the Orthodox cause. Jin Yo-myung scoffs at the pompous title, sarcastically noting that mingling with the Orthodox factions gave him a new name. But the Duke's attention is fixed solely on Cheon-yura, declaring that her time is up. A bitter, weary smile touches her lips as she murmurs that her hateful husband has finally come home. He justifies his betrayal, claiming everything he did was for the good of the Central Martial World. But her eyes narrow with cold fury, correcting him it wasn't for them, it was for the Half-Heaven Society. The name echoes through the hall, planting seeds of confusion among the demonic cult members. Even Jin Yo-myung is taken aback, wondering what on earth the Half-Heaven Society could be. Her husband panics, screaming for his allies not to be deceived by the witch's wicked schemes. Guan Hyunjin agrees, seeing no need for honor when the cult leader is already hanging by a thread. But Cheon-yura stands defiant, admitting she's poisoned but claiming she can still handle rabble like them. The elder just cackles, amused by what he sees as a pathetic, empty bluff. Then, with a chilling smile, she unleashes the heaven-slaking demonic blade, bathing the throne room in blood-red energy. Even her own subordinates are stunned, wondering how she could possibly have this much power left. Guan Hyunjin's smugness evaporates into rage as he orders his elite heavenly sword unit to charge. His warriors descend like a tidal wave, intent on crushing the servant of dark magic. And in an instant, the battle is already over, with Jin Yo-myung observing the aftermath. He looks down at her defeated form, calmly remarking that he's glad he could say goodbye before her final journey. He understands they retreated from her power, but all he can focus on is his dying cult leader. Looking down at him, bloodied and weak, she softly asks why he's crying. He can't hide his sorrow, openly weeping that he's just so incredibly sad. Her strength finally gives out, her hand falling limp at her side. With what little breath she has left, she calls out his name, Jin Yo, Mayong. He kneels before her, impaled by blades, as she asks if he'll comfort her in her final moments. Through gritted teeth and tears, he gives a firm, resolute yes. Relief softens her gaze, a gentle peace washing over her. She manages a faint, serene smile, glad to hear his answer. And with her last ounce of life, she collapses forward into his waiting arms. As she passes, his world shatters into a million pieces around them. This was his last life, a journey that was supposed to be theirs together. He remembers his first life, a glorious hero who saved the world and was adored by all. For his service, the gods granted him divine blessings and 2 reincarnations. But none of that mattered now, only her final, serene smile as she whispered she was glad. He closes his eyes, a silent vow echoing in his soul. This final life would be dedicated to her. And with that thought, his eyes snap wide open, burning with renewed purpose. The dramatic moment is immediately broken by a splash of cold water to the face. A cheerful, bald servant announces that his lord is finally awake. But seeing that servant's young face, Jin Yo-myung realizes with dawning horror he's gone back in time. His loyal servant proudly presents a grand feast, but the sight of it makes Jin Yo-myung flinch. A cold dread washes over him as he realizes he knows exactly what day this is. He's 17 again, back to the day he snuck into a pavilion to drink before his coming-of-age ceremony. A deeply humiliating memory of being dragged home and berated for his weakness. The memory of his father, the fearsome king of Asura, calling him a pathetic fool still stings. And right on cue, the man himself storms into the room, his presence filling it with pressure. Without a word, Jin Yo-myung drops into a deep bow as his father glares down, clicking his tongue in disgust. The old man reminds him that if his spirit is weak, his mind must be sharp, posing a question. In his past life, he was too terrified to answer and was beaten for it, but not this time. He knows the answer now. It's about the exchange ceremony with the young cult leader, Cheon Yura. He explains that the young cult leader is meeting with heirs from the 6 great houses. But it's a thinly veiled contest, a stage to select her future consort. In his past life, he remembers, no one was chosen not until the traitor Han Mu-baek rose to power. With a new fire in his eyes, he steels his resolve that future will not come to pass. His father looms over him, coldly stating that his only value, his very reason for living, was for this moment. The king of Asura's eyes flare with intensity, challenging him. Does he truly think he can win her heart? But instead of cowering, a confident smirk spreads across Jin Yo-myung's face as he declares the others stand no chance. A flicker of approval crosses his father's lips. Good. Then he'd better get strong enough not to shame their name. As his father finally leaves, Jin Yo-myung lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. What an intense start. Still, he muses, this is the perfect time to return, with 20 years of opportunity laid out before him. He recalls another major threat from his past life, the Half-Heaven Society, already active in this era. With a chilling new resolve, he vows to uproot every last one of them. His thoughts are shattered as his attendant, Gu-chil, bursts in, demanding to know what he was thinking. He can't believe his young master just boldly declared he'd become the cult leader's husband. Jin Yo-myung pauses, a little taken aback by the outburst. He turns with a blank expression, asking when he ever said something like that. He calmly clarifies that he never once claimed he would be the young mistress's husband. What he actually said, he explains, was that she would reject him completely. Gu-chil is utterly baffled. Isn't that the same thing? But his master calmly insists it's not even close, because he knows the truth. At this point in time, winning over Cheon Yura is simply impossible. He explains that right now, she's obsessed with martial arts and won't glance at anyone weaker. Just then, an unexpected voice cuts in, surprised to see Jin Yo-myung still hanging around. He turns, a flash of recognition in his eyes as he realizes who it is. It's Ma Cheol-soo, the hot-headed second son of the Blood Dragon clan, looking for trouble. But instead of being intimidated, Jin Yo-myung just grins, asking where his dear young he is. The taunt works perfectly, sending Cheol-soo into a blind rage, screaming that he has no sister by that name. Furious, he draws his blade and challenges him to a duel, a development that never happened in the original timeline. Jin Yo-myung quickly realizes this is because he's finally acting on his own, not just being dragged around. He recalls the structure of the Heavenly Demon cult, ruled by the Cheon clan and the 6 Shinma families, and among them, the rivalry between his family and the Blood Dragon clan is the absolute worst. Jin Yo-myung knows that duels between the 6 clans are forbidden, but he's already thinking about the loophole. The only way to make it happen is to frame it as a matter concerning the ruling Cheon clan. And just as he predicted, Ma Cheol-soo brings up the little mistress. He declares that if Jin Yo-myung loses, he must withdraw from the exchange ceremony. A smirk plays on our hero's lips. Why in the world would he agree to such a ridiculous condition? He dismisses the offer, calling out Cheol-soo's sister for using such dirty, underhanded tricks. The taunt lands perfectly, and Ma Chil-su lunges forward in a blind rage, screaming not to be underestimated. Even the loyal servant Guchil draws his own blade, ready to step in and defend his master. But Jin Yo-myung subtly waves him off. He doesn't need the help. It's time to unveil his first special move as he effortlessly sidesteps the furious attack. Guchil panics, screaming that his master doesn't even know martial arts. But Jin Yo-myung is awakening his past life's sensation, seeing Chaeil-su's attack as nothing more than childish swordplay. His purple eyes sharpen with focus, the world slowing down around him. He sees the opening, the perfect moment to end this little tantrum. Guchil can only stare in disbelief, his mind utterly failing to process the scene. In a flash, Jin Yo-myung catches the blade with his bare hand, stopping the furious charge completely. A flicker of shock crosses Ma Chil-su's face just before his lights go out. With a dull thud, he collapses, leaving Guchil stammering in the background, wondering what he just witnessed. Jin Yo-myung calmly turns away, ordering the hidden subordinates to take the body. He warns them to lock him down tight, because once Chaeil-su wakes up, he's going to lose his mind. Before his men can disappear with their cargo, he adds one final, crucial thought. He smirks, clarifying that he held back after all. It wouldn't do to permanently break the Ma clan's precious heir. With that mess handled, Jin Yo-myung returns to his own clan's grand estate, welcomed by rows of bowing guards. An old attendant asks sarcastically if he enjoyed his time with his friends, to which he gives an equally flat reply. He scoffs internally. The director knows exactly where his father dragged him, but feigns concern anyway. Cutting through the nonsense, he makes a simple request that leaves the old man speechless. He needs a training chamber. The shock is so profound that even the nearby servants gasp in unison, completely floored. But he isn't done, adding that hell need a few specific martial arts manuals brought from the archives. His mind flashes back to his master's voice, promising that these 2 books held the secret to becoming invincible. Yet he also recalls his younger self, bored and holding wine, complaining that he only wanted to be a flamboyant gentleman. He remembers his master's regretful words. These legendary manuals were wasted on the Macheon Jin clan. But now, with the clan's great fire still 4 years away, he holds the pristine, unburned originals. He knows his own clan's fist and palm techniques are a terrible fit for his style. Thankfully, his blessed lineage grants him exceptional talent and the internal energy to master anything. He makes a silent vow to his master, promising to become the great warrior he was always meant to be. As for the cult leader's old request to seduce her, he knows he'd just be rejected as he is now. So he sets his plan. 5 years locked away, dedicated entirely to martial arts. Once he has built up enough power on his own, he will hunt down and completely annihilate the shadowy organization known as the Banchanho. That way, when she finally becomes the cult leader, her future rule will never be threatened. With his new path decided, a cold determination flashes in Jin Yo-myung's eyes. He sets off, his stride filled with a purpose no one else can possibly understand. His attendant, Guchil, nervously points out he's lagging behind, practically last in line. But Jin Yo-myung waves it off, ignoring the disapproving whispers of the clan guards. He casually recalls the last time he caused a scene, earning a year of confinement from his furious father. He figures this time it'll be a spicy 5 years, but his thought is cut short by a sudden blur of motion. A body comes crashing down, smashing into the courtyard just ahead of them. While Guchil flinches back in shock, Jin Yo-myung just grins at the aggressive welcome. He recognizes the blood-red robes and sword. It's Ma Jin-yun of the Blood Dragon family. His gaze drifts past the crumpled figure to the warrior at the gate. Finally, someone decent. The warrior at the gate, the little mistress, calmly addresses her underling, barely sparing a glance. But Jin Yo-myung isn't looking at the small fry. His eyes are locked on the master. He recognizes her instantly, that face, those piercing red eyes, a phantom from his past. Their gazes meet across the courtyard, a silent challenge passing between them. As if to mark the occasion, a single white flower drifts down, landing at his feet. He knows that name well. Qian Yura, the future sect leader of the demonic cult. Guchil is absolutely panicked, but Jin Yo-myung just smirks, realizing he's arrived right on time. He waves off his servant's worries, telling him to just sit back and enjoy the show. He remembers this moment clearly in his past life. Ma Jin-yun was taken out with a single hit, but something's different this time, as the fallen warrior roars, charging back into the fray. But as their blades meet, Jin Yo-myung can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Qian Yura, however, seems to be enjoying herself, a smug little smirk playing on her lips. He was never this strong before, and as Jin Yo-myung wonders, she effortlessly disarms her opponent. A brutal kick connects squarely with Ma Jin-yun's gut, knocking the wind right out of him. He's sent sprawling to the ground once again, completely and utterly outclassed. But as his followers rush to his side, he points past his victor, his furious gaze landing on Jin Yo-myung. Our hero is understandably confused. Him? What did he do to earn this ire? The defeated warrior screams, vowing that he'll never lose to someone like him. Then, in the most bizarre turn of events, he gets up and respectfully offers his sword to Cheon Yura. She accepts him with a calm smile, telling him to go get his injuries treated. He actually passed. And just like that, the furious warrior is now thanking Cheon Yura for her kindness. Jin Yo-myung watches this unfold, completely baffled by the sudden change in attitude. But before he can process it, Cheon Yura steps forward, calling out his name. She tells him she was waiting for him, a statement that sends a jolt of confusion through our hero. She offhandedly remarks that the kid from the Ma family wasn't bad, but a chilling grin spreads across her face as she warns Jin Yo-myung not to disappoint her. The implication hangs heavy in the air. She expects something great from him, and failure isn't an option. He can only think to himself, this is the demon cult's way, solving everything with violence. Before he can even react, her sword is already swinging directly at his head. This wasn't a test of words. This was a surprise attack, a trial by combat. He can't believe it, she's coming at him with a killing blow right from the start. With a panicked yelp, he just barely gets his sword up, thinking this woman is completely insane. The two warriors are locked in a tense standoff, his desperate defense meeting her aggressive lunge. But oh, she heard that little thought bubble escape his lips, psycho lady. He immediately tries to backtrack, realizing his fatal slip of the tongue. Too late. She challenges him to face this psycho lady, and unleashes a furious, spinning assault. Sparks fly as their blades meet in a sharp clang, the force of her attack far greater than before. He's pushed back, realizing any hope of a simple, graceful rejection just went up in flames. Her face is twisted in pure rage, her killing intent now boiling over, and he can only stare back in shock, realizing he's poked a hornet's nest he might not survive. Through her rage, a sudden realization hits her. He's been hiding his true strength all along. Jin Yo-myung panics, wondering how she could possibly know. Wait, is that sword energy? He remembers she only used the flat of her blade against the other loudmouths. But against him, she's unleashing pure, lethal intent, a completely different level of attack. The force of her strike is overwhelming, sending him crashing to the ground. He gasps for air, the impact knocking the wind right out of him. Now on his knees, he can only listen as she coldly accuses him of trying to fake a loss. How dare he, she seethes, asking if he's finally ready to fight her seriously now. But he looks up, his gaze firm, telling her he's never been anything but serious. And that just fans the flames, her eyes narrowing at the sheer audacity of this stubborn bastard. And it's true, he was never not serious. His sincerity just wasn't aimed at winning this fight. She takes this as the ultimate deception, her demonic energy swirling into a lethal storm. If he wishes to deceive her, she snarls, then she'll grant his wish with death. Watching from the sidelines, Guchil screams in terror for his young master. Jin Yo-myung's foot slides back. He knows if he doesn't block this, he will actually die. Her eyes burn crimson as she channels the heavenly demon killing sword's ultimate form, the six-spirit demon blade. Leaping high, she brings the spectral blades crashing down on him. But he's finally ready, unleashing the 10-finger heavenly demon sword's first form, Heaven Rend. Steel grinds against steel, and a thin cut appears on his face, but his eyes are locked on target. Her attack is shattered, her blade forced aside, leaving her completely stunned, but she refuses to be overpowered, her eyes burning with fury as their blades lock. The force of his parry sends her stumbling back, her ultimate technique completely deflected. His arms tremble from the effort, but a wave of relief washes over him. He actually blocked it. Cheon Yura, however, just smirks, a chilling question on her lips. What does he mean, blocked? His eyes widen in horror as he realizes the clash was just a distraction. He knew she was strong for her age, but this malevolent sword energy is at a whole other level. A phantom claw of pure demonic ki lunges for his face, and he knows this is way over the top. He shuts his eyes, bracing for an impact he has no way of stopping. A moment passes, then another. He opens his eyes, shocked. He's not dead? A hand has appeared out of nowhere, casually halting her lethal attack as a voice chides her for getting too fired up. Jin Yo-myung's eyes shoot wide open as he recognizes the voice. It can't be. His hand slams down on the table, not in anger, but in sheer disbelief and reverence. Before him stands the heavenly demon himself, the supreme leader of the cult, forcing him to his knees. The leader scolds them both, pointing out they nearly plunged the entire cult into a civil war. He explains that a clash between the Jin and Cheon clans would shatter their foundations. With the cult in chaos, Cheon Yura realizes the Orthodox Alliance would seize the chance to attack. Jin Yo-myung thinks it's an exaggeration, but the leader reminds him that the king of Asura isn't a man to be trifled with. The heavenly demon's command is simple and absolute. She will apologize. Now, Cheon Yura's fist trembles with suppressed fury and humiliation, but she has no choice. With a blank face and glowing eyes, she forces out a stiff apology, leaving Jin Yo-myung speechless. Jin Yo-myung is floored. An apology from the heartless demon empress? In this cult, that's practically unheard of. But the heavenly demon isn't finished, turning his piercing gaze on the boy, questioning why his younger brother is the clan head. Yo-myung explains that due to a cult law, his own qualifications were lacking, so his brother had to take the position. The leader's eyes narrow. Lacking in qualifications? He doesn't seem to be buying it for a second. In his mind, he recalls the flash of powerful sword energy Yo-myung used just moments ago. Ah, so that's the story, he says with a knowing smirk. Yo-myung isn't the real successor, just a stand-in. The boy quickly agrees to fulfill his duty, then pauses, realizing he's just walked into a verbal trap. Without missing a beat, the heavenly demon declares the matter settled and says they'll be in touch for the next exchange event. He casually adds that he expects to see Yo-myung and Yura getting along splendidly by then. As the leader's intense gaze demands an answer, Yo-myung can only agree, realizing he is completely and utterly screwed. With the trap sprung, the heavenly demon departs, casually deciding to visit the Jin clan for drinks. Once he's gone, the suffocating silence is finally broken. Yura turns to Yo-myung, assuming his ridiculous display was a petty act because he dislikes her. But before she can even finish her thought, he throws up a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. He tells her plainly that it's not that he dislikes her, a statement that leaves her genuinely stunned. His mind flashes to a memory of a past life, bloody and broken, a moment of profound significance. Looking at her with an unnerving intensity, he drops the bomb. If anything, he actually likes her. He immediately starts backpedaling, frantically explaining it's pure admiration, not romance, begging her not to get the wrong idea. As he tries to ramble on, she cuts him off with a single, firm command. During this exchange ceremony, she declares, they are equals, so he'd better stop calling her little mistress. Yo-myung, caught completely off guard, asks what he's supposed to call her now. A flicker of his old self returns as he smoothly suggests a new title, Lady Cheon Yura. Back on the road, his servant Guchil can barely contain his excitement over his young master's success. He gushes that the clan head himself is going to be absolutely over the moon with this news. Sure, that kid from the Ma clan might have survived the ordeal, but that's nothing compared to Yo-myung, who earned direct recognition from the heavenly demon. As they arrive home, a familiar voice calls out, welcoming back his big bro. It's Jin Yo-un, his brother, acting surprised to see him out of his training chamber, but the pleasantries die instantly as he sneers, accusing Yo-myung of gunning for the heir's position. Yo-un scoffs that a powerful connection like the one he just made isn't so easily broken or ignored. With a snarl, Yo-un declares that he doesn't even acknowledge Yo-myung as his brother. Guchil tries to interject, reminding him of the great merit his master just earned, but Yo-un cuts him off. His eyes flash with cold fury as he questions who this filthy assassin is, to dare butt into a conversation between direct heirs of the family. Yo-myung just lets out a tired sigh. This is such a pain, but he realizes if he doesn't handle this now, his brother will only drag the clan down later. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes as he asks if his brother is serious about this. Cracking his knuckles, he points out that they've never actually had a proper fight before. Yo-un lunges forward with a furious punch, but Yo-myung dodges with insulting ease. Already losing his cool, Yo-un screams that he's going to leave him half paralyzed. But Yo-myung doesn't just dodge, he effortlessly twists into a kick, telling his brother he has 3 reasons for this duel. As he stomps Yo-un into the dirt, he gives his first, to show that even a so-called demon dragon can be weak. A sharp chop to the back punctuates his second reason, for disrespecting the very retainers he's supposed to lead, a move that stuns the onlookers into silence. With his face bruised and his pride shattered, Yo-un can only kneel and accept his brother's advice. Yo-myung stands over him, casually warning him before asking if he wants to hear the third reason. A jolt of pure terror shoots through Yo-un. What could possibly be worse than this? With a chilling smile, Yo-myung unleashes a torrent of dark sword energy, revealing the final lesson. It's about teaching him how to properly respect his godlike big brother, a lesson Yo-un is now learning through fear. A terrified scream echoes across the entire estate as Yo-myung makes it clear that respect isn't earned with words. As night settles over the estate, the day's brutal lesson has clearly ended. But inside, the whole affair is being recounted with a certain amusement. The clan head takes a sip, informing his son, Yo-myung, that the cult leader was thoroughly impressed. In fact, the cult leader even praised his own boldness in the matter concerning his daughter. With the pleasantries over, his father gets straight to the point. Does he want to be the little clan head? Yo Myong's gaze hardens. The real game is about to begin. But he shocks his father, suggesting the position should go to his brother, Yo-un. The clan head pauses mid-pour, intrigued by this unexpected display of humility. Yo Myong then lays out his true vision. While the other clans fight over succession, theirs will secure absolute dominance. A soft tap of the cup on the table signals his father's approval. An excellent plan indeed. His father tests him one last time, asking if he truly believes he can pull it off. And Yo Myong's response is pure confidence. He will make it happen. The clan head smiles, pleased. This new, sharper version of his son has completely outclassed his brother, and for that, he will offer his full support. He leans in, a rare glint of excitement in his eyes, asking if there is anything his son wants to help him on his path. With his father's backing secured, Yo Myong leaves, his mind already racing. The real work of digging into who's pulling the strings begins now. He walks through the market, dissecting the political situation. The heavenly demon's reign is solid, forcing any schemers to operate deep in the shadows. This makes Cheon Yura's situation unique. Her support is fractured among the many talented youths in the branch families. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious crunching sound breaks his train of thought. He refocuses, realizing his first priority is to identify the people who could be used as leverage against the little mistress later on. But a familiar voice calls out, "Big bro," and he turns with an exasperated look. It's his brother, Yo-un, stuffing his face and asking what he does all day to be so strong, forcing Yo Myong to wonder if he should really bring this guy along. His brother asks where they're headed, and Yo Myong flatly tells him, the black market's underground auction. Yo-un panics, thinking this is a place for criminals and those who've broken the cult's laws. With a small, knowing smirk, Yo Myong schools him on a simple truth of their world. Here, in the heart of the demonic cult, the word illegal is just a suggestion, something kept from the common folk. He reveals that a place this significant must have backing from one of the 6 great clans. As they walk deeper into the market district, Yo-un is bewildered by the ordinary sight. But for Yo Myong, it's a familiar path from his past life. He confidently throws open a set of doors, welcoming his brother to the true face of the operation, MGMGAC. Inside, a much more imposing structure stands, guarded by a legion of silent, formidable warriors. An old man greets them with a knowing smile, welcoming the honored guests of the Jin clan to the underbelly. But Yo Myong isn't here for idle pleasantries. He demands to see the real administrator. A man with a smug grin steps forward, introducing himself as Oh Gunjong, the Golden Crow Ghost. Yo Myong scoffs, completely unimpressed, and says they should send someone from the Sa family to greet a Jin. The old man's confident facade shatters, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden revelation. With a cheeky, knowing smile, Yo Myong plays dumb, asking what he could possibly mean. Dropping the act, the man's eyes narrow, confirming that this is indeed the Sa family's intelligence network. A wave of killing intent suddenly erupts from him as he demands to know how the boy found out. But before he can make a move, he's sent stumbling back with a grunt of pain. Yo Myong calmly calls him out for daring to aim killing intent while hiding a weapon in his sleeve. Just then, a cool voice cuts through the tension as an elegant woman arrives, addressed immediately as Lady Sa. This is Sa Bion of the Black Gold Sa family, and she's wondering how this kid found her secret base. She has a history as Cheon Yura's sparring partner, and has even lent Yo Myong her sword before. She cuts to the chase, asking why he's here, and he vaguely mentions rumors in the back alleys. Then he drops the name Black Sticky Blood, and both she and her subordinate freeze in shock. She seems almost annoyed, questioning if this drug is really the only reason he's causing such a fuss. But Yo Myong is dead serious, explaining this substance could rot the entire cult from the inside. Bion admits he's right. They've been investigating it too, suspecting it came from another clan. With a playful whine, Yo Myong smoothly shifts the conversation into a negotiation. She agrees to hand over all her intel on one condition. He must solve the problem perfectly. A confident smirk spreads across Yo Myong's face as he accepts her challenge, ready to take over. With his new mission secured, Yo Myong and his guide confidently head out from the Intelligence Bureau. As they leave, Lady Sa's subordinate Bion watches, still trying to process the boy's audacity. Elsewhere, a young woman named Moon Hyang sits alone, lost in thought over a recent encounter. An elder approaches, telling her that the Jin clan kid she fought wasn't even fighting seriously. He explains that while it might sound ridiculous, he observed something incredible during their duel. In a flash, Moon Hyang recalls the fight, the elder revealing Yo Myong's eyes weren't on the battle, they were only on her. She clenches her fist, completely flustered as she realizes even the cult leader himself noticed it too. The trail for the Black Sticky Blood leads them to Silverdew Valley, a lawless region on the cult's border. Yo Myong arrives with his informant, who nervously warns that walking into a tiger's den is suicide. But Yo Myung just smirks, threatening to report his cowardice, and the terrified informant immediately snaps back into line. His companion scoffs, doubting they'll find any useful intel in a desolate place like this. But Yo Myung is completely unfazed, telling him to just watch and learn. Sometimes, he explains, a lawless dump is the easiest place to get what you want. But as they walk deeper into the valley, he suddenly feels a persistent gaze fixed right on him. The feeling is unsettling, but he keeps his composure and continues forward. He files it away for later. If this surveillance continues, someone is going to pay. Their path soon leads them past fields full of vibrant red flowers and strange green plants. The informant idly wonders who's growing them, assuming it must be one of the locals. He almost seems to admire the scenery, commenting on the peaceful vibe of the valley. He muses that even people kicked out of the city can find peace tending to plants like these. But Jin Yo Myung calmly shatters his guide's delusion. Those aren't just flowers, that's marijuana and poppies. Their drug talk is cut short as a group of armed thugs emerges, demanding to know what two brats are doing here. The leader, a scarred punk with a spiked club, tells them to get lost if they don't want to get hurt. Unimpressed, Jin Yo Myung sizes them up as low-rank thugs and declares he's here to see their boss. The thug leader scoffs, taking this as a direct challenge from some city noble who wants a beating. He gives the order, charge in and break his arm, just enough to shut him up for good. As his men rush forward, the informant quickly clarifies he's a scout, not a fighter, and Jin Yo Myung just sighs. With a roar, the thugs descend on him, weapons raised and ready to draw blood. But as they close in, Jin Yo Myung's hand tightens, a subtle sign that playtime is over. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across his face. These guys are about to be so screwed. After a very one-sided discussion, the thugs lead Jin Yo Myung through a rocky pass to their hidden base. Waiting for them is an elder, remarking on the special occasion of having guests. The former thug leader bows deeply, apologizing to the third elder for bringing strangers. The elder gives a sly smile, noting it's an honor to meet a noble from one of the great 6 clans. But Jin Yo Myung just grins back, turning it into a little game, offering a reward if he can guess which clan. The elder reasons that their supplier is the Hwan clan, a group the Hidden Shadow has never gotten along with. Jin Yo Myung smirks, confirming the Hwan clan's involvement before casually correcting him. His name is Jin Yo Myung. The elder's composure shatters, pointing in disbelief. The Demon Heaven Jin clan's first young master is here? Beside them, the informant starts to panic, questioning if it's wise to reveal his identity to their enemies. But Jin Yo Myung is unconcerned. If they're a problem, his clan will simply crush them. That's the end of it. The elder is stunned when Jin Yo Myung brings up the black clotted blood drug. Our boy just grins, saying he heard this was the source and wanted to learn more. And to help loosen the old man's lips, he casually tosses a heavy pouch his way. The elder's jaw drops as he peeks inside, his eyes widening at the sight of pure gold. Now that he has his undivided attention, Jin Yo Myung asks the real question, who's distributing it? But just as he's about to spill, a subordinate comes sprinting through the trees, screaming about a problem. He frantically points at their group, yelling about intruders, leaving Jin Yo Myung utterly confused. And that's when they see her, a single woman standing calmly in a field of defeated guards. It's Moonhyang, looking completely unbothered by the carnage she just single-handedly caused. Meanwhile, her partner Guchil is just a few feet away, completely passed out and snoring. Elsewhere, a panicked spy comes tearing through the grass, screaming for his team leader. The leader, Gyeon Myunggal, scoffs, asking if the man has been drinking again. But the subordinate gasps that a single woman just cut down a dozen men from the venomous snail sect. The leader's lazy demeanor vanishes, replaced by pure shock. A major figure from the 6 clans is here. He frantically runs through a mental list of powerful women, wondering who it could possibly be. A dreadful thought crosses his mind. Surely it can't be the one they're currently targeting. Stealing his resolve, he gives a quiet order to gather the kids. When his subordinate misunderstands, he snaps at the idiot for his foolishness. No, not their team, he means the real monsters, the elite killer squad. All while Jin Yo Myung and the elder walk away, completely oblivious to the elite death squad being called on them. Elsewhere, a new group is on the hunt, with a masked subordinate whispering to her leader that they might get caught. The leader, Moon Hyang, observes the massive cannabis farm, questioning why her own powerful cult left it untouched. She explains to her followers that it's a deliberate trap set by the Hwan clan to lure in and execute trespassers. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Could Jin Yo Myung have come here knowing all of this beforehand? Her subordinate's voice snaps her back to the present, urging the young cult leader to continue the pursuit. At the same time, Jin Yo Myung's thoughts drift to someone else, quietly admitting an affection for them. Moon Hyang recalls the words of her lordship. With so many enemies, learning to distinguish friend from foe is vital. A confident smirk forms on her lips. She's certain that if a powerful recluse exists, they'd be found in a chaotic place like this. Fueled by this belief, she eagerly leads her squad forward, determined to meet this hidden master. But the scene they find is a silent slaughterhouse, and a dreadful feeling sinks in. There's no one here but the dead. Jin Yomyong grumbles to his subordinate about his bad luck, realizing the intense gaze he felt was from the young cult leader herself. Surrounded by the dead, he stammers out a nervous suggestion that maybe they should go together. Moon Hyang, however, is electrified, her mind racing with the thought that the rumors of a recluse were actually true. But her train of thought is cut short as she senses yet another group approaching them. A band of thugs emerges from the alleyways, their leader pointing and declaring that she's to become their prisoner. The brute grins like an idiot, telling the young cult leader to just shut up and come along quietly. As soon as they make their move, the few remaining townsfolk scramble away in fear. But Moon Hyang isn't intimidated. She calmly identifies him as a member of the Beggar clan, a perfect source of information. She turns to her own forces, calling out the names of her elite shadow units to prepare for battle. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she commands Bayon to personally assist her in taking them down. Bayon acknowledges the order, calling forth her dark butterflies to protect young master Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong is stunned, realizing his meek escort was this deadly warrior all along as her unit surrounds him. The Beggar clan's leader just grins, mocking her cute strategy and noting none of her guards are at the peak level. He proudly boasts that his side has an exceptional master, prompting Moon Hyang to ask how he's so well informed. The leader laughs, smugly confirming his extensive knowledge, especially concerning the Cheon family. The name triggers a terrifying shift, and a dark, murderous aura erupts from Moon Hyang as she addresses the insects before her. Caught off guard by her sudden malice, the thug leader screams for his men to attack. But Moon Hyang's eyes glow red as she unleashes her power, vowing that not a single one of them will leave alive. She moves like a phantom, her dark energy manifesting as blades that tear through the charging thugs. With a final, graceful sweep, she cuts down the first wave, a chilling smile plastered on her face. She carves through them with blades of pure shadow, an elegant dance of death. A cruel, satisfied smirk plays on her lips as she whispers her contempt for these insects. The remaining thugs can only watch in horror as she moves like a phantom between them. The leader's bravado completely shatters, his hands trembling with utter dread. He can't accept this, refusing to let his grand plan end in such a pathetic slaughter. But just then, his desperate eyes lock onto a new figure calmly walking into the alley. He recognizes the face instantly, screaming the name Jin Yomyong with renewed fury. Jin Yomyong, however, just seems amused by the whole situation. In a flash, Moon Hyang's bodyguards abandon the fight and surround the newcomer instead. The leader realizes his mistake. This man is a peak-level expert, a far greater threat. But one of Moon Hyang's men lunges forward, convinced Jin Yomyong is too slow to dodge. He unleashes a vicious strike with his bare hands, aiming to kill. Jin Yomyong gets a flimsy block up, but the sheer force of the blow sends him flying backwards. He crashes to the ground, utterly mortified that his grand entrance ended so pathetically. The other bodyguards watch in disbelief. How in the world did he manage to block that? The attacker himself is completely dumbfounded. He furiously grabs Jin Yomyong by the collar, demanding to know why he isn't dead. An attack with that much power should have shattered his skull on the spot. But then Moon Hyang appears, casually holding her blade, remarking that his level was indeed high enough to endure it. The realization hits Jin Yomyong like a lightning bolt. This whole thing was a brutal, life-threatening test. Jin Yomyong stands over his downed opponent, asking Moon Hyang if she's finally satisfied with his performance. She is. The scene shifts to the captured Beggar clan leader, who defiantly screams for them to just end him already. But Jin Yomyong casually informs him that killing him isn't on the menu. He's got valuable testimony to give. The thug plays dumb, feigning ignorance about something called the black clotted blood. A cold, calculating look crosses Jin Yomyong's face as he decides to lean into his demonic cult heritage. He cracks his knuckles, musing that while he slacked off on martial arts, there were other subjects he found quite motivating. Specifically, he was a star pupil in the art of torture, a realization that now dawns on his captive's horrified face. With a disturbingly cheerful smile, he asks the man to please remain silent. It's his first time doing this for real, and he wants to enjoy it. Elsewhere, Moon Hyang speaks with the third elder, who admits the whole test left a bit of a sour aftertaste. The elder tries to smooth things over, only for a still petty Jin Yomyong to mockingly call him Miss Seventh Tiger. Lady Sa turns to Moon Hyang, a subtle test in her eyes, asking what she would do if Jin Yomyong actually passed. Moon Hyang looks away, a hint of old dreams resurfacing, admitting she might chase a path she'd long given up on. In the other room, the thug's begging is drowned out by Jin Yomyong's cheerful humming, telling him to just hold on a bit more. A small, knowing smile crosses Lady Sa's face as she realizes this was never just about some courtesan. Jin Yomyong strolls back to them, casually reporting that their man was from the Beggars Gang, and his boss is partnered with the Cheon clan. Moonhyung is visibly stunned by the revelation the Heavenly Demon's own clan is involved in a drug case. He adds that the men he brought were from the Hidden Trace Manor, located in Goryeo Fortress. The name rings a bell for Lady Sa. The manor was founded 50 years ago by a retired member of the Ghost Slayers. At the mention of Ghost Slayer, Moonhyung's eyes sharpen. That's the same unit their own Guchil used to be a part of. A legendary force, once the Demon Emperor's elite assassination unit, now disbanded, but their shadows clearly still linger. Jin Yomyong turns to Moonhyang, suggesting it's best if she returns to the cult now. He explains the situation has escalated. Their enemy operates in cells, and Hidden Trace Manor is just a single node. If they lose contact, the entire network will simply vanish without a trace. Lady Sa coolly asks him what he plans to do, given the new complications. But Moonhyang suddenly cuts in. A determined glint in her eyes, she has a better idea. She argues that no one can assemble an official assault force in time to act, so she'll go herself. An official visit from the young cult leader will force them into the light. Jin Yomyong's expression hardens. Absolutely not. He refuses to let her risk her life like this. Her hand clenches in frustration. He thinks this is just something. He looks her dead in the eye, explaining that compared to her life, yes, it is, but his plan isn't over. But Moonhyang insists, telling him that because of her, his plans were ruined, and she wants to make it right. A faint smile plays on his lips. This relentless spirit of hers is exactly why he fell for her. And so, the scene cuts to the rugged outer edges of the 10,000 mountains. The doors to the Hidden Trace Manor fly open as Moonhyang storms in, unannounced. The manor's third master nearly chokes in shock. The young cult leader is here? He can't believe it. They were just about to flee after their recent failures, and their target just delivered herself to their doorstep. Composing himself, he puts on a welcoming face, bowing and asking to what he owes the honor of her visit. Moonhyang gives a plausible excuse, mentioning his grandfather's old service and her wish to amend the clan's neglect. But as she steps forward, her eyes sweep across the courtyard, taking everything in. She notes how busy everyone is, almost as if they were packing up to leave in a great hurry. She coolly asks if he's not even going to offer a guest a cup of tea. The third master forces a smile, claiming the young cult leader is never just a guest here, and gestures for her to come inside. From the shadows, one of his assassins watches, asking for the order. What should they do? The master's true thoughts are revealed. This is another chance, and they must capture her alive this time. As they walk, he addresses her too casually, and Moonhyang's eyes narrow. He should be using the proper honorifics. But the old man just scoffs. He drops the act, declaring they both know what's really going on here. On his signal, assassins drop from the rafters, surrounding Moonhyang and her retinue with drawn swords. He sneers, thinking she got arrogant just because she caught one of their life-slaying unit members. But Moonhyang is completely unfazed, noting that this pathetic display can't possibly be all he has. Then, her energy flares, and the entire room begins to shift and transform around her, a mechanical formation technique. But the master just laughs, revealing this is his trap, a maze-pursuing killing formation. Moonhyang takes in the vast, complex structure, realizing the immense resources it must have taken. This was no simple hideout. A retired assassin could never build something like this alone. Her hand tightens on her hilt. She has many questions for him, but one takes priority. She asks him plainly, is he still a loyal dog to the Cheon clan? Or is he a traitor? The old man's polite facade shatters, his eyes filled with nothing but cold, murderous intent. He gives a single, chilling order to his men. Kill them all. Moonhyang understands, so that's his answer. She explodes into motion. A whirlwind of shadowy energy and razor-sharp steel erupts from her, consuming the assassins. Her blade drips with blood, yet she knows this is just the beginning. She still has a long way to go. She looks down, disgusted to be covered in the blood of such scum, as the old master calls her a monster. A cruel smile plays on her lips. She wonders aloud if she can cut out his tongue to prove his loyalty. He panics, realizing she intends to use a painful acupoint locking technique to interrogate him. But just as she prepares, a voice cries out a warning as a deadly presence erupts from the shadows. In a split second, Moonhyang whips her blade around to parry a lightning-fast ambush. Steel screams against steel, the force of the blow far greater than anything she expected. Her confidence vanishes, replaced by sheer shock. This power, it belongs to a true master. All she catches is a glimpse of a chilling, featureless white mask. The third master bows with relief and reverence. His true commander has arrived. Moonhyang is frozen in place, realizing the master didn't even try to fight her, he just blew past her guard. The third master practically cackles, pointing out that the young cult leader is right there. He begs his commander not to miss this perfect chance to trap her, but his words are cut short as his own master's blade slices right through him. A useless dog that fails to hunt, the masked man thinks, deserves to be put down. Moon Hyang, completely unfazed, now wonders aloud who he serves. The mysterious warrior stands silent, his back turned to her. Her wounded subordinate warns her that this man is far too dangerous. Of course, she knows. A slight smirk appears on her face. His sheer power is exactly what makes her curious. He, in turn, is already calculating how much the information on her would sell for. Moon Hyang studies his unwavering posture, recognizing it not as arrogance, but as pure confidence. Done talking, the masked warrior launches forward, sneering that what she sees isn't confidence, it's arrogance. Their blades meet with a deafening crash, and Moon Hyang feels the raw force shudder up her arm. A spiderweb of cracks instantly appears on her sword. His power is on another level. Through his mask, she can feel his surprise. He actually seems impressed she withstood the blow. He gives her a moment, acknowledging the sheer power of the heavenly demonic divine art. She has to agree. Her technique is potent, even when facing someone of a higher cultivation level. But the masked man's eyes glint with a dark promise, hinting that power isn't the whole story. He moves again, his swordsmanship a blur of efficiency, easily deflecting her every move. Gritting her teeth, she's forced back, a small grunt of effort escaping her lips. His blade stops just short as he looms over her, declaring that no technique can close a gap in pure experience. With a final, crushing blow, he completely overpowers her defense. Moon Hyang is sent hurtling back, slamming hard into the wall behind her. He approaches her broken form, noting that his master wanted her alive. But now he has other ideas. That person? The mention of a hidden superior catches her completely off guard. He sees her potential, musing that in 20 years, she'd be a threat he'd have to poison. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Because of that potential, she has to die today. But she's not done yet, defiantly planting her sword into the ground. She admits she knew about the traps, and even expected a master far beyond her capabilities. Her only real miscalculation, she reveals, was a small disagreement with a certain someone. Then, as Jinyo Myong appears behind him, she smirks, calling out his name. The cavalry has arrived. Jinyo Myong smirks, casually informing her that his presence just made him a far more valuable target than she is. He asks for her thoughts after their fight, and she confirms the masked man is a formidable opponent for a reason. It seems his swordsmanship is the perfect counter to their cult's techniques, a clear sign of his prestigious origins. The masked master hears the name, and his mind races Jin Yo Myong from the legendary Demon Heaven Jin clan. A wicked thought crosses his mind. This isn't a complication, it's an unexpected prize. His mission was to kill the girl, but now a far bigger target has presented himself. A throwing knife flies from his hand, but in the next instant, his eyes blow wide with utter shock. His attack is stopped cold, and he staggers back, unable to comprehend what just happened. Jin Yo Myong calmly gestures, mocking the master's maze-pursuing killing formation, and asking a simple question. Why on earth did he think he came here all by himself? With a sly grin, Jin Yo Myong asks if his enemy is planning on turning the heavens upside down. The masked master is completely floored, frozen by the sheer weight of that question. Moon Hyang has no idea what he's on about and just begs him to focus on surviving. He calmly explains that while they're trapped in here, outside is already a sea of fire. All the enemy's escape routes have been cut off, yet their leader still refuses to flee, and since Hez being so stubborn, it's only right to show him some proper manners. From the shadows emerges an old master, introducing himself as Ji Yun from Qingcheng. Jin Yo Myong realizes the gravity of the situation he's revealed himself, because he plans to leave no one alive. With a furious roar, Ji Yun lunges forward, screaming that they can ask their questions in hell. Moon Hyang immediately calls for a coordinated attack, and he agrees to match her movements. With a single word of affirmation, they move as one, a perfectly synchronized dance of death. Ji Yun unleashes a storm of his own, a whirlwind of killing intent meant to overwhelm them. A deadly rain of daggers suddenly fills the air, seeking to shred them from every angle. The old master easily bats them aside, a flicker of annoyance on his face at their persistence. As Moon Hyang presses the attack, Jin Yo Myong is struck by a memory. Her style is just like Qian Yu Ra's, an all-or-nothing assault that's impossible to simply block. It forces Ji Yun to meet her blade head-on, his full attention locked on her ferocious advance. And that's the opening, the exact moment Jin Yo Myong was waiting for to strike from the blind spot. The elder can only grit his teeth, realizing he's been perfectly outmaneuvered by the duo. But from the shadows, a far more dangerous player, Lady Sa, gives a single chilling command. And just as Jin Yo Myong's blade is about to find its mark, another appears beyond, intercepting the attack meant for him. Moon Hyang glances back with a smirk, silently acknowledging that his plan wasn't half bad. A bead of sweat rolls down Jin Yomyong's face, a wave of relief washing over him. Their gambit worked. But Moonhyang's focus sharpens, her eyes tracing the flow of the old master's energy. She's starting to see it. Pushed into a corner, Ji-yoon's demeanor darkens, realizing hell have to put his life on the line to kill them. Moonhyang immediately gives up on capturing him, urging Jin Yo-myong to run while she buys him time to escape. With reinforcements from the protective hall arriving any minute, Ji-yoon unleashes his ultimate technique, Enhanced Sword Chi. His blade extends into a perfectly straight, impossibly long column of pure, destructive energy. But as Moonhyang prepares to face that power alone, Jin Yo-myong quietly tells her that won't be happening. He steps up beside her, a defiant smile on his face. He saw right through her plan to sacrifice herself, declaring that if they're leaving together. A faint, determined smile plays on Moonhyang's lips. She has a plan. She tells Jin Yo-myong to match her rhythm. She's using coordinating chi, a technique that requires perfect sync. Ji-yoon just scoffs, mocking their teamwork and asking if they're some kind of couple. With a final roar, he brings his ultimate attack crashing down upon them. A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupts as their powers collide. The old master's face twists in disbelief, caught completely off guard by their combined might. Jin Yo-myong grits his teeth, pouring every last ounce of his strength into their defense. Beside him, Moonhyang does the same, her eyes blazing with raw determination. But the backlash is immense, and as the light fades, she coughs up blood. She collapses to her knees, as Ji-yoon, wounded but still standing, begins to laugh, admitting they've genuinely surprised him. Ji-yoon stands over the fallen Jin Yo-myong, his sword at the boy's throat, mocking that this outcome was inevitable. But instead of fear, a strange calm settles on Jin Yo-myong's face as he accepts his fate for the grand scheme. Then, in a flash of pure desperation, he lunges forward and sinks his teeth deep into Ji-yoon's arm. The old master's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. What kind of noble warrior fights like a cornered animal? Before he can react, a new powerhouse smashes into him, roaring with fury for daring to harm his master. Ji-yoon is sent tumbling helplessly across the fractured ground, completely overwhelmed by the sudden assault. From the side, the injured Moonhyang can only watch, stunned by the sudden, violent rescue. The powerful guardian lands between them, but Jin Yo-myong just looks up, dryly remarking that he's late. And for all his might, the guardian's face contorts in panic, stammering apologies for his tardiness. Moonhyang can only stare, realizing the man bowing is none other than the right guardian of the cult. But Jin Yo-myong is unfazed, looking at the unconscious elder, and calmly noting that his identity was likely a ruse. He orders the guardian to take the man for interrogation, but the powerful master is sweating, hesitating for some reason. He just keeps apologizing, remembering how he might have overdone it when he smashed into the attacker. Jin Yo-myong watches the display, a sharp realization dawning. Did this powerful guardian hit him that hard on purpose? This man is Wang Cheonjeol, the red-faced battle demon, one of the divine cult's supreme masters. And from his past life, Jin Yo-myong knows that while the Guardian Hall eventually betrays them, Wang Cheonjeol would have already retired. He's safe. Looking over the destruction, Moonhyang finally speaks, admitting that this whole mess was her fault for pushing forward alone. With a fire lit in her eyes, she promises him that she will absolutely repay the debt she owes him. With the immediate threat handled, Jin Yo-myong surveys the quiet aftermath of the battle. He turns to a darkened corner and quietly calls for his most trusted servant, Gu Chil. As if summoned from nothing, a figure silently steps out from the shadows. Gu Chil appears, his expression calm and ready for orders. Kneeling, he reports that the fires destroyed most of what they were looking for, but he did manage to salvage a small, folded note from the hidden Trace Manor Master's corpse. A smug grin crosses Jin Yo-myong's face, realizing this clue only exists thanks to the Guardian's enthusiastic intervention. His modern slang goes right over Gu Chil's head, leaving the loyal servant completely baffled. But as Jin Yo-myong unfolds the note, his smirk vanishes, replaced by cold shock at its contents. Scrawled on the paper is a simple, brutal message. A kill order. An assassination request from the 1001 Hall. Jin Yo-myong's mind begins to race. This is perfect timing, a golden opportunity he can't pass up, much to Gu Chil's confusion. With a wry smile, he informs his loyal servant that they'll have to part ways for a while. The news sends poor Gu Chil into an absolute, face-clutching panic. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the demonic sect, a furious report is being delivered. An elder roars that they must immediately annihilate the Qingcheng sect for their heresy. But on his throne, the heavenly demon is the picture of calm, his expression unreadable. His followers can only stare, stunned by his lack of immediate, violent agreement. The leader speaks, his voice steady, ordering them to first confirm if the culprits are truly Orthodox members. The left guardian, Wang Qianjiol, is summoned before the heavenly demon. He is tasked with a new investigation and accepts the command without a word of protest. Meanwhile, word of Jin Yoan's recent achievements spreads like wildfire through the Jin clan. But our hero isn't resting on his laurels. He's in front of his father, making an audacious request. The clan head erupts, smashing his fist on the table in pure, unadulterated rage. He can't believe his ears, thinking his son should be aiming for the prestigious Demon Dragon Hall. But Jin Youn remains perfectly calm, explaining that his goal is to recruit talent for their clan. He plans to scout the 1001 Hall, a place usually overlooked, to find hidden gems. After all, he argues, the top prospects from the main halls are always snatched up by rival clans. He even cites a precedent, Ma Chiol, Su from the rival Ma clan, who likely did the exact same thing last year. With a smirk, Jin Yomyong declares that he is certainly not inferior to Ma Chiol Su. Stunned by this unshakable confidence, his father can only agree. Jin Yomyong kneels, promising to bring back warriors who will define the clan's next generation. But as he finalizes his application, another clan member runs up, aghast at the news. Jin Yomyong just sighs. He's heard the same shocked question over 10 times today. His brother can't believe it, exclaiming that for a direct descendant, this is unheard of. The gossip is already spreading, with servants whispering that the young master is being exiled. But he just looks at his brother, asking if he knows who founded the 1001 Hall. It was the first heavenly demon, whose original training was so brutal it killed noble children. With a glint in his eye, he reveals his true goal, to experience that original, legendary regimen, a regimen designed to forge true warriors, men obsessed with nothing but martial arts. But his brother is completely lost, wondering why he's so driven when he's not even gunning for the clan leader position. Jin Yomyong turns to him, his expression deadly serious, insisting they both must become stronger. He warns that a great storm is coming, his gaze fixed on something far in the distance. With a final, cryptic promise that his brother will understand soon, he walks away. Elsewhere, news of his decision is already making waves, and not in a good way. To some, it's like a man running off to join the military right in the middle of a crucial family meeting. A messenger reveals she's here on behalf of the young cult leader, sent to ask a pointed question. Moonhyang listens, barely able to process the absurdity, before asking if the cult leader is insane. Unfazed, the messenger sets her cup down, adding that he also demands a clear answer about her intentions. Realizing he has to play this perfectly, Jin Yomyong claims his decision was made after a harsh realization of his own powerlessness. Lady Sa listens intently as he explains that if he were at least in the peak realm, things would have been different. He lays it on thick, feigning distress over how easily he was defeated, hoping to appear pitiful. But she isn't entirely convinced, pointing out it wasn't a true defeat, forcing him to rethink his approach. He quickly pivots, passionately declaring that to stand beside the young cult leader, he must meet the minimum qualifications. This answer finally seems to resonate with her, earning a quiet "oh" of understanding. In fact, she muses, he and the young cult leader are quite similar in their thinking. The leader, she reveals, also deeply blamed herself for her own shortcomings. This sense of inadequacy is precisely why she chose to enter isolated training to begin with. With a slight smile, Lady Sa delivers the leader's message. When she emerges, she wants to compare notes with him. Yomyong freezes, his mind racing. Is this her way of saying she's going to kill him? The scene cuts to a brutal training ground, the infamous 100 Tempering Peak. A voice booms across the cliffside, berating the trainees, scaling the sheer rock face. An instructor with a fierce eye patch lays out the rules: conquer the peak, or fall and die. And among the struggling climbers is our hero, cursing the demonic cult with every strained muscle. He's literally crying, vowing to curse his grandfather for throwing him into this hell. Below him, a pit of sharpened stakes waits, ensuring that any fall is instantly fatal. With a surge of desperation, he grips the rock, his will to survive kicking in. He has to make it if only to get revenge on his grandpa, but the stone gives way. His hand slips, and with a gasp of shock, he plummets from the cliffside. Plummeting towards the spikes, he can only think one thing: this is how I die. But just as his life flashes before his eyes, another hand shoots out and grabs his wrist. A fellow trainee, with surprising strength, hauls him back onto the cliff face. He can barely catch his breath, heart pounding from the near miss. His savior, Sandojan, just gives him a reassuring smile, asking if he's okay. Finally reaching the summit, he stammers out a thank you, still in disbelief. Around them, other trainees collapse in exhaustion, but Dojian says they must help each other survive. Jin Yomyong calls him a great warrior, but the man just laughs it off with a humble wave. Lying on the ground, he insists that anyone who practices chivalry is a true warrior. Du Jian gets completely flustered by the compliment, blushing as our hero realizes his mistake. But the warm feeling vanishes as he remembers exactly where he is, the demonic cult, where his peers wished he'd fallen. The trainees buzz with talk that this brutal physical training will soon end, shifting to theory once a new leader arrives. Doojeon then shares a rumor from a senior, claiming someone absolutely incredible is about to enter their hall. An exile, our hero thinks with a grimace, deciding it's best to avoid any pointless conflict with such a person. We then see his own dramatic arrival, with his servant Guchil begging him not to go. Jin Yomyong cringes at the man's wailing, telling him to get a grip and that hell call him from the inside. As the new recruits march, a sharp-eyed young man with red hair watches them, judging their potential. He sees it in their eyes. They're not just empty vessels, they all carry the weight of someone's expectations. Whether it's the sting of mockery or the burden of duty, every single one of them has brought their baggage to this mountain, and he hopes that among this sea of new faces, he can find at least one person who truly impresses him. The trainees finally arrive, gathering in the courtyard of the 1001 Hall. A masked man steps forward, welcoming them with a cheerful laugh, praising their sharp, bright gazes. The recruits whisper amongst themselves, thinking this leader seems a bit strange, lacking any real dignity. But that cheerful facade cracks in an instant. A tidal wave of demonic energy explodes from him as the fog prison wolf, Zhou Jinsang, tells the brats to listen carefully. The immense killing intent washes over the trainees, buckling their knees and silencing their foolish gossip. He explains that this hall is not just for education, it's a merciless arena governed by one iron law: survival of the fittest. As he speaks, another group of warriors runs past, their movements sharp and disciplined. These, he reveals, are their seniors, who arrived only a year ago, and the difference in them is terrifying. But while the others are just intimidated, Jin Yomyong's eyes see something more: old wounds. And more than that, he sees the look in their eyes, the gaze of true survivors. The masked instructor is amused, noting that at least one of these kids has a sharp eye. Jin Yomyong puts it together: these seniors have already tasted life and death combat. But then wait a second. His gaze locks onto one particular figure among the seniors. That's unit leader Sandojan, a name that sends ripples of awe through the crowd. The boy's talent was undeniable, even to the elders. He shattered expectations, becoming a squad leader in one of the 4 demonic heart harvesting units. But Jin Yomyong isn't impressed. He's possessive. He decides then and there, he will take that prodigy for himself. Meanwhile, the fog prison wolf sits alone in his office, cursing that damned Asura king for sending him this troublesome brat. The fog prison wolf wonders why the king still cares so much about his exiled son. The scene flashes back a few days, to a private meeting with the king of Asura himself. The king had made him an offer he couldn't refuse, a recommendation for Demon Dragon Hall leader. But back in the present, the math isn't adding up. If the king is an ally, why send this troublesome kid? He discusses the puzzle with his vice hall leader, weighing the possibilities. It can't be the young cult leader's influence, not while he's under house arrest for the hidden Trace Manor incident. The vice hall leader then reveals that the Asura king's request was unusual. It wasn't a demand for special treatment or a guarantee of his son's safety. All the king asked for were a few small conveniences to ensure the boy could train without interruption. A flicker of understanding crosses the fog prison wolf's mind. This isn't about politics, it's about power. Elsewhere, under a pale moon, another plan is set into motion. But the one being summoned is less than pleased with the method. Jin Yomyong complains that even he could tell how obvious this meeting spot was. A hooded figure emerges from the mist, apologizing and calling him second order. The summons is an urgent one from above. He smirks, wondering what could be so important that it's worth sabotaging his years of hard work. The messenger seethes internally. This arrogant kid is weaker, but he's a candidate for the next leader and can't be disrespected. This mission, they explain, originally belonged to the Killing Demon squad, but they were annihilated after an unfortunate encounter with the young cult leader, so the task now falls to him. Intrigued, Jin Yomyong demands to know the target, ordering the messenger to use a secure sound transmission. As the name is whispered into his mind, his smug confidence shatters into pure shock. The initial shock melts away, replaced by a slow, predatory grin. An abrupt sound startles the hooded messenger. It's Jin Yomyong, breaking into wild, unrestrained laughter. The messenger panics, trying to shush him, reminding him this was a covert meeting, but he's too busy enjoying the news, mockingly asking if the oh-so-great First Order failed his mission. A cold, calculating ambition flashes in his eyes. This is his chance to seize a higher rank. He confidently tells the messenger to report that he will clean up this entire mess without fail. Arriving at a new compound, he's greeted by the leader of the 1001 Hall. Inside, Gunjong invites him to sit, noting that the rumors about his sharp eyes were true. But the welcome comes with a stern warning. Here, even the 6 clans get no special treatment. The masked leader notes that Jin Yo Myung is surprisingly polite, unlike the brash sons of the Ma clan. But our boy has done his homework, smoothly flattering him with the title Iron-Blooded Demon Lord. And it works. The Fog Prison Wolf chuckles, admitting he likes this kid's style. He gets down to business, asking what favor Jin Yo Myung came here to ask for. He can offer some conveniences, of course, but there are rules: no staying out overnight. Jin Yo Myung mentions the Cheon clan's exchange ceremony, but his eyes say that's just the appetizer. He cuts to the chase. He wants the leader to open the mainstream for him, a legendary training ground, created by the heavenly demon himself to forge his elite. The leader taps the scroll, a hint of steel in his voice. What a reckless request. He explains that in his own hall, the graduation rate is a mere 20%, with an equal number dying in the process. He then warns him that the mainstream's graduation rate is only 5%, asking if he knows the mortality rate. Jin Yo Myung answers without a hint of hesitation. Yes, he knows exactly what it is. It's everyone else. A grim vision of fallen warriors fills the air, representing the 95% who don't make it out. The Fog Prison Wolf is taken aback. Even knowing that, he still wants to challenge it? With a fire in his eyes, Jin Yo Myung confirms he must become stronger, no matter the cost. A painful memory flashes through his mind, a loved one dying in his arms. It's truly a matter of life and death. Seeing that unwavering resolve, the leader finally gives in. He won't stop him from trying, but there's a condition. He cannot do it alone, as the training is done in groups of 6. He gives Jin Yo Myung half a year to gather a team of 6, or even multiples of 6. The leader chuckles, seeing right through the boy's plan, amused he's so open about wanting to bring a whole army. Of course, this grand plan is only possible if he can pass the 1001 Halls test. Jin Yo Myung scoffs internally. Half a year is an insultingly short deadline. As he walks, whispers of his name ripple through the training grounds, his reputation already spreading. Suddenly, a fiery-haired trainee steps in his path, introducing himself as Ma Jinseong. He brings up the recent fight, accusing Jin Yo Myung of cowardly injuring Ma Chiolsu. With a dramatic point, he declares the boy Jin Yo Myung defeated was his cousin. Jin Yo Myung coolly asks what he wants, only for the kid to demand he acknowledge his existence. A flicker of amusement crosses our hero's face as he gives a simple, dismissive okay. Elsewhere, a powerful figure observes the remnants of the battle, unimpressed with the execution. This elder notes the fighter's sloppy chi circulation, lamenting his failure to use the heaven-slaying enhanced chi. A voice cuts through the silence, telling Cheon Yura that with true power, she'd never have been pushed around. He questions if she's still held back by the fear of her own demonic nature. His grip tightens on her arm as he asks if she's afraid of who she might kill when she loses control. The scene pulls back, a memory of the elder Baek Cheon Ho instructing a younger Cheon Yura. He speaks of their cult's 1,000-year history, and how the title of Heavenly Demon is almost never achieved. But he believes she has that potential, the chance to be the first in their history to carry the true lineage. He tells her that falling to demonic nature is for the guilty. For warriors like them, it is a tool to be mastered. This power, he warns, comes at a cost, even if it means sacrificing something precious in the end. He acknowledges that one day she will have to marry and continue her clan's bloodline. But for now, her only focus should be cultivation, a memory that leaves an attendant confused in the present day. The attendant casually remarks that she thought his lordship favored young Jin Yo Myung. The king of Asura's expression darkens immediately. He warns her never to underestimate them, a chilling statement that catches her completely off guard. The scene shifts to the 1001 Hall, where trainees haul massive boulders in agonizing labor. An instructor with an eye patch looks down on them, mocking these punks for being too weak to be called martial artists. He slams his foot down, gathering their attention for a quick briefing. While the others collapse, Jin Yo Myung feels his Jin clan blood accelerating his recovery. The instructor announces that the 4 great halls have recently become 5, and they're actively recruiting. A sudden wave of excitement hits the trainees, a chance for 3 of them to be recommended. But Jin Yo Myung sees it differently, recalling this was the very hall that foolishly backed the traitor Han Mubek. He knows this is a trap. The opportunity to infiltrate the Heavenly Mind Hall is far too suspicious. The instructor smirks, announcing he has an even better way for them to get ahead. He then points directly at one person, calling out the trainee from the Demon Heaven Jin clan. With a confident grin, Jin Yo Myung calmly admits that the instructor isn't wrong. He then cheekily offers the man a new job, the recently opened gatekeeper position at the Jin clan manor. He even asks if the instructor is looking down on the role, casually mentioning it pays 3 times his salary. The instructor is floored. How could this kid possibly know his exact, measly pay? Jin Yo Myung just smiles, letting him know the generous job offer is always on the table. Completely humiliated in front of all the trainees, the instructor's hand clenches in rage. He storms over, getting right in Jin Yo Myung's face. demanding to know if he's being serious. A memory surfaces of the eye patch instructor, explaining the flying heaven divine art. Back in the present, Jin Yomyong's sword cuts sharply through the air in the training hall. He pauses his practice, realizing this sword style feels strangely orthodox for a demonic technique. His mind drifts to a memory of another warrior, Cheon Yura, clashing against her foes. She had the uncanny ability to blend different sword styles, flowing as smoothly as water. A flicker of insight crosses Jin Yomyong's face. He'll have to look much closer this time. He squares up against his opponent, Moon Hyung, who stands ready with her own blade. With her eyes glowing fiercely, she lunges forward, unleashing a powerful strike. Their swords meet in a brilliant flash of light, the impact echoing through the silent hall. But his technique is more refined, and with a swift parry, her sword is sent spinning away. With his eyes glowing purple, Jin Yomyong holds his ground, a new resolve hardening his expression. This time, he knows he can take her attack without being pushed back. Moon Hyung clenches her jaw in silent frustration, her full power completely nullified. A confident, almost mocking smile spreads across his face as he asks if she's upset. But he's focused inward, feeling a surge of power he hasn't felt in this life. The blocked acupoints all over his body are finally starting to break through. Before, he could barely survive her onslaught, but now he can see everything. Stunned, she demands to know what sorcery he used to block her so easily. He barely registers her words, his mind racing with a sudden, impossible thought. One thing is certain, the Ten Heavens demon sword is deeply connected to the heaven-killing demonic sword. But how could this be? This technique was a secret of the heavenly demon's direct lineage. Dark, malevolent energy surges, wrapping around his blade as he transcends mere Kwai storing. His sword art has evolved, surpassing simple sword chi and overwhelming Moon Hyung completely. He's broken through, reaching the true realm of a swordsman, and peering into a path beyond the wall. His eyes flare a menacing purple as he unlocks a new state. The infinite demonic realm. A blinding flash of power erupts, blasting Moon Hyung away with concussive force. The shockwave rattles the training grounds, stunning even him with its sheer destructive power. Panic spreads throughout the compound, as everyone wonders if they're under attack. But the fog prison wolf arrives, casually holding a chunk of the wall, impressed that the green steel stone was crushed like tofu. He and the vice hall leader survey the ruined training room, and he has a pretty good idea who was responsible for this mess. The vice hall leader relays the official story. The wall just collapsed and sent the young master flying. He suggests it could have been an assassination, but the fog prison wolf is doubtful. What kind of assassin makes this much noise? He considers the absurd possibility that the kid did this himself, before immediately dismissing it. There's just no way. A boy his age can't be at the peak realm, not when he's weaker than the young cult leader. Meanwhile, Jin Yomyong sits alone, pondering the true nature of his master and the Ten Heavens demon sword. He's lost in thought, questioning who his master truly is, when a voice calls out from the shadows. It's one of his agents. He asks if the false traces were left, planning to use an assassination attempt to hide his new strength. But his subordinate looks terrified. He managed to plant the evidence, he says. But Jin Yomyong's head snaps up. The man confesses he sensed someone else lurking nearby. And there it is, a snapped branch on the ground. It seems a real intruder was watching the whole time. To Jin Yomyong, this isn't a problem, it's an incredible stroke of blind luck. A wicked smirk spreads across his face as he asks his subordinate if he can track the spy. Guchil grins back with absolute confidence, reminding his master just who he is. He was once part of the demonic king Ghostslayer squad, an elite unit under the Cheon clan. In his past life, he was Byok Cheon-woon, the second group leader of the Ninth Cloud Ghost Order. A few days pass, and elsewhere, another plot begins to unfold. A hooded messenger appears from the shadows, warning a young man not to ruin their grand plan. The young plotter is sweating, complaining that the 1001 Hall's defenses have suddenly become impenetrable, but his superior offers a solution. An upcoming external training will provide the perfect chance to act, recruit him, or kill him. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the new threat, Jin Yomyong is calmly focused on his own cultivation. The destruction of the training hall turned out to be a blessing, giving him time to fully stabilize his power. With the risk of the heart demon now gone, he decides it's time to head back to the dormitory. The moment he steps inside, an overly enthusiastic trainee named San Dojion clears a path for him. As he walks, he can hear the whispers of the others, all worried about their future in the clan. His loyal new follower has already prepared a pristine bed for him. Jin Yomyong offers a simple thanks, taking the gesture in stride. But the peace is shattered as Ma Jinseong barges in, declaring himself the boss of this room. With a sly, knowing smile, Jin Yomyong offers to give the loudmouth an order of his own. Ma Jinseong sputters, completely offended. refusing to ever serve under some collateral branch nobody. But Jin Yo-myung just twists the knife, promising that under his lead, he could even surpass the very idol he so admires. The arrogant bluster vanishes from Ma Jin-seong's face, replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. He stumbles out of the room, mind reeling, as Jin Yo-myung tells him to take all the time he needs to think. With the nuisance gone, he turns to his loyal follower, asking if he brought the information he requested. Sandojian eagerly presents his findings. A detailed list of all the noteworthy talents in their training group. Jin Yo-myung scans the names, but the list is long, with dozens of trainees sharing the surnames he's looking for. He recalls a man from his past, his former squad leader at the Mountain Path Hall. And then he remembers the Jin clan head, whom he'd once foolishly believed was an honest warrior without any factional ties. But his regressed knowledge paints a different picture. That man was far from neutral. A glint of cold realization sharpens in his eyes. He focuses on a single name, Han Muyeon, a name that sends a strange, unsettling chill down his spine. That name, Han Muyeon, it feels connected to Demon Duke Han Mubayek, stirring a deep sense of unease within him. Sandojan, oblivious, cheerfully adds that this kid is the most notable talent in their hall, one who can already wield sword chi. Later, an instructor with an eye patch gathers the trainees, announcing that it's time for group battle training. He lays out the harsh reality. They'll form 9 groups for mock battles, and the 3 losing groups will be expelled on the spot. The winners? They'll be deployed to the territory of an unorthodox sect known as Evil Domineering Heaven, a name with a dark history, founded by a prodigy who died without an heir, leaving a power vacuum. The sect immediately fractured, consumed by a bloody civil war where the weakest disciple clawed his way to victory. The instructor explains that for this trial, their leaders will be their seniors. He gestures to a line of warriors who have already passed this exam with flying colors. Jin Yo-myung finds himself in Group 2, now craning his neck to see which of these so-called elites will be leading him. A timid voice announces that she's been chosen as the leader for Group 2. Jin Yo-myung stares in disbelief. Wait, wasn't the leader supposed to have the highest grades? The girl looks absolutely terrified, stammering that she's looking forward to working with them. His heart plummets. Of all people, it had to be her. The one person he wanted to avoid is now his commander. He knows all too well that in a group battle, the leader's ability is everything. And this leader is standing before them, practically vibrating with anxiety, a portrait of incompetence. A wave of despair washes over the group. Yep, they're completely and utterly screwed. But just as all hope seems lost, a hand shoots up from the seated trainees. Startled, the girl meekly tells him to ask his question. It's Ma Jin-seong, and he gets straight to the point, demanding to know if there's any way to change the leader. She meekly replies that leaders are appointed, but he presses her, asking what happens if that leader is unreliable. Jin Yo-myung watches from the side, knowing that if she gives the wrong answer, her team will instantly collapse. He considers stepping in, but a flicker of curiosity stays his hand as her entire demeanor changes, asking if he has a problem. Before Ma Jin-seong can even process the shift, she begins to unsheath her sword with a calm, deliberate motion. A memory surfaces her grandfather's simple advice. If someone refuses to listen, just hit them. The other trainees can't believe it. What kind of old man taught her that? Even Ma Jin-seong is stunned silent. With her blade now drawn, she challenges him directly. If he wants to test her capability, then he should come and try. Hes completely thrown off guard, stammering as he tries to understand what just happened. Gone is the timid girl. In her place stands a warrior with blazing eyes, offering him a deal. Defeat her, and she'll make him the leader and leave. The crowd goes wild. A duel is set. Jin Yo-myung sighs, realizing there's no turning back now. With a final, arrogant warning for her not to regret this, Ma Jin-seong lunges forward. Jin Yo-myung watches intently, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He's seen this technique before. Ma Jin-seong pours his energy into his blade, unleashing the bloodstream phantom sword technique. He leaps, sending a deadly flying blood bullet hurtling towards her, but she remains completely unfazed. In a single, fluid motion, she meets his attack, her sword glowing with a calm, green light. Her eyes flare with power, every ounce of her being focused into this single defensive move. Even Jin Yo-myung can't hide his surprise at the level of skill she's suddenly displaying. The two techniques collide in a brilliant flash, her simple block meeting his flashy attack. She deflects his signature move with ease, completely neutralizing the powerful offensive. He's left utterly speechless as she stands her ground, her intense gaze promising the fight has only just begun. But she doesn't just defend, she uses his own momentum to land a brutal counter-strike. Ma Jin-seong's world shatters, his mind screaming in disbelief at the sudden reversal. He's sent tumbling across the dirt, utterly defeated in a single exchange. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Yo-myung feels a jolt of recognition that posture is strangely familiar. He recalls a legendary sword art, but quickly dismisses the idea that would require a second blade. No, it couldn't be. A technique of that caliber would be enough to turn the entire divine cult on its head. Pushing himself up, Ma Jinseong's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He points a trembling finger at the girl, his voice raw with the promise of death. Channeling all his rage, a crimson aura begins to swirl violently around him, Hess unleashing a true master's technique. The Qi, infusing sword. The other trainees whisper in awe, having never seen a Blood Dragon Ma clan technique up close. Jin Yo-myung, however, just grins to himself, thinking the guy looks seriously ticked off. Unfazed, the girl simply warns him to put the sword away unless he's looking to get hurt for real. Ma Jinseong explodes in a torrent of red energy, roaring that a small fry like her has no right to look down on his prestigious clan. But before he can attack, a hand shoots out to stop him. It's the instructor, telling him that's enough. Ma Jinseong can only sputter in disbelief, his rage completely cut short. The instructor reminds him that while the strong may rule, the cult is still a society governed by laws, and by breaking those laws, Hez dishonoring his own clan's founder, who helped write them in the first place. Defeated and utterly humiliated, Ma Jinseong lowers his weapon, forced to admit defeat. With the drama settled, the instructor orders everyone to split into groups for their next training schedule. And Jin Yo-myung can only smirk, thinking this should at least help unify their new team around their brave leader. But one of his new teammates, a fiery red-haired girl, seems less than convinced. The group's new leader, the same girl who faced down Ma Jinseong, nervously asks if she's okay. Half a month flies by, and the training grounds are a flurry of motion as squads drill their formations. But their leader is completely overwhelmed, struggling to call out the complex sequences. Still, her team scrambles to follow her frantic orders, launching into an attack. Their blades strike the training dummies with a sharp, satisfying crack. For a moment, it looks like a success until the trainees are left exhausted and panting, waiting for the next command that never comes. Frustrated, the red-haired girl turns to Jin Yo-myung, asking what he plans to do about this situation. She can't believe it. Are they really all going to fail just because of their incompetent leader? But Jin Yo-myung just smirks, casually reminding her she's the one who got one-shotted by that idiot. She insists everyone knows how clumsy and incompetent their current leader's commands are. He considers this, uncorking his flask. She's not wrong, so what's her brilliant suggestion? Simple. He should be the one to give the commands, or they're all going to be humiliated. Jin Yo-myung's expression is unreadable as he silently weighs her proposal. The red-haired girl presses her case, puffing her cheeks in frustration. It's humiliating. Pointing directly at him, she declares that he's the most qualified person for the job. Everyone else would follow him without hesitation. He takes a long drink, knowing she's right about that. But that doesn't mean Hez interested in the slightest. His answer is a simple, crushing no, leaving her absolutely floored and demanding an explanation. She absolutely loses it, demanding a real reason for why he's turning down the leadership role. But he doesn't need to say a word. He just glances to the side, and her confused gaze follows his. They look on as another squad implodes, with one member publicly blasting their leader. The leader, a stone-faced trainee named Sandojeon, simply states that his orders are absolute. But the dissenter isn't having it, yelling that while Sandojeon may not care about failing, they do. The sentiment spreads like wildfire, with the whole group chanting for their leader to step down. From the bushes, a faint, knowing smile touches Jin Yo-myung's lips. That is his reason. He knows all about Sandojeon, the descendant of the famed father of the Wind Demon Corps, a commander whose men were so loyal, they followed him into the very flames of hell. And that same iron will flares to life as Sandojeon warns them, obey or be forced to. The trainees draw their swords, scoffing at Sandojeon's threat and challenging him to try and handle them all. But one member tries to de-escalate, reminding them that just a moment ago, they were all fine with enduring the situation. From the sidelines, Jin Yo-myung watches with a knowing calm, thinking this is hardly a coincidence. His red-haired subordinate approaches, asking if he's also found it strange that all the appointed leaders are so unreliable. Her mind races as she connects the dots. Could this be a deliberate setup to provoke insubordination and test them? Elsewhere, as the sun begins to set, the pressure is clearly getting to some of the other leaders as well. A long, frustrated sigh escapes from the blonde-haired plotter, utterly spent. He and another leader, a young woman with pigtails, sit defeated, their spirits seemingly drained by their unruly squads. She admits her team isn't so bad. They mostly listen despite a few complaints. But her face contorts in pure frustration as she thinks of one specific grown man making her life impossible. The blonde plotter sheepishly remembers his most embarrassing moment from last year, admitting he'd have been expelled without her help. Flustered, the young leader tries to pivot the conversation. She asks if he's finally going to accept her senior's recruitment offer. but he turns her down once again, stating he can't join any group for personal reasons. An awkward silence falls, and the young leader frantically searches for a way to change the subject. She nervously asks about the rumored big shot in his group, trying to make small talk. The blonde's blood runs cold. A single thought echoes in his mind. I am so screwed. He begins to stammer, explaining that this person listens well and isn't rebellious, but could also effortlessly crush him, which sends the poor girl into a spiral of panic. Just then, a hand parts the bamboo leaves as a calm voice asks why they're talking about someone who's standing right there. The two jump out of their skins, their secret conversation suddenly exposed. Jin Yo Myung emerges from the bamboo, greeting Senior San with a knowing smile. He declares this is perfect timing, since he has business with both of them. He turns his full attention to the man, extending a hand in invitation. Without wasting a breath, he directly asks San Dojian to join him. San Dojian is completely thrown. How does this kid know who he is? This is their first meeting. Jin Yo Myung's smirk widens as he reveals he knows his title too, the Butcher Blade of the Great Bear Stronghold. The poor girl's blood runs cold. Butcher Blade? She's been pestering a notorious killer all this time. But San Dojian is nothing but impressed. This kid knows his past and his clan affiliation. Jin Yo Myung simply closes his eyes, admitting he's quite interested in recruiting someone of his caliber. San Dojian is baffled. He insists he's done nothing to warrant such attention. But Jin Yo Myung calmly explains that, despite his great talent, he has a glaring weakness. His internal energy and martial arts are holding him back, a fact that hits San Dojian like a ton of bricks. With unwavering confidence, Jin Yo Myung makes an impossible promise, to make him a supreme peak master in 10 years. The girl gawks in disbelief at the sheer audacity of the claim, while San Dojian falls into a stunned silence. Jin Yo Myung already knows the outcome, recalling his past life where this man led a corps with only second-rate skills. He remembers an older, regretful San Dojian, wistfully wondering what could have been with better arts or elixirs. Now, that very dream is being dangled right in front of him, backed by the full power of the Jin clan. Jin Yo Myung's eyes gleam, silently urging him just say yes. But after a long, tense moment, San Dojian shuts his eyes and delivers a single, shocking word. Sorry. The girl's jaw drops as San Dojian confirms his refusal, grateful for the offer but unable to accept. Hess actually rejecting a golden ticket to the top, and Jin Yo Myung urges him to reconsider, warning him that he'll regret it. But San Dojian's resolve is firm. He cannot betray the one he serves a loyalty Jin Yo Myung never expected from him. Jin Yo Myung presses on, arguing that the seventh elder would surely want his disciple to spread his wings and succeed. With a heavy sigh, San Dojian shakes his head, revealing that he was assigned a specific mission. A mission? He must stay by the side of a senior Han to assist him, a name that immediately piques Jin Yo Myung's interest. He confirms San Dojian is talking about Han Muyen, and suddenly, the pieces of this puzzle start clicking into place. With a soft, knowing smile, San Dojian reveals the truth. Han Muyen is the seventh elder's true heir. The revelation hits Jin Yo Myung like a physical blow. In his past life, someone else held that title. Who is this man? San Dojian's shadow looms as he turns the tables, sensing that Jin Yo Myung has a question for him as well. Seeing his approach, the vice leader of Group 2 eagerly asks if she's getting the same offer, but he shuts her down instantly. No, he's not here to recruit her. He's here to talk about her group, and her expression immediately sours. Jin Yo Myung's eyes narrow with a knowing smirk, asking if it isn't time she started doing her job properly. She sighs, admitting he's seen through her act, but insists it's not time yet, a policy of the academy he already knows. Her plan was simple: draw out as much opposition as possible before the mock battle by playing the fool. But Jin Yo Myung smiles, telling her that since has figured it all out, it's time to see how he handles things. He fully grasps her intentions and now offers his complete support, promising to back her authority as vice leader. All he asks is that she fights with the same burning passion she used to utterly crush Ma Jinseong. The reminder sends a wave of red across her face as she stammers, blaming her grandfather's teachings for her excitement. He calmly notes it's a good thing it was just excitement, because if Shed used one more sword, there would have been serious injuries. He continues, calmly pointing out that she specializes in dual swordsmanship. The comment sends her reeling, her mind scrambling. Who is this person? How could he know? Her eyes widen in shock as she demands to know how he figured out her secret. Jin Yo Myung just gives a slight cough, playing dumb, though he's now absolutely certain he was right. She's not having it, accusing him of taking her for a fool. He explains that any skilled warrior can see the openings when a dual wielder uses only one sword. She scoffs, asking if he's claiming to be that kind of master. He simply picks up a twig. In an instant, Her disbelief turns to wide-eyed horror as dark energy erupts from the stick. With a smirk, he holds up the twig, now glowing with immense sword energy, asking if this is proof enough. She's utterly speechless. Channeling sword chi into a twig is a feat of unimaginable mastery. She guesses he's one of the famous 6 demonic dragons, but he casually corrects her that's his younger brother. He then brings a finger to his lips, proposing they both keep their skills a secret, just like her dual swords. With a knowing smirk, he suggests they call it a draw, his mind racing, now certain she's an outsider named Baek Sanga. As she walks away, he quietly orders his subordinate, Gu Chil, to keep a close watch on her. Hiding in the shadows, Gu Chil asks if he should just eliminate her if she seems suspicious, confident he can leave no trace. But Jin Yomyong sharply rebukes him with a slap, insisting they absolutely have to protect her. His expression darkens as he reveals the truth to himself. He knows she's the assassination target. He's figured it out. She must be from the greatest sword family in the Central Plains, the legendary Baek clan. Her grandfather is likely the clan head, one of the 5 kings and leader of the Orthodox Alliance. And in the future he remembers, both the Baek and Namgung clans are destined to be annihilated by the demonic cult. And he recalls the future chaos, with even the mighty king of Asura blindsided by the cult leader's schemes. The realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. His own future father-in-law is behind this whole mess. He can almost picture the man, completely oblivious that his future son-in-law is cursing his name. Shaking off the shock, Jin Yomyong puts his foot down, his mind now set. He makes a silent vow to keep Baek Sanga alive and to personally dismantle every one of their twisted plans. A month flies by, and the trainees gather in the arena for a mock battle between 2 groups. Leading Group 2 is none other than Baek Sanga, the very target of the conspiracy. Her opponent is Group 4's leader, Ju Guxian, and the goal is simple: capture the enemy flag. With a grand gesture, the eye-patch-wearing instructor declares the start of the battle. Immediately, Ju Guxian barks an order, deploying a complex formation that catches Sanga by surprise. With a unified roar, the battle begins as both groups charge forward in a chaotic clash. The instructors watch from the sidelines, one questioning the wisdom of a head-on assault. But her colleague, Instructor Joan, just grins, confidently placing a bet. He's putting his money on Group 4, surprising everyone around him. He smugly clarifies that his bet isn't on the group, but on 3 specific members within it. The very same trio who excelled in the last test by following their leader's orders perfectly. Down on the field, that trio moves with flawless, almost unnerving coordination. They suddenly break formation to strike a pose, introducing themselves as the Demon Snake Trio. Jin Yomyong can only look on in utter disbelief. Were they seriously doing introductions right now? But their absurd theatrics create the perfect opening, and he instantly moves in for the attack. He lunges forward, his blade a blur, seeing the perfect opening to strike. But one of the trio, Baek Sa, greets him not with a sword, but with a deranged look of love, completely unnerving Jin Yomyong. While this absurdity unfolds, another team, Group 2, charges with brutal efficiency, their coordination a stark contrast. Watching from above, Instructor Jaeon smirks, casually betting 10 gold taels on Group 2's victory. His female colleague is stunned. He's wagering half his monthly salary on a mock battle, but Instructor Jaeon just grins, taunting the others that they can back out if they're too scared to match him. See, the Demon Snake Trio's loyalty comes from a different place. They were once considered insignificant. Worthless underclasses, the absolute bottom of the barrel, who never dreamed of being in the academy. They even called themselves the 3 Worms, a name that reflected their utter lack of self-worth. That was, until the demonic Heaven Tower Master himself gave them a new name and with it, a new purpose. A mysterious benefactor once told them they were past their prime, yet still offered to teach them. For the trio, who had nothing, this was an unbelievable opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, they pledged their absolute loyalty on the spot. And now, in the present, that same fierce loyalty has Jin Yomyong a little taken aback. The instructors can only watch, completely dumbfounded by what these brats are even doing. Across the training ground, the leader of Group 4, Ju Guxian, is seething. She can't believe these lowborns are putting up such a fight, and she refuses to lose to them. The thought of her, a noble from a reputable clan, losing to a commoner, is utterly humiliating. It's totally unfair, she fumes. They have members from the powerful Jin and Ma clans. Enough is enough. She orders her team to switch to the surging flow formation. With victory in her sights, she leads the charge, dead set on taking down Baek Sanga. But Baek Sanga instantly reads the pincer movement. They're targeting her directly. Group 4 surges forward, a wave of bodies meant to overwhelm and crush their opponents. Ju Guxian's confidence shatters as she watches her formation slam into an unexpected wall. Her team is instantly bogged down, lured into a chaotic close-quarters brawl they weren't prepared for. A swift kick breaks one trainee's stance, leaving him completely open. Before he can recover, a blade slices deep, and her soldiers start falling. From the rear, Jin Yo-myung calmly gives a hand signal. Now is the time to strike back. Baeksanga's eyes sharpen as she sees the command, a silent confirmation passing between them. She pivots, ordering her unit into the battering ram formation to punch through and counterattack. Group 4's trainees scramble to form a wall of steel, desperately trying to halt the sudden charge. But Jin Yo-myung just smirks, leading his own unit straight into the fray. From her command post, Ju Guxian is absolutely losing it, screaming at her forces to stop them. Her soldiers meet the charge, vowing that the line will not be broken. They fight with everything they have, determined to prove they are worthy of being Baeksanga's subordinates. Jin Yo-myung, however, carves through them like they're nothing, thinking it doesn't matter if they let him pass. One brutal strike sends a body flying, clearing the path with contemptuous ease. He turns to the remaining trainees, a playful glint in his eye as he reveals he's not the main lord. Just then, his red-haired subordinate flashes past them with a wild, triumphant grin. The truth dawns on Ju Guxian in horror. The real main lord is Ma Jinseong, and he's just captured her flag. And with one final, decisive kick from Ma Jinseong, the battle is officially over. Group 2 wins. His team roars in celebration, ecstatic that their unorthodox strategy paid off so perfectly. The instructors are just as pleased, especially the head instructor, who cashes in on his winning bet. Elsewhere, the losing teams are understandably dejected, sulking in their defeat. Jin Yo-myung's team, however, is taking it a bit too far, one of them punching the ground in utter despair. A pair of feet suddenly land before them as a calm voice asks why they have such long faces. It's their leader, Jin Yo-myung, casually strolling up with a smile, wondering who got them so upset. He asks if they're just frustrated they didn't get to show off their skills. Or perhaps, he says with a knowing grin, they were actually planning to tear down the whole tower if they lost. One of his subordinates is stunned silent. How did he know? Jin Yo-myung simply calls it instinct. He reflects on his past life, realizing he's lived far too meekly for someone of his standing. So when his subordinates are overjoyed at his offer to help, promising to never forget his kindness, Jin Yo-myung cuts through their relief with a sly, predatory grin. They eagerly assume he's recruiting for the upcoming special trial, not grasping the true weight of his offer. But he clarifies with chilling calm. They have to survive first, because the dead make for terrible subordinates. The trainees gulp in unison, the gravity of his words finally sinking in. Without hesitation, they all drop to their knees as he demands to know if they have the guts to follow him into hell itself. Elsewhere, that decision is already sending shockwaves, as a table is sent flying across an opulent room. Someone is absolutely furious, kicking the shattered furniture while screaming about his status as the Jin clan patriarch's nephew. The noble seethes, enraged that someone dared to use Jin Yo-myung's name to threaten him. The noble watches as Jin Yo-myung casually mentions his fondness for the demonic Heaven Tower. He then adds with a chilling smile that it would be a shame if anything happened to it, a clear warning. Enraged, the noble can't comprehend why someone of Baeksanga's status would associate with a nobody. He peeks around a corner, his suspicions confirmed as he spots the two of them together. Hearing Baeksanga and Jin Yo-myung on friendly, familiar terms only deepens his fury. He seethes, wondering where this peasant crawled out from to get so close to her. His eyes lock onto her expression. Why is she being so friendly with him? Why is she looking at this? Nobody with such interest in her eyes. His mind begins to twist reality, concluding this is all wrong, and it must be someone's fault. Then, the delusion solidifies. The battle, Jin Yo-myung's involvement, it's all Baeksanga's doing. Just as his delusion takes hold, a calm voice asks if he's arrived at a bad time. The purple-haired noble, Ju Guxian, whips around, completely startled. He stares, shocked to see Jin Yo-myung standing right there in his room. Without missing a beat, Jin Yo-myung casually notes his intense hatred for Baeksanga. He pushes further, asking if that hatred is really strong enough to make him want to kill her. He then begins to spin a tale, a what-if scenario where Baeksanga is the true villain. What if she's the one who seduced the instructors and trapped a naive boy in her games? The twisted logic finds fertile ground in Ju Guxian's rage, and his face hardens with conviction. Seeing the hook is set, Jin Yo-myung's own eyes gleam with a chilling, predatory light. He leans in, whispering a tempting offer, a chance to kill Baeksanga, served up by him personally. The time has come to choose a leader for the new unified squad. Ju Guxian wastes no time, arguing that the only winner among them, Baeksanga, should take command. The thoroughly defeated leader of Group 4, Jong Ho, is more than happy to agree. With the decision made so quickly, Baeksanga can't help but feel that something is deeply wrong. Ju Guxian's sudden apologies and overly sweet demeanor are setting off every alarm bell in her head. Having lived through this before, Sangha knows for a fact that this girl holds a grudge like a coiled viper. She glances at the assassination request she's holding, and a dark theory begins to form. A faint, knowing smirk appears as she starts connecting the dots. Her eyes glint with suspicion. Is it possible Ju Guxian is involved in this too? As she ponders, the new squad begins their training for the upcoming mock battle. Sangha cheerfully admits their new squad is a complete mess, right? In theory, they'd be a perfect, synchronized unit executing the Black Star formation. But in reality, they're a clumsy, flailing mess who can't even get the basics down. Jin Yomyong agrees, deciding they should just focus on basic cohesion for now. Meanwhile, the eye-patch-wearing instructor slams down a betting map, putting money on Squad 1. Jin Yomyong overhears someone saying that at least they aren't a total disaster like Squad 3. Sangha explains with a grin that Squad 3 couldn't even agree on a leader. And speaking of drama, their opponent, Squad 2, is also a mess, with their leader San Dojian yelling at his squabbling members. Jin Yomyong's ears perk up at the mention of San Dojian's name. He and Sangha share a look. With their opponents in disarray, this is a golden opportunity. And elsewhere, in a secluded hall, Jin Yomyong gives a simple, cold command: kneel. The young woman before him immediately complies, pressing her hands to the cold stone floor. He smirks, satisfied that his plan to provoke San Dojian into leadership had worked perfectly. Now, he explains, their rival's hands will be tied, giving her the perfect chance to kill Sangha. But the woman hesitates, knowing the Academy's surveillance has tightened after a recent incident. Jin Yomyong sighs internally, cursing the idiot who barged in recklessly and dragged them all into this mess. He turns back to her, explaining that because of that very mess, they have no choice but to act now. But then he lays out the trap. If she kills Sangha, all the blame, all the attention, will fall on her. Instead, he offers a far better deal: he will find an escape route for her. Stunned, the woman looks up from the floor, wondering if he could possibly be telling the truth. She kneels, her mind made up. It doesn't matter what happens to her, for she is merely a tool. Bowing low, she accepts her fate as a disposable assassin, ready to follow his orders. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, the mock battle between Squad 1 and Squad 2 officially begins. With a deafening roar, the two forces collide in a chaotic frenzy of bodies and blades. Sangha's squad pushes forward with their shields, a wave of unstoppable force. They charge with brutal efficiency, their only goal to break through the enemy's formation. San Dojian screams for his squad to hold the line, desperate to show their new leader what they're capable of. Steel rings out as swords clash violently against the shield wall. Sangha shouts orders with authority, telling her warriors to focus their entire assault on the center. And watching the chaos unfold from a distance, a masked Ju Guxian observes with a curious hum. His eyes scan the battlefield, and San Dojian finally spots a weakness in the shield wall. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. This is it, an opening. But before he can even shout an order, he sees Jin Yomyong is already one step ahead. San Dojian's eyes widen in disbelief. What is he doing? He watches in shock as Group 4, led by Ju Guxian, suddenly pulls back from the line. A smug, treacherous smirk appears on Ju Guxian's face. This wasn't a mistake. It was a planned betrayal, and Sangha never saw it coming. With a gaping hole in their defenses, the shield formation shatters instantly. Trainees are sent flying as Squad 1 pours through the breach, completely overwhelming them. And with cold, calculated precision, Jin Yomyong gives the final command to move in. Ju Guxian barrels forward, her primary target locked. Sangha. Sangha watches her approach, thinking it's just a clumsy attempt to take the flag. But the traitor isn't going for the flag. She's reaching for a hidden lethal weapon. A sudden cold dread washes over Sangha as she senses something is terribly wrong. Her eyes widen in shock as she feels that this isn't competition, it's pure killing intent. Before she can even move, Ju Guxian leaps through the air, closing the distance in a flash. With murder in her eyes, she drives the hidden blade forward, screaming for her to die. But out of nowhere, a leg whips through the air, intercepting the attack. Jin Yomyong slams a powerful kick into the assassin, casually asking if she'd prefer to die instead. The eye patch instructor roars, ordering the entire mock battle to a dead stop. Jin Yomyong is baffled. Why are the instructors just surrounding the scene instead of capturing the assassin? Up on the balcony, the Fog Prison Wolf, Zhou Jinsang, and the Vice Hall leader watch the chaos unfold. With a dismissive thumbs down, Zhou Jinsang makes it clear he has no intention of stepping in. This lack of action from his superiors is starting to seriously annoy Jin Yomyong. Zhou Jinsang turns to his colleague, deciding they should just leave the assassin to their young prodigy. He knows the Vice Hall leader harbored the same suspicions he did about the boy's true power. And this, he declares, is the perfect opportunity to confirm everything. They will use this life-or-death battle to see if a true monster has emerged from the Jin clan. The Vice Hall leader nervously points out the massive risk they're taking. If that kid dies, the Asura king will personally drag them to his court with only their heads left. Jin Yo-myung knows asking who sent the assassin is pointless. A professional would never talk. His mind flashes back to his old life, remembering the peculiar scent of his top assassin, Gu Chil. And this man right here exudes that same deadly aura, a clear sign of a first-rate killer. He takes a breath, realizing they'd never place such talent in a branch clan, and asks if this is his first public mission. Then, a dark, ominous energy begins to swirl and manifest around his sword. The assassin freezes in shock, and even the masked observer, Zhou Jinsang, feels the immense pressure of that sword energy. Nearby, Sandojan gapes, wondering who else at their age could produce such power, before realizing there is one. Zhou Jinsang thinks the same thing, his masked face betraying nothing. The young cult leader. The realization hits Sandojian with the force of a hammer. He suddenly remembers that this kid was the one who managed to get close to her when everyone else failed. If those two were to join hands, Sandojan muses, they'd be the strongest couple in the cult's history. But Zhou Jinsang just smiles behind his mask, offering a cryptic, "Who knows?" to the silent question in the air. The assassin, however, has no time for speculation, and lunges forward with a desperate slash. Jin Yo-myung ducks under the blade with almost insulting ease, the attack whiffing completely. His eyes flare with a chilling purple light as he prepares the sixth fang of the 10-fang divine sword art. He unleashes the limitless demon realm, a tide of pure demonic energy erupting from his sword. The assassin is blown off his feet, sent tumbling through the air by the sheer force of the technique. Jin Yo-myung calmly watches him, wondering aloud why he's even bothering to keep fighting. Stunned and disoriented, the assassin can only mutter a weak, "What?" in disbelief. Jin Yo-myung turns, explaining that he once asked what a first-rate assassin does when they fail a mission. His mind flashes back to Guchil's words. A first-rate assassin who doesn't flee or die is a fool. The defeated killer remains silent, his options dwindling with every passing second. Guchil had explained that if they insist on a fight they can't win, it means they have another objective. It triggers a bloody memory of his past life, where a second assassin struck him down from the shadows. But back in the present, a sudden thud snaps everyone to attention. The assassin has fallen. A dagger on the ground beside him, another member of Group 6 silenced. Panic erupts as the instructors scream for every member of Group 6 to be restrained immediately. Jin Yo-myung recalls the choice he just gave him. Surrender quietly, and he could live. But he already knew the answer. Assassins are conditioned, their minds twisted by drugs and techniques. For them, there is no surrender, only the mission, or a self-inflicted end. He understands now, it's the insidious goo poison planted deep within their souls. A final drop of blood hits the dirt, a grim testament to the poison's power. But one man defies his fate, spitting blood as he offers his name, Doc Geol. With a heavy thud, he kneels before Jin Yo-myung, who promises to remember him. And for the first time, the broken assassin feels a sliver of hope. Later, Jin Yo-myung is summoned to a quiet, secluded building. Inside, the fog prison wolf greets him with open arms, declaring the academy owes him a great debt. He gushes with praise, saying he witnessed the moving birth of a new dragon. But Jin Yo-myung cuts right through the flattery, asking if he was called here to withdraw. The masked man is utterly floored, waving his hands in a panic at such a blunt question. He quickly grabs Jin Yo-myung's arm, explaining that he's here because the academy was in danger, a fact his father already knows. Far from sending him away, the fog prison wolf is here to offer him a reward for his incredible deeds. As they walk through a secluded forest path, he reveals a grave secret about the academy's main division. It's not a school, but a life-or-death trial, a truth that he claims fewer than 10 people are aware of. This, he says with a knowing glance, is one of the academy's most protected secrets. Jin Yo-myung looks up, his gaze fixed on something truly unbelievable just ahead. A colossal, demonic-looking structure looms over them, explaining why the academy master must be an absolute pinnacle of martial arts. Piecing it together instantly, Jin Yo-myung realizes the master's true purpose, to protect this very place. Impressed by his sharp mind, the fog prison wolf confirms his guess as he leads him toward the entrance. With a heavy groan, a massive stone door grinds open, revealing a path into the darkness. But before they can step inside, the fog prison wolf stops, turning to our hero with a single, serious question. Out of nowhere, he asks where Jin Yo-myung learned his sword art, a question that catches him completely off guard. Wary of the sudden interrogation, Jin Yo-myung deflects, asking why the masked instructor needs to know. The man insists it's critically important, so Jin Yo-myung gives a safe answer. It was a secret technique from his clan's scrolls. The fog prison wolf reels back in shock, clarifying if he means the Jin clan and not the Ma clan. He stares at a weathered statue, muttering to himself that the Ma clan would have destroyed such a technique on sight. He then adds with an odd certainty that the sword art has already found its rightful master, leaving Jinyo Myong utterly confused. Pressing for a real answer, Jinyo Myong asks again, only to receive a chilling truth. The sword art was designed for one purpose: to kill the heavenly demon. Jinyo Myong stands frozen, his mind reeling. The masked instructor notes that he mastered the technique without even knowing its true nature. He calls it by its real name, the divine sword art, a technique forged for a divine purpose. But Jinyo Myong pushes past the shock, demanding to know how the academy head could possibly know any of this. The man sighs, realizing he'll have to start from the beginning, with a dark chapter of their cult's history. He speaks of the heaven-defying Ban clan, founded by Mu Myong, the very first disciple of the first heavenly demon, a man who was once destined for greatness, but instead chose rebellion and was erased from history entirely. This divine sword art, the instructor reveals, was the secret legacy of his bloodline, a technique that vanished for hundreds of years. Jinyo Myong's mind races. He thought they were wiped out a millennium ago, so how could it only be hundreds? He asks if there were sightings. The instructor confirms it. When the second heavenly demon appeared, a lone warrior claiming to be Mu Myong's descendant challenged him, and though the challenger was ultimately defeated, he gravely wounded the heavenly demon, forcing the supreme leader into years of recovery. This new information only proves one thing to Jinyo Myong. His master must be a complete madman, and it adds another reason to find him, to uncover his true identity and why he taught him such a secret art. He processes the gravity of the situation. He's just learned a forbidden technique, an art created for the sole purpose of killing the heavenly demon, the god of their very own cult. Alone with the instructor, a paranoid thought flashes through his mind. Is he being set up to be silenced? But Guan Hyunjin calmly states that his assumption isn't entirely correct. The technique is derived from the first heavenly demon, so for direct descendants of the 6 clans, it's not forbidden. He explains that long ago, the head of the Ma clan was even granted the manual by the second heavenly demon himself. With the history lesson over, the instructor tells him it's time to collect his reward. He immediately senses Jinyo Myong's suspicion, and our hero can only admit it. He's completely at the man's mercy here. Seeing our hero's paranoia, the instructor decides to reveal something about himself. He drops a bombshell. His real name is Cheon Jinsang, which leaves Jinyo Myong reeling. The Cheon clan? Guan Hyunjin adds that this is a secret not even his own father knows, and it all clicks, so that's why he wears the mask. But Jinyo Myong is still wary. A fancy name doesn't guarantee safety, though he decides to follow for now. They walk deeper into the dark cavern, the path illuminated by glowing night pearls set into the stone. The instructor points ahead, explaining that path leads directly to the main academy's first gate, but he warns him not to go that way, instead pointing toward a much smaller side path. Jinyo Myong is confused, wondering what could possibly be hidden down there. Guan Hyunjin explains, the main academy is just an imitation of the original training grounds. He tells him this is the right place, where he's about to be shown the true legacy left behind for him. Jinyo Myong is stunned as he's led into the hidden chamber. They stand before a massive vault, a reward so secure that even the instructor can't break it. He scoffs internally. How could a treasure like this sit untouched for 1,000 years? But Guan Hyunjin just smirks, reminding him to consider what's built on top of this place. And it hits him: the massive, sacred statue. His suggestion was to desecrate a holy relic. A wave of shame washes over him. He's just been subtly called an ignorant fool. The instructor then draws his attention to the complex patterns etched across the door's surface. Jinyo Myong peers closer, and his eyes widen in utter disbelief. This isn't just a seal, it's the legendary sword path of the 10-range divine sword art. And the key, Guan Hyunjin explains, is to perfectly replicate every single move. Guan Hyunjin adds one last, impossible condition. All 10 forms, performed flawlessly in one go. But Jinyo Myong just shakes his head. He can't do it. Instead of giving up, he steps forward, telling the instructor he'll show him exactly why it's impossible. Dark, violet energy erupts from his blade as he prepares to demonstrate his current limit. He unleashes the first fang of the 10-fang divine sword art, his body a blur of motion. While the glowing patterns hang in the air, he explains that to complete the full sequence, this first form needs to last for 20 seconds. But as he speaks, the purple light flickers and dies, his own demonstration lasting a pathetic 2 seconds. To perform the moves without destroying his own body, he'd need to reach the supreme demonic cultivation level. Guan Hyunjin lets out a sigh, remarking what a shame it is, since that kind of power would take decades to achieve. But Jinyo Myong's eyes narrow, reminding the academy head that this vault was promised as his reward. So he makes a bold demand. When he finally opens it, He and the Jin clan will have priority rights to everything inside. The academy head is silent for a moment, finally admitting he can't just give everything away. That hesitation tells Jin Yomyong everything. This must be the Cheon clan's greatest secret. Guan Hyunjin presses, asking if he even knows what's in there. But Jin Yomyong just plays dumb. Reluctantly, the academy head agrees to the terms, wisely choosing not to push the terrifying young man any further. With the negotiation settled, his attention turns to a strange, glowing orb mounted on the wall. He explains that it's an energy-absorbing orb, a key of sorts. It's a tool designed to respond to internal energy and trigger specific mechanisms. But there's a catch. It only reacts to a certain type of energy, one that no one from the great clans possesses. Hearing this, Jin Yomyong stares at the device, a sudden, powerful feeling washing over him. He leans closer, a confident thought taking root. Perhaps he should give it a try. He knows hell be screwed if the door opens, but he has a gut feeling it won't. He decides to test it, planning to inject just a tiny amount of his energy. If it even looks like it's starting to activate, he'll pull back immediately. With his mind made up, his hand makes contact with the cool, dark surface. But instead of a small reaction, a violent surge of purple energy erupts, draining him forcefully. His mind is ripped from the present, thrown into a vision of a grim altar from his past. He relives the memory of a man screaming in agony, holding the body of his lost love. The man's rage turns on his own master, vowing he would never be forgiven for this. Another disciple rushes forward, trying to stop the blatant disrespect towards their leader. But the master simply holds him back, knowing that words cannot reach a man who has lost all reason. The other disciples could only whisper in disbelief. He'd thrown away his entire future all for a woman. The consensus was clear. He was no longer their respected senior, but a betrayer to the sect. But Han Mubok only had eyes for his master, roaring that it was he who had betrayed him first. The vision fades, and back in the present, a subtle, knowing smirk forms on Jin Yomyong's face. Hez snapped back to reality by a sharp voice, asking why Hez just standing there frozen. He realizes he just witnessed someone else's memory, and piecing it together, the master from the vision could only have been Mu Myung, the founder of the Heavenly Demon Church. Guan Hyunjin shakes him by the shoulders, demanding to know what's going on. Jin Yomyong quickly plays it off, claiming it's nothing, deciding to keep this revelation to himself. But then the old man himself begins to convulse, his own inner energy suddenly draining away. Jin Yomyong clutches his stomach, a wave of shock hitting him as he realizes his own energy core is completely empty. He thinks to himself, with this level of depletion, his body should be shattering, but somehow, he's perfectly fine. Guan Hyunjin, looking pale but stable, scolds him, saying he should have been more careful with his power. But Jin Yomyong calmly retorts that this wasn't his doing. To drain someone that fast requires the power of an extreme demon. The scene shifts, and now in a formal meeting, he lays out the political situation, explaining such a blatant attack is unusual. He posits that only one of the 6 clans would have the nerve and resources to pull off something so audacious. Clasping his hands with a grave certainty, he confirms that is exactly what he believes happened. Addressing the elders, he declares that he's already cleared the Jin clan of suspicion and will now reveal the true culprit. He looks directly at one of the elders, dropping an absolute bombshell. He claims to be the granddaughter of the Orthodox Alliance leader. Guan Hyunjin's jaw drops behind his mask, the old man completely stunned, realizing he's been played from the very beginning. Jin Yomyong then turns to the young woman beside him, asking if she's heard of the legendary 4 phoenixes. She lets out a warm smile, revealing that she is, in fact, one of them, the Southern Lotus Swordflower. But seeing his blank stare, she gets offended, thinking he doubts her prestigious title. Guan Hyunjin just laughs as Jin Yomyong explains he just thought she seemed young, and she proudly declares she's 18. Jin Yomyong is floored. She's actually older than him. A wicked little grin spreads across her face, realizing she has the upper hand since he's only 17. She leans in to tease him, suggesting he call her Big Sis, a demand he immediately and furiously rejects. After enjoying the banter, Guan Hyunjin cuts in, reminding them to move on to the main topic. All playfulness vanishes as she bows deeply, thanking Jin Yomyong for saving her life and vowing to repay the debt. Her eyes narrow, her expression turning deadly serious as she prepares to get down to business. With a hopeful smile, she asks if he could help her just a little bit more. Jin Yomyong has had enough and tries to leave, but she grabs his arm, begging him to hear her out. Her expression turns desperate. She explains she has a very good reason for seeking refuge here. It's a coup. Her own uncle has joined with external forces to oust her father, the clan's rightful heir. He scoffs, asking why that's his problem, but she reveals those forces are a faction from the unorthodox tyrant heavens. She leans in, her voice low, explaining this mysterious group has already taken over more than half the martial world. Jin Yomyang sighs, finally understanding with the orthodox faction so compromised. She had no choice but to run to the demonic cult. But that still doesn't explain the assassins, and for that, she places a hand on the hilt of her sword. As the blade slides from its sheath, a brilliant green light fills the room, stunning him into silence. It's the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, the sacred treasure and symbol of the entire Martial Alliance leader. It all clicks into place for Jin Yomyang. This is why the Sword King fell so pathetically in his past life. She calmly explains that, as strange as it sounds, the demonic cult is now safer for her than the Orthodox Alliance. Her enemies are trying to replace her grandfather with the Taiji Sword Supreme, Guan Hyun, and that name hits him like a lightning bolt. His mind flashes back to the so-called hero of the Orthodox sect, the man who supposedly annihilated the demonic cult. And then, a darker memory surfaces, the image of that same man driving a sword through Qian Yura's heart. A cold, quiet fury grips him, and his fist clenches so tight it trembles. She's startled by his sudden change, but he cuts her off, his voice dangerously low. He needs to know if the Southern Sword King really tried to drag the cult into an internal Orthodox power struggle. She considers his question, acknowledging that it might seem that way on the surface. But then she poses a chilling counter. If it was just a simple squabble, why send assassins deep into their sacred mountains? She reveals her deepest fear. A hidden organization is manipulating all three major factions from the shadows. They may not have found a single trace of them yet, but she is absolutely certain they exist. To make matters worse, she's convinced that one of the 6 great clans is a traitor, working with this enemy. But as she looks to Jin Yomyang, she sees no surprise, only a chilling confirmation he knows. He knows exactly which of the 6 families betrayed the cult. She quickly pulls back, admitting there's no guarantee this specific attack was their doing. And even if it was, they can't afford to reveal such a devastating truth at this point. She gives him a sidelong glance, her mind racing. The simple fact is, she still doesn't fully trust him. Sure, the cult leader must have told her about him for a reason, but Qian Taejong's insights could be eccentric. He was, after all, the same man who once declared he'd make the Heavenly Mind Hall his right arm, a man who'd happily throw the entire cult into chaos just to prove a point. Back in the room, Guan Hyunjin laments that there are so few people you can trust these days, but Jin Yomyang's gaze is sharp, positive that the elder won't ignore this crisis. As Guan Hyunjin begins a speech on loyalty, Jin Yomyang smirks, saying he's ignoring it though. The elder's composure shatters for a split second. He quickly saves face with a laugh, calling it a joke while wondering what is wrong with this cult. Jin Yomyang plays along with a grin, agreeing they should absolutely root out the traitor together. But then he pivots, explaining the real problem. His father won't act without undeniable proof. His own authority comes from his father, Jin Gunak, which is precisely why he needs their help to move. And now, he declares, it's time to begin. Taking his place at the head of the table, Jin Yomyang leans in with a predatory glint in his eyes, announcing the start of their negotiations. A thick stack of documents slaps onto the table, and just like that, the one-sided deal is done. Guan Hyunjin's very soul seems to be leaving his body, wondering if he just dealt with a warrior or a merchant from hell. With a smug grin, Jin Yomyang pockets his prize, reminding them he was once the internal affairs commander. His new allies are left speechless, realizing they'd just been fleeced by a veritable money ghost. The Bait clan daughter recovers first, logically deducing the enemy won't try the same assassination tactic again. She suggests their next move will likely take place outside the safety of the divine cult. Jin Yomyang's expression turns serious. As it happens, he's already scheduled for a dispatch to Qinghai. She's impressed he has the authority to simply add them to the mission, but her grandfather sees the horrifying implication. And then the realization dawns on her too. He's not just going on a mission, he's planning to be the bait. With a sly grin, Jin Yomyang confirms they want his help with this little suicide mission. Guan Hyunjin, struck by instant regret, tries to pull out of the deal, but there are no refunds. He desperately argues against the plan, but Jin Yomyang insists this is about catching an internal spy. The Bait clan daughter joins in, but he assures them the cult leader himself has approved this operation. He then leans in with a dangerous glint in his eyes, revealing he has a plan to use his unique knowledge to bait the hook. Elsewhere, we see the other side of this conflict, as a man called the Second Order is told the higher-ups are furious. From the shadows, a hooded figure mockingly congratulates him on finally getting reprimanded after so long. The problem, it seems, wasn't just the failed assassination, but their premature contact with the Ju clan's young lady. We see her now, Ju Guxian, being dragged away while defiantly screaming her name and status. The Second Order just smirks, thinking to himself that there's no way the real Ju Guxian would ever utter his name. He boasts inwardly that his demonic soul-controlling art was a complete success. But the hooded figure warns him not to get cocky. What if someone notices and intervenes? The second order just waves a dismissive hand, revealing a critical detail. He never actually tried to suppress her. He wasn't controlling her mind. He was just playing with it, nudging her existing thoughts. All he did was whisper a name, twisting her frustration into a burning hatred for Baeksanga. The entire incident can now be neatly dismissed as a simple case of a woman driven mad by jealousy. The First Order cuts through his satisfaction, reminding him of the real prize. The Green Jade Divine Sword must be recovered, and if he can't produce results, hell be disposed of, a threat that makes the Second Order flinch. But fear quickly turns to glee as he realizes his own Wisdom King squad is being sent in to kill the Swordflower. His excitement gets a little out of hand, forcing the First Order to anxiously tell him not to drag other factions into this. The Second Order is practically giddy, boasting that he'll gladly accept the mission, but his handler has one last warning. He laughs it off, promising there will be no mistakes as he departs into the shadows. Elsewhere, disciples gossip about the recent assassination attempts on someone named Baeksanga. They question if she could possibly be the legendary Swordflower, but as they debate, Jin Yo Myung hurries by in the background. He's practically sweating, internally praying they can leave for Qinghai now that the bait is ready. The others are oblivious, dismissing the idea that the real Swordflower would be here, assuming she's just an easy target. Later that night, under the quiet glow of torches, the sound of intense training cuts through the air. Someone is relentlessly pushing their body to its breaking point. It's Jin Yo Myung, his sword flashing through the dark as he perfects his forms with grim determination. His followers can only watch in exhausted awe, praising their lord's monstrous stamina and skill. Inspired, they declare their respect. Amazed he can even wield a sword with those heavy black iron orbs, Jin Yo Myung simply turns and offers them a set of their own. The moment they try to lift them, the crushing weight is almost too much to bear. He casually mentions that he made theirs lighter, each orb weighing only 30 kilograms, a fact that shocks them to their core. As he watches them struggle, he muses that without raw strength, no martial art can truly shine. Of course, he thinks, that rule doesn't apply if you're a born genius like Cheon Yura, blessed from the start. But these men are different. Grimacing in pain, one of them vows that to survive, they absolutely must endure this. They made a vow to risk their lives for him, and Jin Yo Myung is genuinely impressed these guys truly have spirit. He recalls how others who worshipped him immediately backed down at the first mention of the mainstream, so he lays down the challenge. If they can keep up with his training while wearing those weights, then he'll see. He even promises them techniques from the Demon Heaven Jin clan's secret vault, and the men are absolutely floored. Screaming their undying loyalty, they throw themselves into the grueling training as Jin Yo Myung walks away. He glances back, a flicker of approval on his face as he notes their hard work. But in an instant, his expression completely changes. He senses a powerful presence. A mysterious figure in a veiled hat appears from the shadows, addressing him by name. She stands across the courtyard, coolly asking just how many months it's been since they last saw each other. Jin Yo Myung is stunned, not by her arrival, but by the terrifying power she now radiates. It's only been a few short months, yet the person before him now feels like a completely different being. Lifting her veil, the woman reveals a familiar face, the genius, Cheon Yura. But the title he senses from her makes his blood run cold. She's the new cult leader? She calmly notes his growth. But his own disciples, hearing her casual tone, are not having it. One of them explodes, demanding she show some respect for the great Jin Yo Myung. As Cheon Yura mockingly questions the word respect, Jin Yo Myung's soul nearly leaves his body trying to stop them, but it's too late. Another hot-headed disciple joins in, shouting insults and demanding she fix her manners. Suddenly, a third, much smarter disciple slams both their heads into the ground with a resounding thud. He forces them into a deep bow, formally greeting the woman before them as the young cult leader, a title that freezes them in pure terror. This disciple, Baeksan, begs for forgiveness on their behalf, promising this disrespect will never happen again. With the commotion settled, Jin Yo Myung asks why she's traveling without guards, but she just smiles. His blood runs cold if even his heightened senses can't detect her escort. Could it really be the infamous Right Guardian? Cheon Yura confirms his worst fear with a single word, and the legendary warrior materializes right behind her. The Right Guardian raises his hand, and a shimmering sound barrier envelops the three of them. With their privacy secured, Cheon Yura reveals she knows he'll soon be heading to Qinghai. Jin Yo Myung notes her intelligence network is already vast, but the Guardian simply says he couldn't ignore this. He then calls Jin Yo Myung a potential future companion, a statement that leaves our hero utterly stunned. He stammers, asking what that's supposed to mean, but she just playfully asks if he dislikes her attention. Her tone then shifts, becoming serious as she asks him to speak freely with her. She drops a bombshell, asking if he's ever heard of a group called the Heaven-Defying Society. Jin Yo-myung's blood runs cold. That name, how could she possibly know it at this point in time? He mentally scrambles for an answer, wondering if it would be a lie to just say he has no idea. But her unwavering stare seems to pierce right through his facade, questioning his silence. He carefully crafts his response, admitting that such a group wouldn't be her concern anyway. Clenching his fist, he reminds her that major issues are for the leadership, not mere followers. He requests that she grant his plea and not pry any further, and to his shock, she simply agrees. With a promise to meet again soon, Cheon-yura turns and walks away with her guardian. Jin Yo-myung is left alone under the quiet night sky, the tension finally broken. Or, so he thought. The right guardian suddenly steps up to him, asking why he isn't leaving with her. The old man's eyes narrow, stating he can tell Jin Yo-myung just rejected a favor from his master. Annoyed, our hero asks if he was eavesdropping, but the guardian scoffs at the very idea. He served the young cult leader his entire life, he explains, and can read her moods better than anyone. Jin Yo-myung internally smirks at the loyal servant, but has to admit he has a point, though he feels he's no slouch at reading her either. A wave of pressure erupts from the right guardian as he demands an answer. Why did you hurt her feelings? Jin Yo-myung doesn't flinch, even as the old man's killing intent washes over him. He begins to explain that what he did was for her own good, but before the guardian can argue, he cuts him off, stating Cheon-yura isn't weak enough to be wounded by this, and telling him not to insult her. The two lock eyes in a silent, intense standoff. Suddenly, the guardian's furious expression breaks into a sly grin. He erupts in laughter, admiring that stubbornness, which he says is just what he'd expect from the Jin clan. Changing the subject, he brings up the Cheon-il Academy test, which Jin Yo-myung confirms he's taking. The guardian points, telling him to make sure he saves a spot, because, he reveals with a smirk, the young cult leader will be joining him, leaving our hero completely floored. The scene then cuts to Jin Yo-myung, who has gathered a few disciples for an emergency briefing. He informs them they're being dispatched to the territory of the Transcendence Seeker Society. This group, he explains, is an ancient offshoot of their own demonic cult, a true demonic bloodline. The disciples' minds immediately race to the darkest stereotypes, human sacrifice, and forbidden magic. Jin Yo-myung scoffs, pointing out that if they were that evil, the state would have annihilated them long ago. Still, one of them whispers, wondering if maybe their own cult does things like that in secret. But the bald disciple, Baek-san, corrects him, stating that such practices were abolished when their cult was founded. Jin Yo-myung gives Baek-san an impressed look, surprised he knows his history so well. The young man explains that the Tower Master taught him, believing warriors must understand their roots. Seeing his chance to teach, Jin Yo-myung commands their attention, ready to explain the true nature of their power. He explains that both good and demonic energy are just forces, with the true goal being a state of demonic immortal. While no official record exists of anyone reaching it, he knows one person who came impossibly close. But he brings them back to the present, telling the disciples there are two reasons for this history lesson. First, they need to understand the fundamental nature of the place they are about to enter. And for the second reason, he thumps a heavy book on the ground, revealing the promised secret technique, the Tyrant King Art. With a confident smirk, he declares that starting today, this is what they will all be training in. A beat of silence passes before the disciples absolutely lose their minds, screaming in pure disbelief. They can't process it. Advanced demonic arts, personally taught by the young cult leader himself. This is the dream. Jin Yo-myung's smile widens, promising them they'll all have to work hard, his eyes lingering on Baek-san with a playful threat. But the boys are too starstruck to care, shouting their agreement, honored just to be in his presence. But Jin Yo-myung isn't looking for empty flattery. He tells them to get a grip, even as they dream of reaching the supreme demon level. Holding up the manual, he admits their excitement is understandable, but this art is leagues beyond the trash they've learned. He then hits them with a dose of reality, asking what would happen if they switched arts so recklessly. They'd become obsessed, he warns, and their bodies would inevitably collapse from energy deviation, startling the boys. This was the entire point of the black iron rings, to forcefully condition their bodies for this exact challenge. He then reveals that the Transcendence Seeker Society holds a unique opportunity, a method for energy control that rivals even their own cult. Suddenly, an instructor with an eye patch appears, cutting the lesson short to announce they're deploying to Qinghai tomorrow. The man addresses the crowd of disciples, explaining they will be split into two separate deployment groups. He makes the stakes clear. Their performance on this mission will determine their final evaluation. The instructor can only watch, annoyed, as the crowd erupts into a buzzing chorus, completely ignoring him. The disciples are already caught up in the excitement, guessing they're heading for Xining or maybe even Haidong. Jin Yo-myung quietly hopes it's Haidong, a place even the unorthodox factions fear because of the nearby Kunlun sect. But while the others gossip, his special training group is still being pushed to the brink of collapse. Onlookers murmur amongst themselves, shocked that these disciples have managed to endure the punishment for so long. Even Jin Yomyong, trembling on the verge of passing out, wonders why he's subjecting himself to this hell. Finally, with a last gasp, his body gives out and he slams face first into the dirt. The mood then shifts drastically to a cold, grim reality. Juguxian is dead. Instead of the academy, she was imprisoned in the underground jail, and her life ended after only a few days. A letter was left behind, a supposed confession, claiming she took her own life to atone for her clan's shame. But even as his body fails him, Jin Yomyong's mind is sharp. He knows Juguxian would never take her own life. Gritting his teeth, he pushes through the pain, realizing now more than ever that he cannot afford to let his guard down. Meanwhile, far away in Haidong, the Transcendent Seeker Society seethes with resentment for the unorthodox tyrant heavens. Inside their lavish headquarters, the leaders are in a panic, wondering where their rivals got so much money. The leader, Bang Manhu, laments that calling for the heavenly demon cult's aid is now a double-edged sword. His subordinate worries aloud, what if the cult just swoops in and steals all the credit for their hard work? Or worse, what if their rival's true goal is to quietly seize that, the very thing their entire plan hinges on? Bang Manhu's eyes narrow. They have to move faster, to expedite their plan before it's too late. But just as he resolves to buy time, a messenger bursts in with terrible news. The Cheonil Academy has arrived. Bang Manhu can't believe it. Already? And from the messenger's panicked face, that's not even the worst of it. The messenger stammers out that a very important figure is leading the dispatch squad. Bang Manhu scoffs, thinking it must be some brat from one of the 6 clans. He dismisses them as arrogant troublemakers who were pushed out of their own families. But the messenger frantically clarifies it's young master Yomyong of the demonic heavens Jin clan. The name alone sends Bang Manhu into a full-blown panic, scrambling out the door to greet him. Meanwhile, outside, Yomyong calmly asks his instructor why he felt the need to drop his clan's name. The eye-patch-wearing instructor just grins, admitting their hosts haven't exactly been welcoming. Yomyong smirks, realizing the instructor has no local connections and will be relying on his status. Just then, Bang Manhu barrels towards them, shouting what an incredible honor it is to host the young master. Yomyong cuts right through the flattery, immediately asking if the society is facing business trouble. Bang Manhu is completely floored, demanding to know how he could have possibly guessed their predicament. Yomyong had seen it at a glance. The whole place, even the potted plants, seemed worn down and neglected. With a reassuring smile, he invites the man to share his troubles, suggesting they might find a solution together. The society leader hesitates, wary of trusting a complete outsider with their internal affairs. But with no other options, he quickly leads Yomyong inside, ready to spill everything. Tears welling up, Bang Manhu explains they're being targeted by Chung Musang, the youngest disciple of the unorthodox tyrant heavens. He frantically explains that Museong is trying to expand towards the Kunlun sect, a completely illogical move. This name rings a bell, but the event doesn't. This is information Yomyong never had in his past life, though he knows this man will later become the infamous Dark Cloud swordsman. He questions the story, finding it hard to believe the Tyrant Heaven's first disciple would approve of such a reckless plan. Bang Manhu nervously admits that, no, the big guns haven't shown up yet, just some low-level thugs stirring up trouble. Yomyong lays out his logic. There's been no real movement from the Tyrant Heaven's youngest disciple. Therefore, he concludes, the funds harassing this society must be coming from somewhere else. With that settled, he calmly folds his hands and brings up another matter entirely. Bang Manhu, eager to please, assures the young master he's a friend of the cult and will answer anything. So Yomyong casually asks how the excavation of the Heavenly Mystic Maiden's tomb is going, a question that hits Bang Manhu like lightning. The society leader stammers, unable to believe what he's hearing, as Yomyong confirms he knows about the ancient master buried right here. Completely floored, Bang Manhu demands to know how he could have possibly found out. Yomyong just smiles, reminding him of all the priceless artifacts he's been foolishly bragging about. He leans forward, asking if the map has been deciphered yet, though he has no intention of letting them succeed this time. In his past life, this very man and his group became so powerful that even he, the Internal Affairs Commander, had to greet them personally. He remembers Bang Manhu laughing, boasting about how the treasures from that tomb allowed his gang to prosper. It was a bitter memory. The man had even flaunted the treasure map while keeping the discovery secret from the cult. But their worst offense, the one that truly sealed their fate, was how they packed their bags to abandon the cult the second they heard it was facing destruction. And oh, how could Yomyong possibly forget a betrayal like that? He snaps back to the present, placing a comforting hand on the terrified society leader. Leaning in closer, he begins to spin his tale, offering a proposal as the first young master. He suggests they join forces to raid the tomb together. Bang Manhwa, practically melting from fear, can only ask what happens to the treasure. A 50-50 split. The offer is so generous that the fool's greed instantly overtakes his fear. With the deal sealed, Yeomyung leans in, adding that he has one small personal favor to ask. He butters the man up, praising the Juyue gang's famous techniques. Completely won over, the portly leader practically begs to know who he should be keeping an eye on. The scene shifts to a desolate fort, where a different scheme is unfolding. A hooded figure, the Third Order, insists their recent failure was a necessary sacrifice for the cause. But his companion, Ming-Wu, can't hide his own sly ambition. He wonders if obtaining the Green Jade sword would be enough to seize the Second Order's position. The Third Order gives a chilling warning. Don't let personal greed jeopardize the entire operation. Ming-Wu smirks, his confidence growing. He knows he can surpass the Second Order. His partner agrees as long as the mission succeeds. A little backstabbing will surely be overlooked. Elsewhere, another one of Jin Yeomyung's pawns nervously considers the risks of this mission. Underneath a hood, a red-haired woman spots her target, making sure her own plans for revenge don't go astray. Instructor Joke, a man with a distinct eye patch, turns around, annoyed at how long it's taking to just buy a horse. The woman quickly approaches, leading the new steed and offering a hurried apology. She pulls back her hood, revealing a charming smile, as she blames the delay on a crowd of pilgrims. The flustered instructor can only grumble, cursing that damn Jin Yeomyung for giving him this task. We flash back to our protagonist's smug expression as he roped the man into his scheme by asking for a simple favor. But the real leverage is revealed as Jock clutches a pouch of coins, having been told he could keep the leftover money. With her target successfully bribed and charmed, the woman offers to treat him to a drink, and he happily agrees. And as his pieces move into place, Jin Yeomyung receives the report he's been waiting for on the Juyue gang's business. Bang Manhwa reluctantly hands over the ledger, wondering why the noble young master needs it. He scoffs internally, thinking a sheltered boy like him wouldn't understand a thing. But Jin Yeomyung's sharp eyes immediately spot the crude forgeries hiding huge expenditures for the tomb raid. He scrawls on the page, thinking a 50-50 split is far too generous. 99-1 sounds much more fitting. A wicked grin spreads across his face after all. He's a demonic cultivator, and promises are mere suggestions. He declares the profit margins abysmal, leaving the gang leader utterly baffled by his sudden interest in accounting. Deciding it's better to see the operation firsthand, Jin Yeomyung abruptly gets up and heads out. He and the bewildered Bang Manhwa walk through the streets toward the Juyue gang's business front. Arriving at a market stall, something immediately seems out of place to our protagonist. He turns to the gang leader, asking why they're selling silk when the Silk Road is over 160 kilometers away. Bang Manhwa tries to justify it, but Jin Yeomyung immediately calls him out on the flawed business model. He even points out the silk patterns are outdated and the colors are dull, a surprisingly keen eye for fashion. The gang leader admits defeat, lamenting that the demonic heaven's control prevents him from selling elsewhere. In fact, their last sale was a full week ago, and he was desperately hoping this new connection would fix his finances. Jin Yeomyung effortlessly offers a better strategy before moving on to analyze the rest of their stock. He continues his audit, declaring their entire distribution network is fundamentally flawed. Bang Manhwa can only stare, thinking this kid must have been a master merchant in a past life. The very next day, the gang leader hurries to find him, a new plan clearly on his mind. He eagerly asks about the new distribution network Jin Yeomyung mentioned yesterday. With a sly glint in his eyes, our protagonist simply raises a finger to his lips, signaling that some things are best left unsaid. His new assistant points accusingly, flustered that he was right. Jin Yeomyung did have his own funds, but our protagonist just smirks, suggesting they use military funds for dignity, which only makes her panic more since it was her money. He cheekily offers to show her the very contract she signed, leaving her to stew in frustrated defeat. With the funding now secured, he calmly moves on, announcing it's time to tackle their real problem. Their destination, the Sea Moon Tea House, the most stable and profitable business under the rival Juyue gang's control. Looking up at his target, Jin Yeomyung quietly vows to wipe out those domineering bastards from the demonic heaven. His companion can only cry out his name as he suddenly dashes forward, ready to kick things off, because he knows from bitter experience that these people are never, ever to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in a distant location, a mysterious horned elder observes that someone is preparing to turn the world upside down. His companion asks what that means, and the elder cryptically brings up the classic tale of mountains and seas. The blue-haired swordswoman admits she's only vaguely heard of this mythology. The elder begins to explain. An ancient text tells of mythological beasts and their descendants, who now seek to restore that bygone era. However, he adds that their bloodline has thinned over time, leaving them with little more than raw potential. His other companion questions why anyone would want to bring back such a dangerous age. The elder strokes his beard, recalling the ancient records he studied. He paints a picture of a time overflowing with spiritual power, when human talent knew no bounds. The two women are captivated by the idea of unlimited martial arts growth, asking if that isn't a good thing. But the elder poses a chilling question. In such a world, what would humanity's survival rate actually be? The reality hits them hard as he explains only the absolute strongest would survive. The rest would be slaughtered by monsters. He finishes with a quiet confidence, stating that as long as he is alive, these descendants won't dare show themselves. He dismisses their sweet words as a minor issue, but his companion seems to doubt his casual attitude. To him, they are nothing more than bugs to be stepped on, a simple solution she quietly accepts. His other companion then asks who else knows their secret, prompting him to reveal a delicate arrangement. The Alliance leader's own granddaughter was entrusted to their care, and she's now working with the Jin clan's child. The blue-haired woman senses his underlying tone, cautiously asking just how amicable this partnership truly is. He insists he is perfectly calm, but the fiery aura flaring to life beside him tells a very different story. Seeing right through him, she suggests that if he's this worried, he should just go see for himself. The elder considers her words, agreeing that a break might do him some good, and decides to lift her probation. A vacation? The idea instantly lights her up, much to the shock of her gray-haired colleague. He chuckles, agreeing to the term, but knowingly adds that a workaholic like her won't be gone for long. But the vacation her father just approved wasn't for rest and relaxation within their own territory. In Haedong, Cheon Yura and her companion are already discussing their newfound freedom, a vacation granted alongside young Master Jin. And speak of the devil, Jin Yo-myung himself strolls in, a combination that onlookers find more than a little strange. He casually accepts a cup of freshly poured tea, taking a seat with them. Then, with a serene smile, he drops a bombshell. He plans to negotiate with Kunlun's orthodox families. The very idea sends Bang Man-hu into a tizzy, demanding to know what he could possibly be thinking. Jin simply explains his strategy, pitting enemies against each other. A classic divide-and-conquer tactic. But Bang Man-hu can't wrap his head around it, convinced their rivals would never even consider talking. Jin's smug silence does absolutely nothing to calm the man's spiraling panic. A little too late for doubts, as they're already standing before the Nine Sages sect leader, one of the 6 demonic clans. The Nine Sages leader announces another guest is coming, the first disciple of the evil domineering heaven. Jin Yo-myung casually remarks that he heard those guys were causing trouble, as Bang Man-hu gawks beside him. Taking the bait, the old leader launches into a tirade against those damn bastards from the evil domineering heaven. With the room's attention secured, Jin calmly lays out his philosophy for dealing with this threat. He states that 3 things are needed: agreement, justification, and of course, practicality. The leader worries aloud, fearing a scenario where the demonic cult and orthodox sects might join forces. And that, Jin explains, is why one more person is coming, just as a new guest steps into the hall. The entire room recoils in shock as Jin explains his simple logic. 2 factions create an alliance, but 3 factions, he declares, force a compromise. As the Yellow Ghost Lord himself makes his grand entrance, the 9 Sages members can only stare in abject terror, unable to process why such a monster is suddenly in their hall. The Yellow Ghost Lord remarks that he accepted the invitation, though he hadn't expected to find himself deep in orthodox territory. Jin Yo-myung calmly thanks him for coming and formally introduces himself as a member of the Demon Heaven Jin clan. The Lord acknowledges him, noting he's already heard whispers of the famed new demon dragon. Jin smirks, realizing the evil domineering heaven's intelligence network is even better than he thought. The panicked leader of the 9 Sages demands to know when Jin could have possibly contacted such a dangerous faction. Jin reveals it was when he dispatched his 2 instructors to Liaoning, recalling the red-haired woman drunkenly riding her horse. The Yellow Ghost Lord admits he was truly surprised that the heavenly demonic divine cult's young master used a secret contact method known only to a select few, which is why he knew to call him the new demon dragon. A silent, tense understanding passes between the 2 power players. With the pleasantries over, the Lord agrees to focus on the real issue, resolving their youngest member's transgression. Jin latches onto that word, transgression, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. The Yellow Ghost Lord smoothly confirms it. His investigation was thorough, and the blame lies solely with his youngest. But Jin pivots, mentioning his concern that the Central Plains might fall into turmoil over a certain tomb. The Lord leans in, suggesting they handle its contents privately, as the 9 Sages' disciples whisper in panicked confusion. Reading the situation perfectly, Jin holds up 2 fingers, already knowing the unspoken terms of this deal. The first condition is that this entire affair remains a secret. buried from the outside world. And the second is the life of the youngest disciple, a demand that sends a shockwave through the 9 sages. The Lord scoffs, feigning affection for his junior, but his cold eyes wish death upon those who led him astray. Jin plays along, suggesting that if the youngest disciple were to be accidentally harmed, well, that would be a shame. With a satisfied laugh, the Yellow Ghost Lord agrees that such an accident would be truly unavoidable. The disciples of the 9 sages are still lost, questioning what their leader and a demon are even discussing. Jin simply schools them with a smile, explaining that this is a compromise for the mutual benefit of all 3 factions. The Yellow Ghost Lord lets out a hearty laugh, impressed by how well he and the young master are getting along. Jin agrees, remarking that he now sees exactly why the Lord is the first disciple of the myriad sinful king. As they both share a sinister laugh, the disciples watch in horror, finally understanding that the unorthodox and demonic are indeed one and the same. The tomb, it's revealed, belongs to the legendary goddess Jutian Xuanu, a peerless expert who nearly annihilated the Kunlun sect 400 years ago. Within it could be her lost martial arts or priceless relics, a prize worth far more than any amount of money. A realization dawns on the disciples. Their leader told them to handle this among themselves. And just like that, their principles evaporate, replaced by coin-shaped eyes as they eagerly pledge their full support for this great cause. Satisfied, the Yellow Ghost Lord stands, declaring that the matters in Haidong are now settled exactly as he wished. With their deal struck, Jin thanks the Yellow Ghost Lord for his generous compensation. The Lord strokes his beard, a thoughtful gleam in his eye, hoping their paths will cross again. They share another laugh, loudly proclaiming their shared hatred for the orthodox sects as the poor disciples awkwardly listen in. But as the Yellow Ghost Lord rides away, his thoughts drift to someone far more interesting than Jin. He murmurs to his subordinate that while the young master was a wolf, the real threat was that masked woman. She was a different beast, entirely a silent tiger, hiding its claws, radiating a danger he couldn't ignore. Spurring his horse, he accelerates, a new urgency in his command. He orders a full list of all known female masters in the demonic cult above the peak realm. He needs to know who she is. Meanwhile, Jin walks with his own retinue, his mind already on the next phase of his grand plan. But his plotting is interrupted when Bang Manhu asks for an update on a previous request. Bang Manhu beams, proudly announcing that the grand art he promised is fully prepared for Jin's subordinates. This isn't just any technique, it's a secret art that purifies demonic chi, something the demonic cult itself would covet. Jin's response, however, is chillingly indifferent. He couldn't care less if his men are taken advantage of to the point of death. Left alone, Bang Manhu shudders, feeling a wave of pity for them and wondering if he should pray for their souls in advance. The next morning, Jin stretches, already plotting how he'll use his overlord art to buy himself time and resist the technique's influence. But his plans are cut short by an arriving entourage, led by a woman who immediately accuses him of causing trouble for Jin Yo-myung. He's momentarily confused, demanding to know who she is and what relationship she has with his vice group leader. Her 2 masked guards try to intervene, urging their lady not to cause a scene, but she completely ignores their pleas. When pressed on her identity, the woman coolly reveals she's from the hidden Money Saw clan, and just like that, it all clicks for Jin. A lady from one of the 5 great clans, of course she'd have the nerve to treat him as an equal. Just then, his vice group leader, Jin Yo-myung, arrives, asking what they're doing here since he was on his way to a meeting. The female assistant immediately perks up, suggesting they all go to this mysterious meeting together. Jin Yo-myung appreciates her enthusiasm but warns her to be extremely careful, as the situation they're walking into is serious. He tells her to stick close to him for safety, then turns to lead the way with his group leader. But the veiled lady steps forward, stopping Jin Yo-myung. If it's truly so dangerous, she insists, then she wants to help. The assistant flusters, nearly calling her young lady Cheon, before correcting herself a slip of the tongue Jin Yo-myung immediately clocks. He frantically tries to refuse the lady's offer, explaining that it's absolutely impossible because his own life is on the line. Her hand tightens around the hilt of her sword, a dark energy beginning to stir. The air grows heavy as her eyes glow red with fury. Is he saying she's less capable than his little assistant? Jin Yo-myung instantly backpedals, now begging for her help as he inwardly curses the assistant for putting him in even more danger. The scene shifts to the Sea Moon Tea House, an infamous hub for information brokers and gossips. Inside, the patrons are abuzz with the latest news. The Tang family's fall at the hands of a single warrior. A waitress quietly places a steaming cup of tea before one of the patrons, Bang Manhu. He glances up, startled by her sudden and silent approach. The beautiful but menacing server asks if this wasn't his order, and he chugs the tea in a cold sweat. At a nearby table, 2 other men watch her, wondering who this intense new face could be. Just then, their own waitress appears, the cheerful assistant, now in disguise to confirm their order. The two men are completely caught off guard by her sudden appearance. She flashes them a brilliant smile, offering to help with anything they might need. But her overly friendly act sends a chill down their spines. Something is wrong. They have to report this immediately. Downstairs, the cheerful assistant boasts about her sales, sparking a little rivalry with her dark-haired partner. A silent challenge is thrown down a contest to see who can be faster and sell more tea. But their personal competition is immediately cut short by a sudden uproar from the floor above. Their mysterious, veiled companion is holding court, advising a merchant to sell his Ice Moon Jade in Sichuan. She reveals her deep knowledge, explaining the Tang family's demand for the jade to craft hidden weapons. The crowd erupts as people realize they're in the presence of a business prodigy, the queen of all trades. One grateful merchant, already seeing massive profits, declares that he's buying a round of tea for the entire house. Watching from the stairs, the two waitresses are stunned as the crowd worships their friend's business acumen. Even the vice group leader is in disbelief, realizing this woman has tripled their customers in just 3 days. His quiet observation is broken, however, as a hand appears at the door, someone seeking his attention. The man at the door is Bang Manhu, the merchant, now panicking about disrespecting the young cult leader. He's convinced He's going to die a miserable death, but Jin Youmyong casually tells him he'll be fine. The poor man is reduced to tears, while Jin Youmyong muses that he'd probably faint if he knew who Baek Sang-ah really was. But their tense conversation is shattered by a loud bang from downstairs. The doors are kicked open, and 3 imposing figures make a dramatic entrance, demanding a welcome. A subordinate rushes to report the intruders are from the Black Tiger sect, but Jin Youmyong just smirks, as if this was all part of the plan. We see that same merchant, Bang Manhu, absolutely ecstatic just moments before, clutching his jade as his assistant asks why he's so happy. The reason for the intrusion becomes clear, as we see the sect leader outside, scoffing at the tea house's popularity but intrigued by rumors of beautiful women. This man, Wang Jack of the Black Tiger sect, notes that this place is under the Transcendent Seven Society's protection, but the rumor of not 1, but 3 beauties is more than enough to get his lecherous attention. Outside, Wang Jack puffs out his chest, bragging that with the unorthodox tyrant heavens backing them, they're just proper customers. He smirks, thinking that if his Black Tiger sect can take over this tea house, it'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With a mighty kick, he and his goons burst through the doors, bellowing for the staff to receive their new guests. The patrons freeze in terror, whispering amongst themselves that the worst kind of scum has just arrived. Wang Jack strides in, completely ignoring the tension and demanding to see the beautiful women he's heard so much about. But as he looks around, all he sees are frightened customers trying to become invisible. Losing his patience, he violently grabs the sleeve of a nearby patron, getting right in his face. The thug roars at the man for being deaf, while the poor patron can only beg to be spared. Just then, the sound of footsteps on the stairs draws their attention as someone calmly asks about the commotion. Wang Jack looks up from his victim, annoyed, as a figure from above responds to his earlier demand for service. And descending the staircase is a figure of peerless beauty, immediately capturing the brute's full attention. Wang Jack is instantly smitten, a lecherous blush spreading across his face. A sharp gaze is exactly his type. But the source of this fixation, Jin Youmyong, simply wonders what this oaf is even going on about. He addresses the thug directly, noting that by the look of him, he's certainly not here as a paying customer. The direct confrontation stuns Wang Jack, who completely forgets about the poor man he was just terrorizing. He quickly recovers, however, putting on a sickeningly sweet smile as he eagerly asks for her name, but Jin Youmyong doesn't even grant him a second glance, coldly stating that he is not worthy of knowing it. The thug's face freezes, his brain struggling to process the absolute, instantaneous rejection. The shock quickly curdles into pure indignation. Him, Wang Jack, being outright rejected? In an instant, all lust vanishes, replaced by the boiling rage of a deeply wounded ego. Screaming that he'll kill this wench, Wang Jack lunges forward with a clumsy, rage-fueled strike. The tea house staff can only cry out in terror, warning the young lady to get away. But their fear is wasted. Jin Youmyong sidesteps the brutish charge with absolute ease. As the thug stumbles past, he gently places a single, almost delicate hand on the man's back. An instant later, a wave of pure force erupts, blasting Wang Jack clear across the room. The entire tea house falls into a stunned, gaping silence. What just happened? As the dust settles, they see the thug embedded in a wall, finally recognizing him as the infamous leader of the Black Tiger sect. The patrons are bewildered. Why would such a notorious figure be causing trouble in their humble establishment? One brave waitress approaches the dazed brute, demanding to know if he truly came here to seize their tea house. His subordinate, still standing, flinches in terror, stammering that it's all just nonsense. But the goon is frozen in terror, his eyes locked on the calm woman who just obliterated his boss. Just then, a stout man declares that the Transcendence Seeker Society will be demanding full compensation from the Black Tiger sect. A horrifying realization dawns on the goon. This is the exact same shakedown they pull on others. He screams for them to run, realizing it's a trap, as the crowd begins to chant the society's name. But they don't get far. The exit is suddenly blocked by more society members. A whole squad of swordsmen enters, looking thoroughly bored and ready for some action. Their leader turns to the tea house patrons, explaining he'll need their testimonies to demand proper compensation. The crowd looks on, a little confused but quickly putting the pieces together. One by one, they start shouting their support, eager to share what they witnessed. Hilariously, even the remaining goon joins in, ratting out his own sect to save his skin. One of the captured goons tries a last-ditch threat, asking if they have any idea who's backing his sect. But it's pure desperation, as his allies are already told to scatter because the Black Tiger sect is finished. Jin Yo Myong watches them run, asking the society leader if it's fine to just let them go. With the small fries dealt with, he turns his attention back to his real goal, reminding the leader of a previous request. The leader acknowledges it, pulling out a yellow talisman, the very item Jin Yo Myong needs for his plan. A small O escapes Jin Yo Myong's lips. Things are finally moving forward. The leader informs him their target is currently occupied with an instructor, so they can't eavesdrop just yet. That's fine by Jin Yo Myong, whose suspicions about a certain Han Muyan are solidifying by the second. Elsewhere, that very instructor is seething with rage, gritting his teeth, and demanding to hear the news again. His subordinate can only confirm the disaster. The Black Tiger sect has collapsed, and a hunt for all unorthodox sects has begun. The instructor slams his fist into a wooden pillar, his frustration boiling over. How could they just sit by while their own territory is being seized by the enemy? His subordinate can only kneel and apologize, powerless in the face of his superior's rage. The man fumes, learning that the first disciple is the one who opposed sending out their forces. So that's how it is. A bitter realization dawns on him as his hand grips the splintered wood. He turns to his subordinate with a new, much deadlier plan in mind. He gives a chilling order. Tell the second commander to kill the Alliance leader's granddaughter immediately. But just as his reckless command is given, a calm voice tells the third phantom to cool his head. A cloaked figure known as the Nether Crow appears, stating they have something to convey. The news is a bombshell that freezes him in place. The Eight Heavens General is on their way. Meanwhile, at the heart of the unorthodox faction, a meeting is about to take place at the highest peak. The first elder arrives, announcing his presence before the leader of the unorthodox tyrant heavens. He enters and immediately kneels, a sign of utmost respect or perhaps deep apology. The leader cuts straight to the point, asking if this is about his interference with the youngest at Haidong. The first elder flinches, of course. The master already knew everything, even about his secret alliance. But he claims that's not why he's here, prompting his master to ask for the real reason. He confesses his true disloyalty, attempting to use the incident as a pretext to expel the youngest. The leader silently listens, then changes the subject, asking if he remembers a man named Chong Wu, a founding member, he recalls, one who helped establish their faction with funds from the legendary Beck clan. Then comes the truth bomb. On his deathbed, Chong Wu entrusted his bloodline to the leader, and that child is the youngest. The leader looks down, admitting that in hindsight, the whole situation is deeply ironic. The first elder is reeling, his mind racing to connect the dots between the youngest and the legendary Beck clan. The leader reflects that he's grown old now, his fire dimming. His drive and ambition have withered away. From now on, he declares, this is the first elder's responsibility. He gives a final, solemn command. Act decisively, and he will grant him the Yacha Heavenly Core to see it done. The first elder's eyes widen in utter shock. The Yacha Heavenly Core, the faction's legendary elite unit. Elsewhere, a figure sprints across the training grounds, someone calling out for Instructor Jack. It's Jin Yo Myong, who rushes over wondering why he was called so late at night. But it's just his instructor, a cheerful red-haired woman, proudly presenting a jug of fine liquor. She pours him a cup, teasingly asking how he could possibly think of drinking without her. Jin Yo Myong takes a sip, and a curious expression crosses his face. Instructor Juk watches him, confidently asking if he enjoys the rare vintage. He smiles, finding the drink surprisingly mellow and sweet. A familiar floral fragrance hits him, stirring a distant memory. She casually mentions it's the famous Manhwa wine, something he should recognize. And in that instant, his eyes flash wide with dawning horror. Beksanga. He throws himself backward, his mind screaming that this is a trap. He feels his internal energy scattering, the telltale sign of a powerful poison. Masked figures emerge as his instructor coolly demands the Jade Celestial Divine Sword. He stumbles, realizing she's immune and this woman is no ordinary instructor. She reveals her true affiliation with a smirk: the continent's greatest killers, the Storm Assassins. The instructor mocks him from afar, musing how simple things would be if he'd just died at the academy. With a flick of her wrist, she gives the order to her men: erase him without a trace. But even as the poison ravages his body, Jin Yomyong grits his teeth, drawing his sword in defiance. He refuses to fall here, channeling every ounce of his remaining will to fight back. Suddenly, a flash of steel cuts through the darkness, intercepting the assassin's charge. Jin Yomyong looks up in disbelief, his resilience even shocking his would-be killer. A bald man lands between them, calmly telling the assassins to step back. With a confident grin, he announces his arrival, an escort sent personally by the Jin clan's young master. The instructor's smug expression evaporates, her perfect plan suddenly in ruins. Instructor Joke's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the man's infamous title, the Nine-Cloud Phantom. The escort then turns to another figure, remarking that he was supposed to have died during the slaughter of the city. The young man, Baek Sanga, looks absolutely terrified to be called out like this, but his fear suddenly twists into a desperate charge as he draws his blade and lunges forward. He screams for the phantom to die, only for his attack to be casually intercepted with a single, dismissive block. A thin red line marks the escort's face, but his focus is elsewhere. He just realized this boy is on his young master's surveillance list. He leaps back into the fray, warning the others not to let their guard down against this unexpected new threat. Instructor Joke explains to a stunned Baek Sanga that their opponent is a legend who survived the Great Purge. The phantom lands, his gaze piercing through the boy as he asks the damning question: "Did you betray the divine cult?" With a cold grip on his sword, Baek Sanga's defiant silence is all the answer needed. But the standoff shatters as Instructor Jek launches herself forward with a wicked smile. The courtyard explodes into a flurry of steel as she and the bald escort face the assassins. He deflects a storm of daggers with a single, contemptuous sweep of his blade. The sheer force of their defense sends the attackers reeling back in shock. Together, they are an impenetrable wall, a whirlwind of death the assassins cannot approach. The escort grits his teeth, clearly annoyed by this prolonged, pointless skirmish. Instructor Jake smirks, complimenting him. Looks like the old legend isn't rusty after all. She then taunts him, asking where his famous and dreaded infinite threads are, but he can't use them. Unleashing that power here would cause untold destruction. Seizing his hesitation, her blade finds an opening as she names him, the second phantom. But the bald escort's eyes widen in disbelief. That technique is unmistakable. In one hand, raging fire energy. In the other, swirling water. It's the sun-moon destruction demonic art, a power only one person in the cult should possess. His mind races, trying to comprehend just how deep this conspiracy runs. Realizing he's utterly outmatched, he screams for assistance from his hidden ally. A cool voice answers from the shadows, agreeing that this is indeed enough. But Instructor Joke suddenly looks up, sensing a new presence. Her confident smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock. Before anyone can react, the dreaded infinite threads tear through the ceiling from above. A divine technique, impossible to master without supreme enlightenment, crashes down upon the estate. The young master Han Muyan gasps in terror, barely believing his eyes. The deadly threads pierce the rooftops, announcing an arrival no one was prepared for. From the sky descends the second phantom, Hyunwol, followed closely by her stone-faced subordinate. The remaining assassins can only stare as the legendary young cult leader makes her appearance. Desperate, Han Muyon throws up a hand, pleading for them to wait. He quickly spouts his own credentials, the successor of an elder, and a so-called outstanding cadet. Hyunwol simply stares back, her expression unreadable, her silence deafening. He presses on, puffing out his chest to declare his ambition to rule the entire demonic faction. But his words fall on deaf ears. She hasn't even acknowledged him, her gaze fixed on her already subdued target. The bald escort shields his charge, sensing a strange shift in the air. Instructor Jek, however, is less composed, screaming at the sheer absurdity of this interruption. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. It's Jin Yo Myong, calmly walking forward and expressing his regret that it's come to this. Hyunwol turns her head ever so slightly, questioning his sudden mention of worth. But it's Han Muyan who answers, puffing up his chest to prove he's a man fit to stand by her side. As he grandstands, a mysterious woman in the shadows smirks, a forgotten memory suddenly resurfacing. Jin Yo Myong feels it too, a jolt of recognition. He's seen this exact scene play out before. A memory flashes through his mind. That same intense gaze, that burning determination, all directed at him. And because of that memory, he realizes Han Muyan's desperate declaration isn't even for Hyunwol. Done with this sideshow, Hyunwol's aura flares as she declares she won't be a mere bystander. But Instructor Joke has had enough of his nonsense, smacking him aside for his ridiculous posturing. Suddenly, She feels a chill as she recognizes the technique, the heaven-slaying demon sword, and screams for her people to run. A command rings out through the chaos. The operation has failed, and all forces must retreat to the tomb immediately. Hyunwol's demonic energy tears through the compound, a whirlwind of destruction that clears the field in an instant. Her companion asks if it's all right to let them escape, but Hyunwol calmly confirms this is all part of Jin Yo-myung's plan. A thought crosses the woman's mind as she studies the young cult leader. He has changed her. Her fiery temper, her rigid way of speaking, it's all softened, and she wonders if Hyunwol even realizes it herself. Amidst the rubble, the poor society leader can only kneel and weep for his utterly destroyed tea house. Just then, Jin Yo-myung and the Silent Elder arrive, who notes that thanks to his help, there were no casualties, a claim the owner loudly disputes. But the man's tears carry a new urgency as he presents a flaming message. Several cadets from the academy have just vanished. Jin Yo-myung already has a suspect in mind, asking if a large-built cadet was one of the spies. The society leader confirms it was none other than Sandojian. Hyunwol wonders why he's so fixated on him, and Jin Yo-myung admits he was scouting the kid as a potential subordinate. Suddenly, the owner falls to his knees, exclaiming that Sandojian must have been threatened. He explains the cadet claimed to be protecting the others, but it sounded more like someone close to him was being held hostage. The pieces start to click into place for Jin Yo-myung, so it was coercion. That explains everything. He muses that winning over Sandojian would be a useful move, especially considering his clan's power. But this train of thought seems to deeply trouble his bald escort, who watches with a pained expression. Noticing the man's hesitation, Jin Yo-myung calls him out, asking what he wants to say. The escort finally speaks, admitting there is one person among the captives that he wishes to save. He explains that this person is one of his old comrades, a survivor from the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps. The scene cuts to a dark graveyard, where a furious leader berates his subordinates. He can't believe one of them failed his mission, fleeing like a coward and even exposing their secret martial arts. The second phantom, a calmer voice in the group, tries to reason that there's still a chance to salvage the plan. But the first phantom, Sandojian, is consumed by panic, screaming they should just kill all witnesses to regain favor. The second phantom dismisses the outburst, revealing he was more focused on who the young cult leader was watching. After some thought, he concluded it could only be Jin Yo-myung, whose secret letters brought their leader here. With his eyes narrowed in cold determination, he declares he will personally assassinate Jin Yo-myung. Their leader, Senior Han, ignores this and turns his chilling gaze back to the disgraced Sandojian. He gives the young man a new, terrible order. Sandojian himself must kill Baek Sanga. Senior Han lays out the plan. The rest of them will fake their deaths inside the tomb. The blonde phantom clarifies the cruel offer with a smirk. Only Sandojian can return to the cult. But first, he must kill Baek Sanga. The impossible choice weighs on him, the friend he grew close to, or the clan that has been his entire life. But before he can give an answer, their leader's head whips around, spotting figures in the darkness. They've been found. The orthodox factions are here, and the phantoms are completely exposed. The sudden ambush sends Sandojian's mind reeling back to his childhood, to a time when he was just an orphan. He remembers being found in the woods, a feral child caught in a boar trap, growling at his rescuers. But the San clan didn't cast him aside, they took him in. For the first time in his life, he ate until he couldn't move, devouring every last scrap. Watching him eat, his new guardians joked that he looked like a mountain bandit, and decided to give him a name to match. They decided Mountain Bandit was no name for a child, instead calling him Sandojian. The clan was amazed. He had monstrous strength without a shred of inner energy. It was because of their tireless care that he finally felt like a human being. As he grew, he'd casually stroll back from what he called light hunting and present them with a giant boar, much to his family's loving disbelief. It was a modest, happy life, until a visitor found their secluded home perfect for hiding. That happiness shattered in an instant, and Sandojian could only scream for everyone to run. A terrifying presence descended upon them, a fiend from the dreaded demon cavern. In the demon's cold eyes, these villagers were nothing more than insignificant creatures. And on that day, when their plans came to fruition, they would all be annihilated. And so, the demon casually flicks aside a small rock. For beings as worthless as these villagers, he decides, a light punch is more than enough. He unleashes a strike that connects squarely with the father's face. The man is sent flying, smashing through a solid stone wall like it was paper. But the demon pauses, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What's this? Against all odds, the father is still alive, gasping for his family to run. His wife and a young Sandojian rush to his side, screaming his name. The demon is genuinely intrigued. The man has no inner chi, yet his raw physical power is immense. A shame. If Head found him years ago, He'd be the perfect successor, but perhaps the boy will do. And so, Sandojian recalls how he was forced to accept the demon's deal. With his hands bruised and bloodied, he knelt in submission. He bowed his head to the monster, all to protect the family kneeling behind him. From that day forward, he was led away, never to see them again. His life became a grueling hell. Forced to master martial arts through brutal training, he was forged into a weapon inside the desolate 1001 Hall. Then, the demon gave him his one condition for his family's safety: kill Baek Sang. The impossible choice left him agonizing, desperately wondering what he should do. As his painful memory fades, we return to the grim reality of the present. A lone swordsman surveys a field of bodies, noting the unorthodox sects have been clashing with their rivals. His allies scoff at the orthodox sects for their greed, noting they ignored all advice and paid the price. But their smug assessment is cut short by a messenger sprinting toward them with an urgent report. He gasps out the news. The dreaded Yaksha Heavenly Blade Squad is heading straight for them, and leading the charge is the infamous Yellow Ghost Lord himself, Jeomjok-san, riding like the wind. The messenger quickly presents a scroll, explaining it's a personal letter sent by the Ghost Lord. A letter? The group breathes a small sigh of relief. At least it's not an immediate, all-out assault. From the edge of the battlefield, an observer notes that whatever his reasons, Jeomjok-san has finally made his move. Han Muyan reads the letter aloud, revealing the Ghost Lord is here because a traitor was exposed in another faction. But just as they digest this, another man cries out in alarm from amidst the bodies. Hess found a demonic follower, and it's one of their own, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, an elder of the cult. The group is stunned. First the young cult leader, and now an elder as a spy? Han Muyan's mind races treasure or not. They have no choice but to push forward. Elsewhere, the unorthodox faction plots to use this chaos to hunt down the true masterminds. The man with the eye patch suggests they recruit Sandojian, but the monk whines about the pressure. Han Muyan just grins, telling him to take his complaints to the young cult leader if he's brave enough. Suddenly, the woman with yellow eyes steps up, brandishing a heavenly demon order to detain the traitors. He watches her, impressed by her cold determination. She won't let anyone stand in her way. But the subdued woman with gray hair declares she's not standing down either. She'll fight to the end. Han Muyan tries to warn her of the danger, but she refuses, hating the idea of being protected. He looks at her, seeing the unwavering resolve of a true warrior who's ready to die with honor. To prove her unwavering commitment, Baek Sang-ah presents her sword to him. She knows the green jade heavenly web divine sword, an orthodox relic, can never fall into a demonic cultist's hands, but this is different. Han Muyan takes the blade, a silent acknowledgement of her absolute trust in this desperate mission. With his forces assembled and ready, he gives the command. It's time to go hunt the big fish. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a furious leader known as the Eight Heaven Lord tells his subordinate he has failed spectacularly. The man, the Third Order, can only bow his head in shame, apologizing for his massive screw-up. But his failure came with a silver lining. The discovery of Jiutian Swanu's tomb is a find of immense importance. A young acolyte nearby is ecstatic, learning he's being promoted and switched over to the heavenly demonic divine cult. He is given a new name, Han Muzeong, and a new purpose, which he accepts with a sinister grin. The true mission is finally revealed. They must find the tomb of a legendary traitor and recover the key she stole. The Eight Heaven Lord is grimly determined. The key must be retrieved, no matter the cost. But a voice cuts through the tension, a newcomer with a fan questioning if their forces are even adequate. She turns to the Ten Heaven Lord, reminding him that the grunts from the evil domineering heaven are already on their way. And as if that weren't enough, they still have to deal with the likes of Jeomjok-san. She's not impressed. The Lord simply stares her down, a cold glint in his eye. That, he says, is exactly why he summoned her. He knows her vitality-absorbing ghost blood technique is the key to turning the tables, a fact she smugly accepts. To seal the deal, he offers her a prime position in the cult, a proposal she finds quite tempting. His subordinates can only whisper in awe, realizing they're in the presence of the infamous flower-lustful lord. She is the 10th lord of the 10 Heaven Lords, a top 10 enemy of Miram, the world's #1 lustful demon. Miles away, Han Muyeon's team finally enters their destination, a colossal underground cavern littered with bodies, utterly amazed at the sight. But as they survey the carnage, the bald escort suddenly freezes, a look of grim recognition on his face. He leans in, seeing the insignia on a fallen warrior's arm, and whispers the name, the Wisdom King Squad. His mind flashes back to a quieter time, to instructor Jake telling him she would one day form her own squad. She'd look to the sky with a confident smile, having already chosen the perfect name for her dream team, a dream that now lies shattered at his feet, her entire Wisdom King Squad annihilated. After the heavy discovery, The rest of the large party ventures deeper into the cavern. They emerge into a massive, dark chamber, their murmurs echoing off the cold stone. The path ahead splits into 9 different tunnels, a confusing maze of choices. One of their scouts, a man with a sharp eye and a leather eye patch, quickly investigates. He reports back that the enemy scattered, leaving tracks down every single passage, leaving the team wondering which way now. Jin Yo-myung knows he can't be certain, but he has a powerful hint from his past life. He recalls Bang Man-hoo's drunken ramblings, pointing to one specific path for success. Just as he's about to declare they'll take the second tunnel, he notices a commotion. The woman with striking yellow eyes points to the cave wall, her voice sharp with surprise. At first glance, it just looks like a messy, abandoned attempt to dig a 10th tunnel. But as they draw closer, one of them notices the marks aren't random at all. It's a sword path. A flash of recognition hits Jin Yo-myung. It's strangely familiar, like what he saw in the 1001 Hall. One of his squad mates gets too close, and a stout man yelps for her to stay back. He insists he'll check it out himself, pulling a small, yellow paper from his robes. The talisman begins to glow with a faint light as he cautiously approaches the strange markings. With a grunt and a strange chant, he unleashes the talisman's power. It flares with golden light, sending a pulse of energy rippling through the entire cave. The whole squad looks up as the strange power washes over them, revealing the cavern's true nature. Jin Yo-myung realizes what this is: ancient magic, a throwback to when sorcery was the orthodox way of using demonic chi. The stout man confirms it, feeling multiple strands of sorcery woven into the very rock. He points up, warning them that the ceiling is magically linked to the walls. If they try to force their way through, the entire tunnel will collapse, burying them alive. But the blue-haired woman simply scoffs. There's no way she wouldn't recognize that sword path. It's a part of the killing demonic sword, a form she has practiced not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands of times. Jin Yo-myung gives the now flustered man a knowing look, who mutters that he should have been told sooner. With her mastery on display, the ancient sorcery gives way, and the stone path groans open. The way forward is clear, and Hyun-wol glances back, checking to see if Jin Yo-myung is alright. But he's lost in thought, realizing this entire tomb was a test for cultivators of the heaven-killing demonic sword. Following them means his past knowledge is useless, yet with a confident smirk, he decides to press forward. Elsewhere, deep inside the tomb, another squad isn't having such an easy time. Their grim leader asks for a damage report. 3 dead, 5 seriously injured. He can't believe it. His elite Yaksha Heavenly Blade squad is in shambles. They're trapped in a bizarre magic realm, a place teeming with an unsettling, alien energy. The formations are one thing, but the grotesque monsters they've been fighting are unlike anything he's ever seen. A terrified disciple suggests they should retreat immediately and seal the entrance behind them. But the leader just sighs. There's no guarantee this is the only way in, and there's a far more important reason they can't turn back now. This mission is everything to him. If he succeeds, he'll be named the successor of the evil domineering heaven. But his grand ambitions are cut short by a mocking cackle echoing from the absolute darkness ahead. A chilling voice introduces itself as their grim reaper, accompanied by the elegant snap of a fan. The leader's bravado shatters instantly, replaced by a raw, guttural scream of terror. Soft, deliberate footsteps begin to emerge from the black void. His remaining squad members can only stare, frozen in a state of utter disbelief and fear. Out from that suffocating darkness, a familiar silhouette steps into the dim light, pointing directly at them. Suddenly, a cold hand grabs the leader from behind, a weak voice begging him for salvation. He whips around, his eyes widening in shock at the horrifying sight that greets him. His man withers before his very eyes, a silent scream lost in a swirl of violet energy. The leader can only stare in horror, recognizing the dreaded vitality-absorbing grand art. But a condescending smirk appears from the darkness, mocking his limited knowledge. She steps into the light, correcting him with her own peerless art. The vitality-absorbing ghost blood technique. A wave of pure terror hits the group, as the name clicks the infamous flower-lustful lord. She just smiles, wondering why they're asking questions when they're all about to die anyway. Finding a sliver of courage, the leader rallies his men, shouting that she can't face them all alone. But her smile only widens as she brings a finger to her lips, asking who said anything about being alone. A sudden chill runs down the leader's spine as a new demonic chi washes over the area. This aura is on a completely different level, belonging to a true master of the demonic cult arts. And from the shadows, Juguxian and her companion emerge, declaring that the hunt has officially begun. Meanwhile, their oblivious prey wanders through a dark cavern, admiring a beautiful mural. Jin Yo-myung smirks, asking Cheon-yura if she has an interest in art. She coolly explains that knowing the details helps her sell forgeries for a fortune, but her attention is genuinely captured as she turns to the contents of the mural. It depicts a gruesome, ancient history of monsters devouring helpless humans. The carvings tell the story of the four evils, legendary beasts that once plagued the land until a golden sage appeared to stop them. Jin Yomyong tries to hurry everyone along, thinking there's no time to waste on old stories. But Cheon Yura refuses to move, feeling a strange need to understand what she's seeing. The mural's tale concludes, showing the sun and moon descending from the heavens to seal the monsters underground. A sharp-eyed cultist has a sudden realization about the mural's figures. The sun and moon, they're Rahu and Gyedo, the very founders of the sun-moon divine cult. As the group follows what seems to be a historical record, they find their path is blocked. It's another sealed door, but the markings are different from the heaven-slaying demon sword art. Jin Yomyong tightens his grip on his hair, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He steps forward without hesitation, announcing that it's his turn to take the stage. Cheon Yura can only watch, a little stunned by his sudden initiative. He thinks to himself, this is his chance to pull off a spectacular move and finally impress her. But the yellow-eyed woman watches him, a flicker of confusion in her gaze. She recalls his technique at the academy being pure black. So why are there traces of green mixed in now? But the yellow-eyed cultist cries out in alarm, recognizing the aura of what he's holding. Jin Yomyong glances back, completely unbothered by her sudden panic. She screams that he's wielding the divine artifact itself, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword. An explosive wave of green energy erupts from him, sending the entire party flying backwards. One of the elders scolds his poor control, as Jin Yomyong curses the unstable power. Cheon Yura watches the clumsy display, sarcastically wondering if that was swordsmanship from the gods. He just smirks, amused that she doesn't grasp the true nature of his ten-fang divine sword art. But before he can explain, one of the senior members raises a hand to stop him. He points out that the blast has opened the way to the real divine artifact. The group now stares into the darkness of the newly revealed passage ahead. The passage opens into a deep, ominous cave, with a strange sound echoing from the darkness. It's a low, skittering noise that grows closer and closer. One of the subordinates gasps, his face pale with terror at what he sees. Jin Yomyong instinctively puts a hand on Cheon Yura's shoulder, but she doesn't flinch. A monstrous armored centipede emerges from the shadows, its shell rumored to be as hard as steel. She glances back, remembering the man who tore through a steel door, and a woman stronger than him. Seeing the look in her eyes, Jin Yomyong simply steps back, a knowing look on his face. A confident, almost hungry smile spreads across Cheon Yura's lips. She's been itching for a real fight. With a burst of speed, she lunges forward, sword drawn and ready to strike the beast head-on. Her blade crashes down against its armored head with a deafening shriek of metal on chitin. But as her strike lands, Jin Yomyong's hand hovers over his own blade. He's not one to be left out. The centipede shrieks, reeling from the powerful blow that just cracked its supposedly impenetrable armor. Green fluid begins to ooze from the wound, the beast's glowing red eye burning with rage. One of the subordinates desperately yells out a warning. Its blood is a highly corrosive acid. Hearing this only brings a wicked grin to Cheon Yura's face. A little danger just makes it more fun. She dashes along the monster's back, her blade carving a deep, glowing trench in its hide. The beast roars in absolute agony, acid blood spraying everywhere from the fresh, gaping wound. That's when Jin Yomyong smirks, deciding it's time to unveil one of his own little secret arts. With a flash, he draws his second sword, preparing a dual-wielding technique the monster never saw coming. He unleashes the dual star-cross strike, a devastating X-shaped slash of energy that slams into the beast. The beast's acidic blood splashes everywhere, but Jin Yomyong lands coolly, finding the threat laughable. From the sidelines, one of the instructors nods in approval. The beast was neutralized without any collateral damage. Cheon Yura watches him, a smirk playing on her lips. His ruthless style is more demonic than orthodox, but she has to admit, he's useful. Seeing his raw talent, she extends an invitation, asking if he'd be willing to join her demonic cult. But our hero immediately panics, realizing that joining a cult would completely destroy his family's reputation. She sighs, a bit disappointed by his rejection and the weakness of the trap, as their attention turns to a mural on the cave wall. The ancient art tells a story of how the monsters changed their strategy, deciding to take on human forms. They infiltrated society, whispering poison into people's ears, and stoking the flames of conflict from within. They preyed on fear and suspicion, urging humanity to turn on anyone who was even slightly different. This chaos continued until two figures, one representing the sun and the other the moon, appeared to plead for peace. But their pleas were ignored, for a new overwhelming power had appeared. Looking at the ominous silhouette, Jin Yomyong thinks he knows exactly who this is. And one thing is certain, this tomb wasn't built by the heavenly mystic maiden. The dark entity depicted could only be one person, the ancestor heavenly demon. He mutters it aloud, accidentally calling him the greatest devil. a grave insult to the cultists. Realizing his mistake, he quickly covers his mouth as every single cult member glares at him. A stout man smugly puffs out his chest, declaring that his Ju-Yua gang knows the cult's history. But the yellow-eyed cultist grabs his face, reminding him his sect fled when things got tough. Even Cheon-Yura, the young cult leader herself, is baffled, wondering why she knows nothing of this place. With more questions than answers, the group decides their only option is to venture deeper inside. The path forward is blocked by a colossal iron gate, emanating a palpable sense of dread. Its two crimson orbs glow ominously, leaking a wispy, dark aura into the chamber. Both Cheon-Yura and Jin Yo-myung steel themselves, knowing this is the final hurdle. The others can only gasp, realizing the gate is constructed from an immense amount of ki-absorbing jade. Taking command, Yura promises to take responsibility for whatever lies inside, warning against greed. Jin Yo-myung, however, is already lost in thought, calculating just how big his share would be. He flashes a quick, reassuring smile, deciding it's best to just go with her plan for now. But as two cultists try to approach the gate, they're violently thrown back onto the stone floor. Yura is completely baffled, demanding an explanation for what just happened. One of the fallen men reports that the jade on the gate actively repels any inner chi, making it impossible to open. The Ju-Yue gang leader steps forward, puffing out his chest, announcing that he will try. Jin Yo-myung watches, a realization dawning. This isn't about force, but a specific type of inner chi. The leader explains the gate's secret. It's a lock requiring two opposing energies. The left bead demands the most destructive demonic chi, while the right needs the absolute purest. Hearing this, Cheon-Yura steps up without hesitation, knowing her time has come. She places her hand on the left bead, unleashing the full might of her cultivation. A torrent of violent, crimson energy floods the mechanism, the signature of the heavenly demonic divine art. The other cultists are stunned by the display, praising the young cult leader's immense power. With the first lock glowing ominously, a new, more dangerous question hangs in the air. What technique could possibly generate a purer demonic chi than the art of the heavenly demon himself? And of course, the leader of the Ju-Yue gang steps up, puffing out his chest and claiming his arts are the purest. A female disciple agrees to give it a shot first, ready to channel her energy. But the moment she touches it, a violent backlash sends her flying with a scream. The eye patch instructor tries to add his own power, only to be blasted back by the gate's defense. Then the yellow-eyed cultist makes her attempt, gritting her teeth as a sharp shock repels her hand. Even Cheon-Yura herself is rejected, her own refined demonic energy deflected with ease. The group is left in disarray, some of them knocked to the floor. Had they really failed to meet the conditions? The once confident Ju-Yu gang leader is now on his knees, tearfully apologizing for his weakness. Everyone else just stares, dumbfounded and completely out of options. But just as despair settles in, a single, pale hand reaches for the glowing purple orb. It's Jin Yo-myung's turn, and as his fingers make contact, the ancient doors begin to rumble and grind open. He turns back with a smug little smile, revealing that it's not about power, but purity. His heaven-soaring art was the key. Cheon-Yura can't believe it. Her own technique is one of the cult's top 10. How could it possibly be insufficient? But he has no time for her shock, grabbing his companions and pulling them forward as the gate activates. The rest of the group is violently yanked through the portal, their faces contorting from the disorienting spatial shift. They find themselves in a cavernous chamber far deeper than before, stunned by the incredible technique that brought them here. To test the strange new area, Jin Yo-myung casually flicks a wave of sword chi up towards the ceiling. But the slash vanishes without a sound, proving this isn't some simple illusion they're trapped in. He explains that this is a higher-level distortion, then points towards a faint light in the cavern's depths. There, gleaming in the darkness, is a massive golden altar, the true objective hidden within this impossible space. The sight of glittering gold immediately awakens their greed, with Cheon-Yura eager to secure the treasure. The Ju-Yue gang leader agrees, convinced they've finally reached the core of the ancient relic. But as he rushes forward, a strange sense of unease creeps in. The gold isn't getting any closer. One of the other members confirms it, smacking face first into an invisible, shimmering barrier. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoes from the void, explaining that this entire location is a false trap. Cheon-Yura and her companions spin around, on guard, as the voice expresses surprise they weren't caught. The mysterious speaker seems intrigued, wondering if they're worthy of meeting the next condition. Her voice then lays down the law. Only those under the age of 30 are permitted to approach the altar. She clarifies that anyone older simply cannot obtain the arrangement hidden within. Jin Yo-myung and his 3 young companions step forward, leaving the others behind as the voice wonders how 4 of them passed the initial gate. The woman's ethereal voice then makes a curious observation. The 2 of them must be a couple. Jin Yo-myung and Cheon-Yura turn to each other, Completely taken aback by the assumption, Qian Yura quickly looks away, a flicker of embarrassment on her face. The Guardian seems to sense their confusion, asking if she was perhaps mistaken. She explains that since she and the original Qian Gege were lovers, she assumed their successors would be too. The sharp-eyed cultist with Jin Yo-myong finally puts the pieces together, asking if she's the legendary Jiutian Xuanu Rangrang. The woman smiles faintly, chiding them for coming here with so little information but confirming her alias. Her real name, she reveals, is Yu Chao, and she is the last survivor of the Heaven-Abiding Yu clan, a name that sends a shockwave through the group. With a soft touch, she descends to the ground, confirming the unbelievable truth. She proudly claims her heritage as the descendant of Yu Zhan, the disciple who supposedly committed treason. She recounts the history of the great clans founded by the ancestors, ending with her own, the Heaven-Abiding Yu clan. Qian Yura is visibly repulsed, finding it hard to believe this place was created by a traitor. Yu Chao simply smiles, suggesting the young woman hasn't heard the real story yet, perhaps due to her age. Her gaze then fixes on Jin Yo-myong, questioning how he seems to know at least some of the truth. His sharp-eyed companion quickly tries to correct her, insisting he's from the Demon Heaven Jin clan. Amused, Yu Chao notes a peculiar darkness in the cultist's heart, before pointing out the contradiction. The other companions cringe as she observes that Jin's build is far too small for a Jin clan member. Instead, she feels the undeniable presence of the Dark Heaven Divine Art, a technique she herself left behind. With her suspicions mounting, she cuts straight to the point, asking about his relationship with the second heavenly demon. With a sly smile, Yu Chao drops a bombshell. She wasn't just his rival, she was his lover. Qian Yura can only stare, confirming the rumors of her disappearance but demanding how Jin could possibly know such things. But Yu Chao isn't done, adding that she was also the third Heaven Lord of the Heaven Defying Association. The name alone sends a jolt of pure terror through Qian Yura and her companion. She explains the murals depict their origins, an organization with 10 lords, 2 of whom are currently inside these very ruins. This entire complex arrangement, she reveals, is to deal with the great Heaven Lord and an evil spirit yet to be born, an entity of pure darkness, foretold to be powerful enough to revert the entire world back to a chaotic, ancient era. As torches flare to life, she warns that her time is short, as the other 2 lords are approaching. She gestures to the heart of the chamber. The demonic spirit soul weaving chi, flowing formation. The raw demonic energy is so immense that Jin's companions can barely breathe, a terrifying but unparalleled opportunity. Yu Chao offers them this immense power with a sly, chilling condition. If you can survive it. The pressure is crushing, yet Jin feels his entire body overflowing with raw, untamed strength. His eyes narrow with grim determination. It's a simple choice now, get stronger or die. With a bright, almost cruel smile, she raises her sword and declares that the trial begins now. But panic grips Qian Yura, who cries out that she isn't a demonic arts user. Outside, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupts, and the instructor realizes his grave mistake. As the darkness closes in, she screams desperately for them not to approach. But a barrier of pure demonic chi blocks their path, as new orders echo in the instructor's mind. Her warning is swallowed by the swirling abyss as she's completely consumed by the dark energy. The eye-patch-wearing instructor can only grit his teeth and accept the command, deferring to the Right Guardian. And with a cold, determined glare, the Right Guardian confirms the brutal command. The instructor turns his back, leaving the disciples to their fate in the cavern. Inside, the trial is already a hellscape, with dark tendrils consuming everything. But within the abyss, Yu Chao rallies the survivors, proposing the 4 symbols formation. She believes it's worth a shot since their foe seems to be holding back, but the real danger is themselves. One of the disciples realizes the problem. They're being flooded with far too much demonic power. The energy is surging into them uncontrollably, filling them to the point of bursting. The formation demands perfect synchronization, but a single misstep with this much power would be catastrophic. Qian Yura worries that if they aren't careful, they could lose their very sense of self. A hand trembles on a sword hilt, a thought that terrifies Jin Yo-myong most of all. Qian Yura can only see one outcome. Her own heaven-killing enhanced chi will rampage and destroy them all. But Jin Yo-myong cuts through her fear with a chilling voice, mocking such weak resolve. He asks if this is truly the best that the so-called greatest genius in the cult's history can muster. He challenges her directly, saying someone with her talent should easily overcome the realm of Anatta. After all, the path of a demon is not to find oneself, but to immerse in the chaos and rule it. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he tells her to go on and dominate everything. And in his mind, the image of Yu Chao appears, offering a serene, knowing smile. He's correct. Meanwhile, 2 figures watch from the shadows, annoyed that the trial hasn't weakened the disciples enough. The 8th Heaven Lord decides they can't wait, ordering the 2nd and 3rd Order to prepare to take the prize by force. His companion questions an elder showing himself so openly, but he just brushes her off, his mind set. Deep within the tomb, the society leader catches his breath after the unseen enemy finally vanishes. He realizes this wasn't a trap, but a ploy to force his group to be the ones to excavate this place. He racks his brain, trying to figure out what treasure could possibly be worth all this trouble. Then it clicks. He remembers the 2 masters of the extreme demon realm involved in this affair. Just then, his men shout from ahead. They can see the end of the passage. With his elite squad having already rebelled, the leader knows he cannot afford to return empty-handed. He pushes forward, his eyes suddenly catching a brilliant gleam in the darkness. The passage opens into a massive chamber, revealing an enormous pile of gold. His men are stunned, but the leader can't help but wonder if this is truly all there is. Still, he thinks to himself, for now, this fortune is at least a good start. But just as he's celebrating, another faction emerges from the darkness, complimenting his find. Their leader, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, smirks at GM Joksan, stating the obvious. One of them isn't leaving this cave alive. GM Jeksan's expression instantly darkens, the brief moment of triumph vanishing. But the tension breaks as a wicked grin spreads across his face. He likes the sound of that. His eyes glint with madness as he declares that this rule applies to everyone here. He roars that the Yin-Yang Fist Demon came prepared, even bringing an underling who's reached the extreme demon realm. But that underling, the 7th Elder, seems confused, his gaze fixed on someone else approaching from the shadows. He can't believe it did his master bring another extreme demon without telling him. A sudden wave of shock and realization washes over the 7th Elder. The newcomer is the Right Guardian, and his face is a mask of pure fury as he calls the Elder a traitor. Without a moment's hesitation, the Right Guardian dismisses the Elder as useless and strikes him down. A brutal impact sends the traitor flying, his life extinguished in an instant. But this scene of swift punishment triggers a memory, a past battle where someone else had asked when he arrived. The Right Guardian, known then as the fearsome Golden Ghost Lord, had coldly replied he was there from the start. In that memory, Guillaume Joksan looked on with relief, foolishly believing this monster was an ally. His hope turned to ash as the Golden Ghost Lord ordered his Yacha Heavenly Corps to annihilate everyone. That violent memory fades, and we're pulled back to Jin, whose body is overflowing with immense power. He's struggling to contain it, forced to release the energy before it rips him apart from the inside. He gasps for air, his mind reeling as he realizes he's been in this state for a staggering 98 days. A serene voice cuts through the pain as Yu Chao appears, reassuring him that time flows differently here. Jin can't believe it, an enchantment that bends time itself, but Yu Chao simply reminds him that this is a heavenly encounter. But even with such an opportunity, one of his companions whispers to the other, worried if their friend will be alright. The girl they're worried about, a descendant of the Beck clan, is struggling as her inner energy starts to reverse. She glares heatedly at Jin, demanding to know why he's looking at her that way. He and Xion Yura just stand there, an unspoken tension filling the space between them. The girl decides to just ignore it for now, while Yu Chao muses to herself about their odd not-a-couple dynamic. But the girl can't focus. Her condition is worsening, and she knows she needs to get back to her training quickly. A sharp clatter echoes as her sword slips from her grasp, hitting the ground with a thud. Her eyes betray the immense strain she's under, her body on the verge of collapsing. Jin's head whips around, his expression hardening with shock as he realizes what's happening. It's the first signs of energy deviation. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Yu Chao's face. The true trial of the enchantment was only just beginning. But as an illusion of Qian Yura collapses in his arms, Jin realizes the horrifying truth. This entire place was designed to induce energy deviation on purpose. It was a trial to force a breakthrough by pushing young, unstable warriors to the brink of self-destruction. Yu Chao watches, stunned. How could he have figured that out so quickly? Jin simply holds the illusion, calmly stating that his situation is unique. She'll need a different approach with him. She hesitates, finding his confidence hard to believe. But the facts are undeniable. Then, a shocking thought clicks into place. This isn't his first time living this life, is it? Since he's so special, she decides to give him a little gift to match. Her blade materializes in her hand as she challenges him directly. Draw your sword. Yu Chao offers him a vision, hoping his generation can escape the tragic ending she knows all too well. The scene shifts to a memory of a furious young woman, screaming a vow of revenge. The name called out, however, belongs to the victor, a calm and collected Qian Yura. It was the day the title of young cult leader was officially given to the main family's heir. The defeated girl, Yu Jung, refused to accept it, vowing to reclaim the position she felt was hers. But as she stormed away, she was met by none other than the cult leader, Cheon Taejong. He acknowledged her struggle, granting her the right to learn the heavenly demon art. Cheonyura could only watch, the weight of her victory and her future pressing down on her. She remembered his words from long ago. She was destined to succeed him, for his sake and her mother's. Gripping her sword, she sealed her fate, promising to live up to every single expectation. Meanwhile, in the Sa clan, a young girl named Sa Bion receives her life's mission from the matriarch. She is to become the young cult leader's right hand, and eventually, through a strategic marriage, the head of her own clan. Kneeling, she clenches her fists, a dark thought crossing her mind. She knows she's more talented than her brothers, so what if she simply killed them all to secure her place? But she dismisses the bloody thought, for now, and obediently accepts her matriarch's command. Later, she presents herself to Cheonyura, pledging to become her loyal hands and feet, a stepping stone for her ambition. Cheonyura notes the Sa clan's reputation for producing powerful female leaders and asks if she also holds such aspirations. Thinking it's a test of her spirit, Sa Bion looks her straight in the eye and confirms her ambition to become matriarch. Cheonyura smiles, agreeing that such ambition is absolutely necessary for her maid. The words hang in the air, and for the first time, the ever-composed Sa Bion is utterly stunned. Cheonyura once promised her a grand future where they would rule together as matriarch and cult leader. To Sabian, it felt like sunlight, and she happily pledged to become the shadow to that light. But everything changed when Yura locked herself away, dedicating herself solely to the demonic arts. The warmth was gone, replaced by a cold formality that Sabian couldn't help but notice. She even recalls Yura's ideal partner being not a lover, but a warrior strong enough to endure her techniques. And it was around that time that such a man finally appeared in her life. The scene cuts away to a lone survivor, a red-haired woman, collapsing in a desolate landscape. Her bloody hand scrapes the dirt as the devastating news echoes in her mind. The Nether King squad was annihilated. Despair washes over her as she questions if they were ever anything more than disposable pieces. Just as she gives up, a shadow falls over her, a voice questioning her actions. She can barely keep her eyes open, the last dregs of her strength fading away. Looking up, she recognizes an old acquaintance, Senior Biok, but he calmly informs her he now goes by Gu Chill. Even on the brink of death, she can't help but find the name ridiculous, a thought he seems to catch immediately. He cuts straight to the point, confirming he witnessed the entire massacre of her subordinates. Defeated, but not broken, she challenges him to finish the job if that's what he came for. But his intentions are the complete opposite of what she expects. He offers her a path to survival. Surrender and speak to his young master, and her life will be spared. But she rises, hand-gripping her blade, declaring that vengeance is the only thing keeping her alive. Gu Chill scoffs at the futility of her struggle, but she counters that the hopeless situation itself is what's strange. He holds up a lit signal, posing a chilling question. If everyone knew this was a suicide mission, why did none of them flee? He can't believe it, mockingly asking if she still thinks she has a chance to win. With a smirk and a flash of orange light, she confirms that she absolutely does. Gu Chill's expression shifts to alarm. Her presence means his master must be here too. She knows exactly what he's thinking, adding that their target must also be nearby as her body begins to crack and twist. Her arm contorts into a monstrous claw, revealing she joined this organization for one reason. It offered the best possible shot at revenge, a sight that brings tears of terror to Gu Chill's eyes. Looming over him as a grotesque shadow, she declares this is the power of a god, a terrifying transformation that her people call an awakening. He stammers, asking if she can even turn back, but she admits she is not a suitable vessel for this power. The transformation is unstable, and she laments that she wanted to save this strength for the bastard she truly despises. But Gu Chill steels himself, deciding that as a former comrade, he'll be the one to personally put her down. Her bloodshot eyes just glare back, completely devoid of her former self. She mockingly asks if he even stands a chance, as her monstrous arm whips through the air. He raises his blade to defend, but the impact is absolutely devastating. The force of the blow sends him reeling, blood spewing from his lips. His body is instantly crushed, shattering under the sheer, unholy power. Looking down at the remains, she muses that if she's this strong, the real masters must be gods. But from the darkness, the true Gu Chill observes, identifying the technique his clone just used. The monster turns in pure shock, realizing she just fell for a feint that was only a clone. Furious, she roars that it changes nothing and smashes the second figure into oblivion. But her bloodshot eyes widen in disbelief. It was another clone. From the darkness above, Gu Chill's voice drifts down, reminding her of his technique. With the lesson over, he makes his move, leaping from the shadows. Her mind finally catches up, registering the true threat descending upon her. He plummets towards her, sword held high for a clean, decisive strike. The blade flashes, carving through her monstrous form with a sickening slice. A piercing shriek echoes through the cavern as her arm is severed from her body. The source of her newfound power flops uselessly to the ground. Guchil grimaces, a fresh wound on his own shoulder, regretting he couldn't grant her a painless death. Even as he falls back, her voice echoes, mockingly praising his flawless sword energy. Guchil's expression hardens. The situation is spiraling out of his control. She cackles from the shadows, reminding him that this is the power of a god he's facing. A furious storm of dark tendrils erupts from her, lashing out to overwhelm him. He desperately blocks the onslaught, realizing he'll be torn to shreds at this rate. The cavern floor cracks and shatters from the sheer force of her demonic power. She demands he hand over his head, but he steels himself, ready to risk his life to survive. Suddenly, a calm, unfamiliar voice calls his name from the darkness. A blur of motion streaks past him, catching him completely off guard. He looks up to see the redhead's shadowy form struck from above, her attack cut short in utter confusion. And as that battle pauses, elsewhere, another young master is called onto a bloody stage. The veteran warrior Gaem Joksan can only stare in utter disbelief. His elite unit, the famed Yacha Heavenly Corps, has been one-sidedly slaughtered. The one responsible is a pink-haired woman, disgusted by the monstrous form she's taken. She reveals her full, horrifying crustacean body, and his energy attacks simply bounce off her shell. He's staggered, but a flash of insight hits him. A body like a crustacean means there must be weak spots at the joints. But she just scoffs at his brilliant deduction. She erupts with a wave of crimson power, telling him he'll lose his head before he ever gets close. The blood-red energy washes over his terrified followers. They scream in horror as it touches them, draining all of their inner energy in an instant. The pink-haired demon gloats that she's one of the 10 heavenly lords, and no one can stop her in this form. But a calm voice cuts through the carnage, mocking her little tough guy act. She whirls around, startled by the sudden intrusion. Her eyes widen in complete and utter shock. Walking through the battlefield are 3 elegant women, the famed 3 beauties of the Tang clan. All at once, the monster's murderous intent vanishes, replaced by a sudden, comical infatuation. She flashes a drooling, charming smile, telling the ladies to stay back while she handles things. The women, however, just stare back with a mix of disgust and confusion. She's completely baffled by their reaction, wondering why they aren't swooning. And then it hits her, oh right, the giant monster body, and she scrambles to explain it's all a misunderstanding. But a cold voice cuts through the air. There's no need for excuses. She's going to die soon anyway. The pink-haired schemer's eyes gleam with predatory interest, finding this powerful newcomer quite appealing. Suddenly, another monster, a man in lobster-like armor, spots the arrival and shouts in recognition. He excitedly scuttles forward, thrilled that the young cult leader has actually come to see him. The 2 monsters charge, with the lobster man proudly introducing himself as the second phantom, Han Muyan. He declares that he's been waiting for this very moment to prove himself before her. The woman's lips part as a sudden realization clicks into place. Her expression hardens into pure ice. So this was the pathetic insect who dared to claim the title of a demonic faction lord. Watching from the sidelines, Gaem Joksan's eyes widen as he finally recognizes her, that incredibly powerful warrior. But the pink-haired schemer is lost in her own world, blushing as she realizes the young cult leader is exactly her type. The lobster man desperately pleads with the 10th heaven lord, begging for a chance to prove himself. Juguxian listens as he argues that if she fights, the young cult leader could be seriously hurt. He volunteers to subdue the target safely, and Juguxian quietly agrees, thinking it would be a shame if her crush's body was damaged. She gives him permission, and Han Muyan lights up with a pathetic, blushing grin. But before he can take a single step, a new voice cuts in, remarking how strange Senior Han has become. Han Muyan's face twists in shock as he recognizes the speaker. The Southern Lotus Swordflower, Baik Sangha, calmly walks forward, musing about the 5 stages of grief. Her eyes flare with a menacing green glow as she declares that she is currently in the anger stage. Completely bewildered, Han Muyan sputters about his mission, but she coldly tells him to be quiet. A storm of demonic chi erupts from her hand, and as he recoils in terror, she informs him that this transformation is largely his fault. With a gaze colder than death itself, Baek Sang-ah delivers a simple, one-word sentence. Suddenly, the world shifts to a dark memory, a vision from inside the tormented monster. 2 men stand over the wretched thing, one asking if this was the colleague he'd wanted to save. He remarks on its terrible power, noting how it doesn't even die after being beheaded. The severed head writhes, still conscious, proving that this creature is no longer human. As Mingwu asks what to do, his companion declares his intention to kill him. The monster's own voice shrieks in pure hatred, vowing to kill the one responsible. Qian Jumyong. Back in the present, Jin Yo Myong puts the pieces together, recalling the legendary Ghost Slayer Squad massacre. Mingwu confirms it, explaining that the one who gave that horrific order was none other than Qian Jumyong. and now he understands Qianzhumyong is the ultimate enemy of both the monster and Mingwu himself. This man, Qianzhumyong, was there from the very beginning, a founder under the legendary Qian Taejong. He rose to even greater power during Qian Yura's reign, confirming Jinyo-myong's suspicion. He is the ultimate target. Back in the cave, Mingwu finally asks the question, needing to confirm if this is truly the young master of the Jin clan. With his blade pressed against the monster's face, Jinyo-myong calmly confirms his identity. Mingwu is completely stunned, the reality of the situation finally hitting him. A confident smirk spreads across Jinyo-myong's face as he eyes the creature, deeming it excellent practice for the Ten Lords. The monster's severed head lets out a furious, defiant roar. But its rage is met with overwhelming force as Jinyo-myong slams it into the ground, silencing it instantly. Leaning in, he coldly tells the struggling creature to stay still. His sword hums with power as he makes a shocking proposal. He can help it get the revenge it craves. The creature's bloodshot eyes widen in utter disbelief at the offer. Could it be true? Could this boy really grant it the vengeance it so desperately desires? Suddenly, the monstrous head erupts in a crimson blaze, and Mingwu stumbles back in shock. As the demonic energy fades, he realizes with a gasp that she's alive and human again. Overcome with relief, Mingwu cradles his master's restored body, thanking Jinyo-myong through his tears. But Jinyo-myong is unmoved, coldly telling him not to celebrate just yet. He clarifies that if she's not useful, he'll have no choice but to torture the information out of her. He orders the stunned attendant to take her away, declaring that a smart person knows which side to choose. Mingwu tries to protest, but Jinyo-myong cuts him off, questioning his ability to even fight in his current state. Defeated, Mingwu clenches his fist, forced to apologize and accept the harsh reality of his own weakness. Jinyo-myong waves a hand dismissively, a smug grin on his face. He tells Mingwu that if he's so bored, he can try persuading the girl before the real interrogation begins. This triggers a memory for the kneeling attendant, a vision of a chaotic battle from long ago. An arrogant master, cackling as he wielded two opposing elements, boasted of his absolute power. But his opponent, a grim-faced strategist, saw right through the display, knowing there was still a way to win. He calmly pointed out that this sudden surge of strength had also created a fatal weakness. The man's instincts, his very sense of sharpness as a warrior, had dulled considerably. He let the enemy posture, noting that his amplified power was already beginning to fade. The transformation clearly had its limits, a critical flaw in his borrowed strength. After all, the dual-element master's eyes blaze with fury, refusing to hear another word about his flaws. He explodes with power, unleashing a chaotic blast while screaming for the strategist to shut up. But his opponent is already gone. Using a transposition technique to instantly reposition, the master roars in frustration, demanding to know what weaknesses he could possibly have. The strategist effortlessly sidesteps, letting the raw power slam into the empty ground behind him. He moves like a blur, knowing that in a battle of pure speed, he holds the absolute advantage. The master grits his teeth, realizing he can't block. His only choice is to dodge and drag this out. But the strategist's attack is already upon him, a swirling vortex of energy closing the gap. A flicker of pure shock crosses the master's face. He can't react in time. And a clean, hard strike smashes into his jaw, the strategist's precision shattering his arrogant defense. The force of the blow sends the right guardian flying, smashing him deep into the cavern wall. He grits his teeth, tasting blood, the shock of his defeat still rattling through him. But before he can recover, a new voice emerges from the darkness, admiring the reputation of the red-faced battle demon. The man offers a simple choice to the battered Wang Qianjiao. Join him. He even sweetens the deal, promising not just survival, but a taste of the absolute power he wields. Yet, Wang Qianjiao's gaze shifts past the recruiter, his eyes wide with a different kind of shock. Stepping from the shadows with an infuriatingly casual smile is Jinyo-myong, who claims he's the one who caused this whole situation. He casually explains that he's the person who single-handedly dismantled Qianmuseong's entire backdoor scheme. He continues his lecture, listing his accomplishments like exposing the Baek clan's merchant guild as well. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he asks if he's being too annoying with all the details. Jinyo-myong coolly anticipates the obvious next move, a desperate, final attack from the cornered guardian. But instead of blind rage, Wang Qianjiao asks a surprisingly sharp question about the heavenly mystic maiden. Hess pieced it together, the maiden must have left her will behind, and that's the source of this kid's unbelievable confidence. With what little strength he has left, he demands to know what inheritance Jinyo-myong managed to steal. Our hero feigns flattery, playfully touching his cheek and listing off benefits like flawless skin and peerless martial arts. The mockery pushes the guardian over the edge, his dual energies flaring as he silently fumes. With a final roar, he unleashes a devastating blast, pouring all his remaining power into one last attack. But Jin Youmyong dodges it without even breaking a sweat, casually telling him to calm down. He then dangles a small, glowing orb, warning that another reckless move might just shatter it. The Guardian freezes, his eyes wide with horrified recognition. He knows exactly what that precious artifact is. With a flick of his finger, Jin Youmyong effortlessly deflects the man's final, desperate blast. He flashes a smug grin, dangling the small pearl ornament right in front of his face. The Guardian can only gasp for air, his mind reeling as he finally recognizes the sacred item. Jin Youmyong reveals its name, the key of the sacred spirit, a treasure the heaven, defying society has been desperately seeking. The Guardian's tone shifts from rage to desperation, begging Jin Youmyong to name his price. Our hero's eyes glint with amusement, asking if the man is truly willing to give his life for it. To his surprise, the Guardian's expression turns deadly serious. His life is a small price to pay. He makes a solemn vow. He will kill himself on the spot if Jin Youmyong swears to turn the key over to his society. Jin Youmyong listens, realizing the Guardian isn't even hiding his allegiance anymore. Just how valuable is this thing? He thinks to himself that without witnesses, he could just lie and walk away. But now he has to play this game for real. The battered strategist glares, his mind made up if he kills the traitor here and now, this will all be over. He turns to Jin Youmyong, needing to confirm one thing. Did he truly break into the Supreme Peak realm? With a simple yes, the strategist's resolve hardens. He will create an opening with his own life. His voice is a low command, telling Jin Youmyong to be ready to kill the Guardian in that single instant. Our hero watches, realizing the strategist isn't just risking his life right now. The old man is gathering his remaining ki, fully prepared to throw his life away for this one chance. But Jin Youmyong steps forward, calmly telling the right Guardian there's no need for such a dramatic sacrifice. The strategist is aghast. Does this kid even know who he's up against? But Jin Youmyong just waves him off with a smile. He gives the old man a look of absolute confidence, telling him to just watch and think about retirement. The strategist simply watches, his face a mask of grim determination. The right Guardian scoffs, seeing not a threat, but a delivery service for the Jade Celestial Divine Sword. A twisted grin spreads across his face. He can't believe his luck. With a roar, he lunges forward, a blur of motion aimed straight for Jin Youmyong's life. But just as the killing blow is about to connect, a hand shoots out to intercept. The old strategist has thrown himself in front of the attack, taking the full impact. Unfazed, the Guardian's eyes glow with manic glee as he lets out a triumphant laugh. He unleashes a torrential blast of power, an attack he boasts even he would struggle to block head-on. In his mind, it's over. Jin Youmyong must have been completely shredded by the force of that blow. But the Guardian's triumphant grin vanishes, his eyes bulging in absolute disbelief. Through the settling dust, Jin Youmyong stands perfectly fine, without a single scratch on him. He calmly raises the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, its ominous energy coiling around the blade. A smirk plays on his lips. He knew the Guardian had to hold back to avoid damaging the precious key. Desperately trying to regain the upper hand, the Guardian starts rambling about a time limit on his power. He claims that once this awakening ends, all of Jin Youmyong's energy will be sealed. But our boy has heard enough, unleashing a wave of demonic power as he tells him to shut up. He roars again, his patience completely spent, drowning out the pathetic psychological attack. Then he unleashes the Sun Moon Destruction demonic art, shattering the very ground with Twin Star Chaos energy. He calmly explains that their powers are just fundamentally incompatible. With a confident smirk, he unleashes the Ten-Fanged Divine Sword Art's ninth fang. The Guardian's eye widens in absolute disbelief. This wasn't supposed to happen. A heavenly revolving strike manifests, coiling like a brilliant white dragon. The energy blast screams through the air, aimed directly at its target. It slams into the Guardian's technique, shattering his dual elemental power with ease. He can't process it. There's no way that's the heavenly demon divine art he knows. A monstrous maw of pure destructive force looms over him, ready to consume him whole. But then the scene cuts away, flashing back to earlier that day where a mysterious woman congratulates the survivors of a brutal test. She explains that they have now absorbed the special power her husband prepared for them. But the process is agonizing, as Baek-sang-ah writhes on the floor, her inner energy corrupted by demonic power. Jin Youmyong, seemingly unfazed, calmly offers her a fresh set of clothes. She snaps back, asking if he's mocking her now that she's become a true demonic martial artist. Overwhelmed with despair, she clutches her head, realizing this is a fate she brought upon herself. He quietly reflects on his own predicament, while she laments the irony of the Orthodox Alliance leader's granddaughter falling to the demonic path. The mysterious woman then arranges for the distraught girl to stay with the Sa clan, before turning her attention to Jin Youmyong. She summons him for a private conversation, her expression turning serious. She needs to discuss his current condition, leaving him utterly confused as he holds his new robes. After sending the others ahead, the mysterious woman says she'll follow shortly, turning to face him. The two of them are left completely alone in the vast, empty chamber. She cuts straight to the point, asking if he's aware of the special power lurking inside his body. He admits he's felt a faint trace of foreign energy, but simply ignored it, thinking it harmless. That's no simple energy, she explains, but a refined essence from the heavenly demon divine art itself. Jin Yomyong's eyes widen in utter disbelief. He can't process it. The power of the legendary heavenly demon is inside him. She clarifies that it's a unique authority of the art, the power of destroying the unknown. An incredible ability, she continues, capable of destroying any evil, especially powers from the mythic age. With a finger to her lips, she warns him to keep this a secret until he's strong enough, promising the power will grow with him. She offers a tantalizing prophecy. If he reaches the pinnacle, an age of 2 heavenly demons may arrive. She smirks, amused that her art is now called the heaven-soaring divine art, but pleased that her lineage survived. Unlike the scraps he learned from a book, she has now passed her true art directly to him. But her next words catch him completely off guard, a heavy request laid upon his shoulders. If her descendants ever side with their enemies, she wants him to punish them in her stead, naming him her sole successor. Jin Yo-myong kneels, overwhelmed, as she reveals her husband also left an inheritance hidden within the cult. Her spiritual form begins to fray and dissolve, her time finally at an end after countless ages. With a final, serene look, her consciousness fades into a cascade of brilliant light. He watches her depart, bowing his head and solemnly vowing to carry out her will. At that exact moment, reality shifts, and an enemy chokes. Utterly stunned by the new power coursing through our hero, the strategist can't believe it, demanding to know how he's using the power to destroy the unknown. Jin Yo-myong simply scoffs, telling the man he's completely mistaken about the situation. He asks if the strategist really thought the heavenly mystic maiden's final gambit would be so sloppy. The man tries to retort that the fight isn't over, but stops cold as his own arm begins to crumble. Sheer panic washes over his face as his body starts disintegrating into dust. Jin Yo-myong explains the true purpose of the art: to destroy the yin-yang fist demon's energy core. Freed from his binds, Wang Qianjiao vows to repay the favor, but our hero just smirks, promising to collect with interest. The strategist begs for his life as the right guardian closes in, ready to settle the score. With that mess handled, Jin Yo-myong turns his thoughts to the next opponent, the famed lustful lord. He feels a slight tremor of nerves, remembering this man was a legendary figure even in his previous life. The battered strategist offers to die as a meat shield, his last shred of usefulness. But Jin Yo-myong coldly denies him, ordering him to take the right guardian and get out. He explains with a confident smirk that in his current state, Wang Qianjiao would only be a liability. Besides, he's already made arrangements, with his own people waiting to secure their escape. The strategist has a chilling realization. If Jin Yo-myong actually wins this, it could unravel a massive conspiracy. He looks at the young man with newfound respect, admitting he never truly trusted him until now. But after seeing this display, he's convinced Jin Yo-myong is the only one worthy of becoming the faction lord. With a final plea to protect the young cult leader, he hoists the unconscious guardian and departs. Jin Yo-myong is left alone, pondering the man's cryptic warning about overturning the cult leader's will. Meanwhile, the battle against the lustful lord rages on, and Zhu Guxian is sent flying by a vicious strike. Baek Sang-ah unleashes a flurry of vicious strikes, her green eyes glowing with contempt. The lustful lord is ripped apart, defiantly screaming that she won't die to a nobody. Baek Sang-ah effortlessly dodges, mocking the demon for having such big dreams. Her eyes narrow with chilling finality. She's decided it's time for this to end. She unleashes a maelstrom of dark, razor-sharp energy. The lustful lord is caught helpless in the storm, her body being torn to shreds. The attack is relentless, a whirlwind of pure, destructive power. Staring down the blade, the demon can only wonder what kind of monster she's facing. But before Baek Sang-ah can finish the job, a swordsman suddenly appears, blocking her path. He explains coolly that his one and only mission is to protect the young lady behind him. He tightens his grip on his sword, ready to give his life, muttering how much he despises the demonic cult. Baek Sang-ah looks on with tired disdain, remarking how easily people like him talk of death. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting, where a younger Jin Yo-myong has just arrived, noting the complicated air. From the darkness, the monstrous lustful lord watches them, her eyes locking onto Han Muye. Jin Yo-myong calmly turns his head, his piercing gaze meeting the uninvited guest. The demon explodes with fury, demanding to know what right he has to sit so casually next to the young cult leader. She shrieks that his answer will determine whether he gets a painless death or is torn limb from limb. But Jin Yo-myung is utterly unfazed, simply labeling her a complete lunatic in his mind. A faint, almost mocking smile touches his lips as he offers to enlighten her about their relationship. The mere suggestion seems to be an attack in itself, sending a psychic shock that shatters her composure. The demon lord is momentarily stunned, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. But Jin isn't finished with his enlightenment, his hand moving toward the young cult leader. He pulls Han Mu-yeon into a casual embrace, asking if this little display answers her question. She whispers, asking what he thinks he's doing, and he calmly explains he's just acting rudely to provoke their audience. Her red eyes narrow in thought, weighing his audacious gambit. A silent decision is made. If they're going to start something, they might as well do it properly. With her unspoken consent, Jin pulls her even closer. A silent pact formed between them. She leans into him, fully committing to the provocative act. They present a united, intimate front, a perfect picture of defiance for their unhinged spectator. And it works perfectly, sending the lustful lord into a furious breakdown, screaming of betrayal and her plans to make Han Mu-yeon hers alone. The lustful lord is completely bewildered as her own loyal guard suddenly attacks her. But he has no time for questions, roaring for silence as he smashes a fist directly into her face. She's driven into the ground with a brutal, earth-shattering impact, yet the recoil sends the swordsman flying. While his master has a terrifying thought, she might actually die here. Suddenly, an unseen power intercepts the swordsman, pummeling him mercilessly in midair. The sheer force of the assault seems to crack the very space around him. He's then launched like a cannonball, sent rocketing straight back into his demonic master. Pushed past her limit, the demon's rage finally boils over. If she can't possess Han Mu-yeon, she'll just destroy her. Watching from the shadows, Han Mu-yeon offers to handle it, but Jin calmly asks if she's achieved her goal yet. He looks up at her with a gentle smile, revealing this entire chaotic display was all for her benefit. Her eyes widen as she asks the crucial question. Was this for the cult or for her? He confirms with a smirk. Even the grand plan to open trade with Qinghai was for her benefit. She finally understands. He knew, he saw everything she was trying to accomplish, and as he gently plays with her hair, he admits that every single move has been for her. But their moment is shattered by an inhuman shriek of pure, theatrical rage from the lustful lord. As the demon lunges with a wave of blood-red energy, Han Mu-yeon simply draws her blade. The demon screeches, utterly convinced that mere sword winds can't possibly stop her power. Han Mu-yeon, however, remains perfectly calm, thinking if that won't work, she'll just use something better. She unleashes the realm of intent-controlled manifestation, a will so strong it simply erases the attack. The lustful lord is left completely stunned, her monstrous form revealed and her power rendered useless. Still in denial, the demon rambles on, convinced Mu-yeon must be some ancient witch to be this powerful. But even so, she dares her to try and pierce this outer shell, trembling with a mix of fear and bravado. Her eyes bulge with fury as she screams that this body was forged with the power of the mythic spirit turtle. It's an absolute, invincible defense, a claim that is immediately sliced in half by a single, effortless stroke. A pained shriek echoes through the chamber as the blade carves through her supposedly impenetrable form. The demon stares in horror at her wound, realizing with dawning panic that her regeneration isn't kicking in. Gritting her teeth, she glares at the woman who just shattered her ultimate defense. Han Mu-yeon, however, looks on with an almost bored expression, as if this outcome was never in doubt. As more slashes tear her apart, the lustful lord can only scream curses at the heavenly demon divine cult. Mu-yeon simply dismisses her as a beast, continuing her elegant, relentless assault without a shred of mercy. With a cold smirk, Mu-yeon decides that beasts deserve to be slaughtered like one. She unleashes a torrent of dark energy, a final, merciless strike. Tendrils of power, both crimson and azure, rip through the demon's flesh. The lustful lord can only shriek in pure agony as she's torn apart. Mu-yeon's expression is utterly devoid of pity. She's had enough of this game. A final, swirling vortex of blades descends upon what's left of her target. The demon is completely atomized in the storm of demonic sword ki. Nothing is left but a few sizzling purple fragments dropping to the ground. The job done, she meets up with her ally, Byeon, who remarks that her side wasn't much of a fight. Byeon casually lifts a severed head, complaining that he whined it was unfair she killed him before he could even transform. Baek Sang-ah complains she could have handled that bug herself, but Byeon calmly dismisses it. If Jin Yo-myung wants him, she says. Let him have him though, Sang-ah is still itching for a fight. The surviving Orthodox sect members look on in terror, their leader weakly volunteering to take the stragglers. Sang-ah shoots a sharp glance at her ally, warning her not to steal her prey this time. Byeon just smiles, a silent promise to let her have her fun. The survivors can only whisper in disbelief, recognizing the legendary demonic three flowers. Muyan turns, her crimson eyes confirming their absolute worst fears. They stand together, an unbelievable display of the heavenly demon cult's rising power. From a distance, Jin Yomyong takes in the scene, his mind already set. This power only reaffirms his goal. He will turn that woman into the god of the 10,000 mountains. His plan is simple. The cult leader is already a divine existence, but he won't create just any god. He recalls how in her first life, Qian Yura's singular focus on martial arts left her completely isolated. If she had only understood love, perhaps she could have seen the malice hidden in Han Mubek's heart. So this time, he will make sure she knows what it means to be loved. He'll do it so that maybe, just maybe, she can avoid that same tragic end. But as his resolve solidifies, a sharp voice cuts through the air, calling him insane. A woman pinned beneath his foot seethes, demanding to know if he understands what he just declared. To her, he's vowing to dye the very sky of the divine cult, with his own personal color. His glowing purple eyes narrow, coolly asking her what exactly the problem is. She screams that it's treason, and with a chilling calm, he simply concedes perhaps it is. A small, cold smile plays on Jin Yomyong's lips as he asks her to think about it. He explains it's simple human logic. You repay those who wrong you and always keep a promise. So, he wonders aloud, what should be done with someone who failed to keep their end of the deal? Her pleas for mercy are completely ignored as his foot presses down, ending her life with a wet crunch. Elsewhere, whispers speak of a second exchange meeting, coming far too soon for anyone to prepare. Even Qian Yura is in the dark, admitting to Bion that the cult leader's plans are a mystery. She turns to her friend, believing Bion must now have the strength to finally achieve her dream. But Bion shakes her head, knowing it's not time. Revealing her hand now would be suicide. She plans to bide her time, waiting for the perfect moment to use her power and land the final blow. In fact, she confesses, all her hopes are now riding on this very exchange meeting. Bion reveals her plan. The Sa clan is sending Sa Chung-moon, a close confidant of their heir. It's the perfect opportunity. If Jin Yomyong humiliates him, it'll be a direct blow to the Sa clan's successor. Qian Yura notes that Bion will owe Jin a debt, but she's just eager to see what he can do. 1 month flashes by, and the day of the exchange meeting arrives. An elder explains to his master that their official protest about the meeting was sent, but unfortunately, he reports, they were completely and utterly ignored. The master, Jin Yomyong, simply smirks from his palanquin, unbothered, claiming the result will be the same. His butler wonders if this is about building his reputation, but Jin scoffs at the very idea. He coolly states that swatting a few houseflies hardly counts, telling the butler to just trust him. Elsewhere, in a dark, stone-walled room, a captive girl looks up in utter confusion. But as Jin walks through the compound, a sharp voice suddenly calls out to him. A pink-haired girl sprints over, quickly closing the distance between them. She gets right in his face, indignantly asking if he knows who she is, only to get a blunt no in return. She can't believe it, but Jin is already sizing her up, his gaze landing on the massive blade she carries. His eyes flare with purple light as he puts it together. She must be from the Extreme Blades Pei clan. With a smug grin, she introduces herself as Pei Youngyong, confirming she knows all about his recent fame. Jin is floored. This is the designated successor? He wonders why she'd even come, since she can't become a great duke. As she walks away, she catches him staring and turns back, asking why he's looking at her so intently. She admits the rumors about him were intriguing. He seems like a pushover, but there's something more. Her playful demeanor fades, and she poses a serious question. Is he, by any chance, insanely strong? With a sly smile, Jin deflects her question, wondering if his strength really matters. He flips it back on her, asking if her clan is forfeiting since she's here. She scoffs, claiming she only came because she's interested in him. Her eyes light up as she admits she's heard the rumors about the young cult leader's power. She then gets to the real point, asking his opinion on the legendary Blade King, one of the 5 kings and 4 supremes. Jin sees right through her. Getting on the Pei clan's good side is surprisingly simple. He calmly mentions the Blade Supreme, Heon Yanghu, and she practically explodes with excitement that he knows the name. As they walk, he continues to play her, admitting that no one's sword arts can compare to the Pei clan's extreme demon blade art. She's completely charmed, remarking that it's the first time she's gotten along with anyone from the Jin clan and looks forward to a match. Jin is taken aback by the sudden invitation to spar. Her friendly demeanor vanishes, and she leans in, asking if he even knows how to use a blade after all that flattery. Jin internally curses his situation. Her challenge has him wondering if he needs to learn a blade art on the spot. Pei Yongyong's sharp green eyes simply stare, waiting for his answer, putting all the pressure on him. Their tense exchange is interrupted as another disciple recognizes the young cult leader with a start. Meanwhile, high above the courtyard, Cheon Yura and her attendant observe the gathering clans. Without another word, Pei Yongyong dashes off, and Jin can't help but be intrigued by her impressive presence. Inside, Cheon Yura addresses the assembled clan members, coldly welcoming the Pei brats to their trial. She declares that to earn her acknowledgement, their level of martial arts must, of course, be tested. However, she then reveals a twist. Due to the cult leader's request, things will proceed peacefully. The theme for this meeting, she announces with a sly grin, is a talent show. Leaving everyone stunned, her attendant clarifies the bizarre rule. They can do anything, as long as it proves how outstanding they are. The attendant confirms Jin's suspicion. There will be no sparring with the young cult leader at this meeting. Pei Yongyong slumps in her seat, utterly deflated, feeling like she came all this way for nothing. But a moment later, a sharp glint in her eyes reveals she's already formulating a new plan. She turns to the attendant and asks for a match instead, catching the woman completely off guard. Cheon Yura interjects, dismissing her attendant's humble refusal and insisting she is more than strong enough. But Pei Yongyong ignores them, turning her attention to Jin. Sensing the immense power he's trying to conceal, she asks him why he's so fixated on the cult leader. And he just smiles, admitting he can feel her incredible strength. With a dangerous look, Cheon Yura offers a different idea. Why not fight them instead? She gestures to the entire room, proposing that all the gathered clan representatives would make for excellent opponents. Seeing his chance, one of the disciples immediately volunteers, eager for the glory of challenging the Pei clan. A vicious smile spreads across the disciple's face, thinking this is his moment to shine. But before he can even take a step, a commanding voice cuts through the tension, ordering him to stop. The young man's ambition deflates in an instant as he obediently lowers his hand. Pei Yongyong scoffs, making it clear she has no interest in fighting such small fry. Her gaze remains locked on Jin, telling him she only wants to cross blades with him later, and he calmly agrees. But he has one condition for the young lord of the Pei clan. As long as the other representatives aren't eliminated from the meeting, she is not to touch them because they are his. Cheon Yura's eyes narrow, backing him up with a possessive warning that she hates having her people taken from her. Elsewhere, the humbled disciple apologizes to his superior for his hasty actions. But his leader isn't concerned, telling him to forget it and focus on their true goal, winning the exchange match. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, remarking on their interesting conversation. A man with flowing silver hair and a smug grin strolls up, admitting he unintentionally overheard everything. The red-robed leader eyes him suspiciously, asking if he's a guest of the patriarch. He flashes a confident smile, introducing himself as Cheon Jumyong, the master of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. His arrival comes on the heels of a massive internal purge that has rocked the entire demonic cult. Elsewhere, a high-ranking elder smashes his desk in fury, enraged by the sheer scale of the betrayal. He turns to a young man kneeling before him, acknowledging the part he played in helping the right guardian. The young man humbly credits his survival to luck and the guardian's willingness to cover up the details. The elder commands him to lay low at the academy for now. A reward is coming, but he must avoid the current political storm. His next destination is the Primordial Demon Pavilion, summoned by the cult leader himself, a place he's never been before, at least not in this life. As he makes his way up the grand staircase, his thoughts are interrupted. The elder calls out to him one last time, a hint of concern in his voice. He warns that he won't ask what our regressor gained during the recent chaos, so long as it never brings harm back to their own clan. The young man agrees, his mind already on the more pressing matter, his audience with the cult leader. He finally arrives before the Primordial Demon Pavilion, and the guards announce his summons. The massive doors slowly creak open, revealing the dark hall within. A single, powerful voice from the depths of the room commands him to enter. For just a second, a horrific memory flashes in his mind, the sound of a woman screaming. But he steels himself, a cold resolve settling on his face as he steps forward to meet his destiny. His mind is assaulted by visions of a past tragedy, of a city engulfed in flames. He takes a single, heavy step into the throne room, the weight of his memories pressing down. Another flash, a lone figure standing defiantly amidst total ruin. But he shoves it all down, his gaze hardening with cold determination. In the cavernous hall, a voice welcomes him, mockingly calling him the weakest of their high-ranking members. The sound and sight of the leader stop him dead in his tracks. A jolt of pure shock runs through him. The heavenly demon calmly asks if he's all right, his voice echoing in the silence. Caught completely off guard, our regressor can only stare, flustered before the cult's supreme leader. He quickly regains his senses, dropping to a knee to pay his respects to the heavenly demon. But the leader cuts right through the formalities, asking if he is truly the one who defeated the seventh elder. Jin plays it humble, claiming the right guardian did most of the work and he just landed the final blow. But the heavenly demon isn't having it. A soul-crushing pressure slams down, demanding the real story. Forced to the floor, Jin trembles, realizing why the heaven-defying society stays hidden. Their power is monstrous. He can't even think of resisting the overwhelming presence. So this is the true might of the heavenly demon. The leader watches him struggle for a moment, then calmly notes that he has certainly grown stronger. As the pressure finally lifts, Jin gasps for air, and the heavenly demon suggests they resume their talk. After Jin recounts the entire ordeal with the enchantment, the leader turns away, simply stating that he now understands what happened. Jin is baffled. He expected suspicion, not acceptance. The heavenly demon then asks what he knows about the enchantment he received. He reveals its true purpose, a trial that grants the wielder the literal power to subjugate demons. The heavenly demon explains the true gravity of what just happened. Jin realizes he didn't just survive a trial, he experienced half of the Cheonil Academy's original teachings. With that, the leader tells him to rest, leaving Jin completely baffled by the sudden dismissal. Noticing his hesitation, the heavenly demon turns, asking if there's something else on his mind. Jin finally voices his deepest concern. He was afraid the leader would be furious about him learning a rival clan's arts, but the leader waves it off, claiming he has little interest in the heaven-defying clan's inheritance. He even adds that since Yura benefited from it in the past, there's absolutely no reason for him to be offended. As the conversation seems to conclude, Jin musters the courage to ask one final, critical question. The leader sighs, remarking that he's certainly full of questions tonight. But Jin's eyes are deadly serious, his focus locked entirely on the cult leader before him. He asks a question that cuts to the very core of the heavenly demon's existence. Must an absolute supreme be absolutely alone? The response is not words, but a wave of crushing pressure that slams Jin to the floor, the leader's silhouette radiating pure menace. The heavenly demon remarks that Jin's instincts are sharp, so sharp, in fact, that it's irritating. All of Jin's fears flash through his mind: the desolate pavilion, Yura's tragic smile, and the guardian's final words. Despite the insolence, the leader seems to sense the weight behind the question and decides he will answer. His confirmation is simple and devastating. Yes, that's correct, shattering Jin's world. The weight of that truth leaves him utterly broken, a small figure sprawled in the vast, empty hall. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the silence, lightly mocking him for not valuing his own life. An elegant figure approaches, asking if he realizes he just stepped over the line between life and death. Jin looks up, acknowledging that he knows he just survived by a hair's breadth. Gathering himself, Jin offers a deep, respectful bow to the woman before him. She is Cheon Yongha, the Grand Elder, and she wants to know what could possibly be worth risking his life for. His answer is simple, delivered with the slightest hint of a smile. It was all because he has someone he likes. Her confusion is immediate, but he clarifies that he is the one who fancies the young cult leader. Jin insists he's being completely serious, much to the elder's bewilderment. He admits Yura isn't most men's type, she's scary and only cares about martial arts. But even so, he asks with a fond smile, "Isn't that what makes her cute?" He continues, describing her emotional depth and clumsy charm, until the flustered elder tells him that's quite enough. But for Jin, this woman is worthy of his respect. She was the only one who stood by Yura to the bitter end. And besides, he muses, where else in the world could he confess his feelings for Cheon Yura so freely? A flashback reveals the core doctrine. The absolute supreme must be utterly solitary. Her father, the cult leader, believed any human emotion was a weakness, an opening to be avoided. Yura's eyes reflect the cold weight of this expectation. For this reason, her father had absolutely no intention of ever pairing her with anyone. The memory slams into Jin, the cruel, isolating reality of the cult's philosophy hitting him all over again. Back in the present, Elder Cheonyonga scoffs at the very idea of love in the heavenly demon divine cult. She notes the terrible timing, someone claiming to care for Yura right when the cult leader's will is firm. Jin lowers his head, explaining that this is exactly why he's come to her, pleading for her help. She questions his motives, asking if becoming the demonic faction lord is his true goal, but he flatly denies it. Jin declares with a smile that his feelings would be the same even if Yura weren't the young cult leader. In fact, he cheekily adds, it might be even better they could meet freely. The elder warns that such words would earn him a death sentence, but Jin knows the cult leader isn't here, casually revealing he's aware of the man's usual whereabouts. This stops Cheon Yongha cold. How could he possibly know that? A chilling blue aura erupts from her body. In an instant, spectral snakes of ice coil around Jin, a test from one of the cult's most powerful masters. A bitter frost creeps up his fingers, but he stands firm, enduring an attack that would have frozen a normal martial artist's heart. Impressed, she withdraws her power, stating she can't defy the cult leader, but she can answer a question. She asks him to consider a simple contradiction. Why would a man who refuses to pair Yura ever hold an exchange ceremony? The question hangs in the air, forcing Jin to think. It's a blatant inconsistency he hadn't seen. The elder explains the backdrop. The 6 clan's successors are all vying for power, especially the Ma clan, where 2 brothers are locked in a dirty feud. She continues, explaining that the Sa, Huan, and So clans are also consumed by their own succession battles. With a sharp glint in her eye, she asks him to consider what happens when a new variable is added to this political tinderbox. It all clicks into place for Jin. The chaos, the bloodstorm, it was all part of the cult leader's grand, manipulative design. A scheme to buy Yura time to grow stronger, while letting the other clans weaken themselves. But Jin knows how this story ends, his hand clenching in fury. A catastrophic, garbage plan that was doomed from the start. The elder then drops another bomb. The Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion has made its move, ensuring the chaos won't end soon. That name stops him cold, an unexpected development he hadn't foreseen. Without another word, she tosses him a small wooden object. It's a tag, a token for the Contemplation Heavenly Pavilion, granting him access to one of the 9 demon pavilions. But just as she offers this aid, her eyes narrow, suddenly questioning him about the incident he caused in Qinghai. She calls him out on the rumor that he turned the Orthodox Alliance leader's granddaughter into a demonic practitioner. She notes he can't fully dodge responsibility, but reveals Yura defended him to the cult leader, keeping the story contained for now. But the warning is clear. He needs to find a way to handle this situation, leaving him flustered and at a loss. The scene shifts to a man named Sandojian, who has finally collapsed, weeping over the remains of his fallen kin. He throws himself at Jin's feet, breaking down completely as he begs for a chance at vengeance. His voice cracks with desperation, wanting only to flay the bastards responsible and offer their hides to the dead. Jin listens to this plea, his expression unreadable as he takes in the broken man's request. We get a glimpse into Dojian's life, where even among allies, he's looked down upon by others jockeying for position. One of them smugly claims seniority, declaring their lord chose him first, while Dojian can only sit dejectedly in the background. The bully smirks, asserting his own twisted logic that he is the lord's true left arm and therefore Dojian's senior. One of the other subordinates snaps back, yelling that talk is cheap. The bully just cracks his knuckles, agreeing that in this cult, only the strong survive. With a smug grin, he issues a challenge for all of them to come at him at once. But all this squabbling is just background noise to Jin, who sighs in exhaustion. Just then, Baek Sang-ah quietly sits down beside him, asking what he's doing. A gentle smile spreads across his face. He seems to have been waiting for her. She begins her story, admitting her dream was to become a legendary sword empress. Everyone praised her talent, and her own grandfather saw her as the heir to their clan's techniques. Looking at the ground, she admits that what happened recently was her fault. But she immediately corrects herself with a defiant look. It wasn't a fault, because her resolve was never wrong. She was prepared to die without blaming anyone, but she admits this outcome was unexpected. Jin listens intently, recognizing that her fierce resolve hasn't wavered one bit. With a clenched fist, she declares that she's thought long and hard about a solution. She turns to him with a serious expression and proposes they get married. The words send a jolt through Jin, leaving him completely and utterly stunned. Baek Sang-ah begins her explanation. If her demonic energy is framed as a blessing, then as long as her clan doesn't expel her, her dream of becoming the Sword Empress is still alive. She lays out the perfect cover, a political marriage with a demonic practitioner. The logic is sound, but Jin can't help but ask why she chose him for this plan. Her deadpan stare is all the answer he needs, and he immediately wishes he could take the question back. Letting out a sigh, she admits that while she knows he's a top candidate for demonic faction lord, she's desperate and can't afford to be picky, placing a hand on his knee to plead her case. She reminds him that her prestigious Baek clan would be a huge asset, and personally, she wants to help him succeed. But Jin interrupts her with a sly smile, dropping a bombshell. He's truly in love with the young cult leader. The confession leaves Baek Sang-ah speechless, as he suggests they find a different solution together. Just then, their private conversation is interrupted by one of his subordinates rushing over. Sandojian proudly introduces himself as Jin's left arm and the leader of this group, offering his formal respects. The deadline Jin set has arrived, and his subordinate confirms that 8 people have gathered, ready to follow him. His man quietly wonders if the number is an issue, since it's not a multiple of the traditional 6. When asked if he'll challenge the mainstream immediately, Jin just smirks, telling them to give him some time. Guan Hyunjin notes that news of a second exchange ceremony is already spreading fast. He correctly deduces it's a political move to clear the air after the recent large-scale purge. Still, he worries for Jin, mentioning that the clans he humiliated are sending fresh faces for revenge. But Jin just smiles, completely unbothered, assuring him the outcome won't change one bit. In fact, he declares that anyone from the other 5 clans should give up any hope of returning in one piece. Elsewhere, others are already complaining about the sudden announcement of another ceremony. 2 women walk together, one sighing that she can't understand the cult leader's motives. She tells her companion, Cheon Yura, that she should now have more than enough power to achieve her dream. But Cheon Yura is patient, explaining that if she reveals her true intentions now, her eldest brother's faction will crush her. She plans to wait, biding her time and strength until the perfect moment to drive the final nail in. Her companion is completely baffled by this, unable to see her endgame. Cheon Yura reveals that this time, the Sa clan is sending a new fighter, her eldest brother's most trusted man. She smirks, musing that after Jin deals with him, her companion will owe him a rather significant debt. A month passes, and on the day of the exchange ceremony, the air is thick with tension. The chief butler, Guan Hyun-jin, nervously explains that their clan sent an official letter of protest, but their objections were completely ignored, leaving the clan's leadership deeply worried for Jin. Jin, however, simply lounges in his palanquin, utterly unconcerned, saying the result will be the same. He scoffs, telling the butler that what he did before wasn't establishing authority, it was just swatting a few flies. Overwhelmed by his young master's supreme confidence, the butler sends him off with a roaring cheer. But elsewhere, at that very moment, a young woman looks up in absolute shock. As Jin makes his way through the compound, a sharp voice suddenly calls out to him. The woman with pink hair doesn't wait for an answer, immediately rushing right up to him. She gets straight in his face, demanding to know if he recognizes her, but his blank stare says it all. She's utterly flabbergasted. Seriously? With the giant blade on her back, he still doesn't know? The weapon finally jogs his memory that fighting style she must be from the Extreme Blades Pei clan. She smirks, introducing herself as Pei Yongyang, one of the ceremony's participants, and notes that his reputation precedes him. But this only confuses Jin. He knows she's the Pei clan's chosen successor, so why is she here? Noticing his intense stare, she asks him what's got him so lost in thought. She admits the rumors of his sudden change intrigued her, and that he has a strange, almost shabby aura, yet something more. Cutting to the chase, she asks him point blank, is he actually insanely strong? Jin's eyes narrow as he considers her blunt question. He brushes it off with a disarming smile, claiming his own skills don't matter. Instead, he asks why she's here if her clan is forfeiting, but she just grins, admitting she came for him. She's heard tales of the Ma clan's young leader, a prodigy with unrivaled skill, but then she gets to the real point, asking his opinion on the legendary Blade King. A flicker of a smirk crosses Jin's face. He knows this game all too well. He mentions the Blade King by name, and Pei Yongyang's eyes light up, thrilled that he's in the know. He continues, praising her clan's extreme blade art as having more raw power than any other style. Completely charmed, she declares she's looking forward to the day they can finally have a real blade fight. Jin is left speechless, not expecting his smooth talk to lead to a genuine duel. Her smile widens, playfully pressing him. Surely he wasn't all talk about blade techniques, right? Jin's smooth facade crumbles internally. Damn it, does he really have to learn how to use a blade now? Her piercing green eyes bore into him, and for once, our hero is at a complete loss for words. As they proceed, another young leader in red robes spots the young cult leader arriving with his unexpected guest. They're led to an imposing, multi-tiered structure, the grand hall for this supposed clan exchange. The man in red watches Pei Yongyang rush ahead, intrigued by her incredibly potent aura. Inside, the heads of the various clans are already assembled as Cheon Yura welcomes the Pei clan. With a stern expression, she announces that their job today is to earn her recognition by proving their strength. However, she clarifies that the cult leader himself requested that things remain peaceful this time. Therefore, the theme for this year's verification ceremony is a talent show, leaving the entire room completely baffled. The head attendant explains that each clan must simply demonstrate their most exceptional talent. But Pei Yongyang only cares about one thing. Does this mean no sparring with the young cult leader? The answer is no. She slumps in her seat, utterly devastated. She came all this way for nothing. But then, a glimmer of inspiration flashes in her green eyes as a new plan forms. If the master is off limits, perhaps his servant isn't? She turns to the attendant and asks if a match with her is possible. The attendant humbly insists her skills are lacking, but Pei Yongyang isn't listening. She suddenly grabs the woman's shoulder, claiming she can feel an immense power being suppressed within her. Jin Yo-myung just smirks, silently confirming her guess this attendant is far stronger than she lets on. Before things escalate, Cheon Yura's sharp voice cuts in with a different proposal. She gestures to the room full of clan leaders, suggesting they make for much better sparring partners, much to Jin's silent dismay. Seeing an opportunity, the young leader in red volunteers to be the first to spar with the Pei clan head. But before he can even finish his sentence, a cold voice commands him to stop. The leader freezes, clenching his fist in silent frustration at being so bluntly shut down. Pei Yongyong couldn't care less, huffing that she has zero interest in anyone else anyway. She turns her gaze solely to Jin Yomyong, demanding a blade fight later, and he's surprised she still remembers their old promise. Qian Yura interrupts, turning to the pink-haired girl with a condition she must keep in mind. But Jin speaks first, his expression hardening as he warns them that his people are his own unless eliminated. Qian Yura's eyes narrow, retorting that she despises having her people taken from her a clear threat. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, other clan members are idly gossiping about their own affairs. At another table, a man tells Jin he once thought they had parted ways for good, much to Jin's confusion. The man introduces himself as So Jungwon, reminding Jin of their time at the demonic heaven tower. He flashes back to that day, admitting with a chuckle that he seriously thought Jin was going to die. Jin gives an awkward laugh, clearly not remembering the man all that well. But before he has to fake it any longer, another voice cuts through the hall, addressing the young cult leader. It's a woman named Huan Ryung, a top talent from the Huan clan, offering to perform a sword dance to liven things up. A buzz goes through the crowd, apparently. She's a reclusive figure who rarely makes public appearances. Jin's eyes narrow in recognition. He knows her future self as the infamous illusory killer swordsman. She steps into the center of the courtyard, modestly claiming her skills are lacking before unsheathing her blade. With a confident smirk, she begins her dance, her sword whistling through the air with practiced ease. In an instant, the blade ignites with a shimmering, illusory purple energy, ready to put on a real show. She unleashes her clan's prized technique, the fog dance sword art. A confident gaze meets the stunned crowd as shimmering energy envelops her blade. She moves like a phantom, her elegant dance blurring into a series of deadly strikes. The other clan members are completely captivated, whispering in awe at the dreamlike swordplay. Even So Jungwon, his face beaming, can't help but be impressed by the spectacle. But at the head table, Qian Yura simply sips her drink, thinking it's nothing special. The performance concludes, and a heavy, expectant silence falls over the main table. Huan Ryung stands poised, a flicker of annoyance on her face as she waits for the praise she deserves. But then, one of the leaders turns directly to Jin, putting him on the spot. Huan Ryung whips around. Insulted, is this mere junior really going to evaluate her art? From the main table, Qian Yura calmly explains why Jin was chosen over everyone else. The reason is simple, and utterly crushing. He's just stronger. With that, Jin rises and walks forward. He introduces himself formally, stating Hela praise her sword art by the young cult leader's command. Jin begins his critique by correctly identifying the 9th move of her 18-part form, stunning Huan Ryung. He casually suggests he'll just reproduce it, unsheathing a blade with a confident air. As he demonstrates, he points out her first flaw, a lack of fluidity, and the crowd begins to whisper about his legendary deeds. He continues the lesson, noting her incorrect energy control, stopping her with the point of his blade. Flustered, she tries to stop him, claiming she understands, but he just looks at her, confused by her words. A wicked grin spreads across his face. If he's going to bruise her pride, he might as well do it thoroughly. The list of her mistakes goes on and on. Her footwork, her flexibility, the very way she chained her forms. And with his brutal lesson complete, Jin Yomyong walks away, leaving Huan Ryung frozen in utter humiliation. The other clan members whisper amongst themselves. They knew he was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so cruel. Just as the silence becomes unbearable, another woman steps forward, asking if she may go next. But before she gets an answer, a man from the Black Gold Sa clan, Sa Kyungmun, boldly cuts in. He declares his intent to showcase his talent for commerce, of all things, catching everyone off guard. He argues that a premier needs more than just martial skill. They need commercial talent to support the divine cult. Rather than give a boring speech, he figures it'll be more impressive if he has an opponent to debate. His eyes lock onto his target, and he asks if young Master Jin will play along with him. Jin, who absolutely despises numbers, is momentarily stunned by the audacious request. A small, almost silent laugh escapes his lips, slowly building into a full, echoing cackle. Sa Cheongmun glares, realizing this guy is trying to use him as a stepping stone. From his seat, the cult leader watches with intrigue. The Sa clan challenging the Jin clan on commerce is a novel sight. He leans forward, quietly asking Jin if he's truly capable of handling this. With a confident smirk, Jin assures him that he'd take on the entire Sa clan, if commanded. The two opponents face off, but before they start, Jin raises a hand, saying he's curious about something. He asks Sa Chungmoon directly if he's sincerely aiming for the position of the demonic faction's premier. The man scoffs. Of course he is, but Jin's follow-up question catches him completely off guard. Is it because he has feelings for the young cult leader? Sa Chong-moon just freezes, the accusation rendering him utterly speechless. He can't even get a word out, slamming his fist on the table in pure, humiliated rage. And at that reaction, Jin's suppressed amusement finally erupts into a full-blown, mocking laugh. Jin's face remains a mask of calm, as Sa Chong-moon tries to justify his ambition. It's not love, he thinks, but the raw power he would wield as the husband of a female cult leader. He can barely contain his greasy smile, whispering to himself about the guaranteed success and status. And Jin just listens, noting that not a single word was uttered about actually caring for the woman herself. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Jin's face. He decides he can't let this slide. He proposes a new game for everyone's entertainment, a battle of wits based on commerce and knowledge. The rules are simple. They'll take turns asking questions. 3 unanswered questions in a row, and you lose. Elsewhere, Pai Yongyong and her attendant watch with concern, a competition of commerce feeling unexpected. But Sa Chong-moon just smirks, thinking Jin must have read a few books and gotten overconfident. Jin cuts him off, simply asking if he's in or out. Eager for a win, Sa Chong-moon readily agrees, even wanting to raise the stakes. Sa Chong-moon turns to the young cult leader, pointing out that Jin is acting like her personal shield. Unimpressed, she asks what reward he's looking for if he manages to break through that shield. His request is as slimy as his smile. He wants private time with her as his prize. She doesn't miss a beat, coolly asking what the penalty will be if He's the one who loses. He puffs out his chest, confident he can't possibly fail, and will accept any punishment. Jin can barely hold back a grin. This whole competition feels like a stage made just for him. The spar begins, and Sa Chong-moon asks for the capital's total tax revenue, only for Jin to answer instantly and flawlessly. Hes stunned, how could Jin know an imperial secret? But it's already Jin's turn to ask. Jin asks why the divine cult's attempt to open a trade route failed 30 years ago. Sa Chong-moon's face goes pale. That was before he was even born. Jin just smiles, wondering if the question is too hard. The spectators murmur amongst themselves, realizing just how much a faction lord needs to know. Sa Chong-moon grits his teeth. Half-baked questions clearly won't work on this guy. Even those who don't understand the question can see the sheer desperation on his face. He tries again, asking about the specific financial losses the divine cult suffered just last year. Nearby, Cheon Yura's companion observes that young Master Jin is truly a different breed. Once again, Jin answers perfectly, and when asked how he knew, he simply questions if he has to say. Sa Chong-moon freezes. That's classified information known only to a handful within his own clan. But Jin just offers a smug little smile, as if toying with him. His companion is left speechless by Jin's incredible display of knowledge and audacity. Completely losing it, Sa Chong-moon spins around, accusing someone of selling out the Sa clan's secrets. But his little tantrum earns him a cold, unimpressed stare from Yura's companion. The entire hall watches as Sa Chong-moon completely loses his composure. Even his own attendant rushes to his side, desperately whispering for him to watch his mouth. But the companion's voice cuts through, questioning his audacity to speak so rudely to a direct-line heir. Jin simply smiles, musing that he must be the kindest one here, as Sa Chong-moon stammers an apology. He brushes it off, asking if his opponent is ready for the next question. Sa Chong-moon tries to rally, thinking one loss is fine, but Jin dives into a deep-cut question about the past. He asks about a secret Sa clan unit from 35 years ago, causing the man to explode once more. Sa Chong-moon screams that it's irrelevant, but Jin just stares back, coolly stating that it is. And to seal his fate, Cheon Yura's quiet voice agrees, siding completely with Jin. Even the stern companion beside Cheon Yura agrees, confirming the question's absolute relevance. It seems all of Jin's allies are on the same page, leaving his opponent completely isolated. Sa Chong-moon can only gape in horror, stammering that this whole situation is ridiculous. Backed into a corner, he has no choice but to forfeit yet another question. Hes panicking now, realizing Hes already burned 2 of his 3 chances. He must answer the next one. Jin then begins his third question, circling back to the topic of the Empire's tax revenue. A grotesque smile spreads across Sa Chong-moon's face. He knows this one, asking about the cult's own revenue. He triumphantly bellows the exact figure, pointing at Jin as if he's already won. But Jin's simple, unimpressed reply drains all the color from his face. How, Jin wonders aloud, could he possibly know that? It's a top secret known only to the cult leader himself. Sa Chong-moon's mind shatters, the weight of the accusation crushing him completely. The implication of treason brings forth a chilling memory of Cheon Yura, ordering the suppression of rebels. His men are instantly surrounded, forced to their knees, screaming their innocence and surrendering unconditionally. And as one scheme collapses, we flash back to the beginning of another, where a young disciple apologizes for his failure. But his master, Cheonjumeong, simply waves his fan, telling him it's fine given the situation. A sly, unsettling smile spreads across his face as he reminds the boy of the one price for his teachings. He wants him to ensure every other candidate for the young cult leader position fails. Cheonjumeong gives him a month to perfect his technique, promising him unrivaled power. The disciple's eyes harden with resolve. Thinking he could even surpass the famed Jin Yo Myong, he clenches his fist, vowing to train with all his might, a perfect puppet for his manipulative master. Back at the estate, Cheon Yura strolls with Jin, thanking him for his incredible work. She can't help but worry about the immense pressure he'll be under from now on, but he just smiles it off, calmly accepting that this was his fate all along. The word fate seems to strike a chord with her, her red eyes gleaming with thought. She admits she usually dislikes the term, but this time something about it feels different. He clasps his hands, formally addressing her as young cult leader No, as Lady Cheon. He recalls her vow to protect her people, and declares that he is exactly the same. Jin knows there are still countless mountains, maybe even entire skies, that he must overcome. Hearing his resolve, Cheon Yura promises she will never give up either. Then, she turns to him, finally ready to ask a question she's been holding back for a long time. She finally asks him directly, why does he go to such lengths just for her sake? Standing on the bridge, their reflections rippling below, Jin begins to answer, because her breath catches, those crimson eyes wide with shock and anticipation. But before he can finish, an attendant interrupts the delicate moment, announcing the guests have all departed. She smiles, satisfied, noting that their only task now is to see how the main clan reacts. The sudden intrusion leaves both Jin and Cheon Yura completely flustered, their faces blushing crimson. Another attendant, Byeon, rushes over looking for her young cult leader, but Jin calmly cuts her off. He's already moved on, explaining his next move. This incident alone won't be enough to dethrone his brother. His mind flashes back to his previous life, remembering how his older brother took over and how he never saw Byeon again. The grim realization settles in. To think she simply survived after being cast out is far too optimistic. And suddenly, it clicks. A shocking realization hits Jin Yo Myong. That gesture, it was something only one person ever did. Only Cheon Yura. He understands now that Byeon's actions were a quiet way of honoring a childhood friend. Far away, the cult leader is briefed on the day's dramatic events. His intelligence chief, Guan Hyun-jin, reports that the Sa clan is scrambling to disown Sa Chung-moon's actions. The leader simply strokes his beard, amused, remarking on how useful that young man is. If only he weren't so ambitious, he might have kept him close. Guan Hyun-jin questions this, wondering why they don't just bring such a talent into their fold. But the cult leader gives a stark warning. Never underestimate him. Even the master of intelligence, he says, can be vulnerable to a blade hidden right under the lamp. The cult leader scoffs at his subordinate's unspoken doubt. How could he possibly underestimate that boy? Shifting gears, he asks for an update on their investigation into the Orthodox sects. Guan Hyun-jin reports that the internal purge is flawless, and their enemies are now busy meddling in Anhui province. The leader listens, noting that while chaos on the Orthodox side is useful, he doesn't like that it's on their terms. His intelligence chief asks the critical question, will the divine cult intervene? But the order is to stay the course. Guan Hyun-jin kneels, promising to execute his master's grand design. With a simple command, the spy master is dismissed, bowing deeply as he departs. Alone, the cult leader gazes out at the horizon, lost in his own intricate web of plans. He's confident his scheming will produce the results he wants in the end, but he can't help but wonder if that young man will see through his true intentions this time. The target is the Golden Demonic Emperor, Sa Biwan, the divine cult's former fifth elder. In his past life, he was an arrogant, violent, and thoroughly corrupt man, and a traitor. So when asked for help, Jin Yo-myong readily agrees. This scum was on his list anyway. He lays out the plan. Byeon must start moving proactively to get the clan head's attention. Her lack of influence wasn't just due to Sa Bihuan, but the clan head's disposition as well. But now, with the clan desperate for help, it's her chance to shine. She must mobilize the black market's network, prove her worth, and monitor Sa Bihuan's every move. Byeon promises to be a capable ally, thanking him for taking such a great risk on her behalf. But Jin simply smiles, saying it's only natural to want to help out a friend. The word catches her completely off guard. A friend? To him, that's exactly what they are. Jin looks at her with a rare, genuine smile, admitting he just wants his friend to survive. For a brief moment, he's reminded of another precious friend, Cheon Yura, and her bright, carefree laugh. And in that instant, Beyond's eyes widen with understanding, so that's the connection between them. She knows her help alone can't be enough. But Jin assures her their work is just getting started. He takes a quiet moment to himself, committing the idea of a friend's help to memory. His companion smirks from the side, playfully telling him to remember those words later. Meanwhile, in a quiet, secluded room, another one of Jin's pawns is already in position. A woman with fiery red hair kneels on the floor as a stern attendant chides her for her lack of manners. This is the Nether Crow, Ju Guxian, who explains she's slowly recovering thanks to their efforts. But she's reporting to Jin, who coldly asks if she's ready to lend him the strength to kill 2 specific targets. Jin considers her words, a thoughtful, almost predatory smile on his face. With her head to the floor, Ju Guxian swears that if he grants her revenge, her life is his to command. Her bald attendant, Ming Wu, desperately pleads for the young master to accept the Nether Crow into his service. Jin's smile widens slightly, and he mockingly asks if she truly understands the weight of offering up her life. The room is silent as the two of them remain prostrated before him, awaiting his judgment. Mingwu breaks the silence with a panicked hiss, telling her she's disgracing the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps. But Jin simply tells her she can't throw her life away just yet, not before her revenge is complete. He doesn't expect a new subordinate to die for him, he only demands that she never, ever betray him. She looks up, her eyes burning with conviction, vowing to gladly accept death by his subordinate's hand if she fails. That's the answer he was looking for. A satisfied look crosses his face. For now, her pledge is enough. And with that settled, Jin drops a bombshell on his new subordinate. He's going to rebuild the Nether King squad. He then offers her the position of deputy leader, an honor she can barely comprehend, stammering that it's more than enough. A smirk plays on Jin's lips. This will be his own private force, completely independent of the clan, all thanks to some pocket money he stashed away. Now that business is settled, he's ready to give them their very first mission. With a devious glint in his eye, he tells them what they need to do: forge some evidence. Elsewhere, a woman in elegant robes hurries through the empty, lantern-lit halls of a grand estate. She's out of breath, clearly having rushed here for a matter of great importance. Arriving before the third elder, Qian Yonghe, she apologizes for her tardiness. The third elder herself then turns to a senior, bowing and apologizing for her own late arrival due to an urgent issue. But she's met with cold contempt from other elders, who sneer that she must have been busy destroying evidence. Qian Yonghe decides to begin the meeting, noting that while someone is missing, all 6 clans are present. The first elder scoffs at the disrespect, furious that someone would dare skip such an important gathering. But the blade demon, Pei Waryang, waves it off, defending the absentee's intensive blade training. The first elder mocks his obsession, but Pei Waryang fires back, calling him a sword-crazed fool. Annoyed by the bickering, Qian Yonghe cuts them both off, demanding they get to the point. Her gaze falls on the Sa clan's representative, stating that the day's agenda will be uncomfortable for her. She explains that sensitive information about the cult's tax revenue was shared among a few people. The first elder chuckles darkly, adding that the fool didn't just whisper it, he shouted it for all to hear. The Sa clan attendant sighs in defeat, forced to admit that the first elder, Jin Gunak, is correct. With the transgression laid bare, Qian Yonghe announces the cult leader's verdict: a punishment for the Black Gold Sa clan. She declares that 1/5 of the Sa clan's power and members will be absorbed by the cult. The first elder's faction can barely contain their satisfaction at the news. Meanwhile, the blade demon, Pei Waryang, simply watches with a knowing smirk. The Sa clan's attendant shoots to her feet, protesting that the punishment is far too severe. But Qian Yonghe remains unmoved, stating that the cult leader's decision is absolute. The attendant then shifts tactics, confused why they're being given an extra week to explain themselves. Jin Gunak scoffs at the cult leader's generosity and abruptly gets up to leave, having heard enough. Pei Waryang can't resist a parting shot, mocking his rival for acting like his clan is on fire. The first elder freezes, his eyes narrowing as he demands to know what the blade demon is implying. But Pei Waryang just plays dumb, shrugging it off as a simple, casual remark. Jin Gunak glares, his silence filled with suspicion and rage. But before he can explode, Qian Yonghe cuts in, telling Pei Waryang he's not clever enough to have orchestrated this. She smirks, admitting that while he may be dumb, his instincts are terrifyingly sharp. It's that same instinct, she muses, that's allowed him to run his clan without any major issues. Pei Waryang huffs defensively, insisting his kids are good-natured and don't cause any problems. Suddenly bored with the conversation, he announces he's off to see the Yama blade and makes a hasty exit. As Jin Gunak quietly reflects, he realizes only his clan and the Pei clan have been left alone by the cult leader. Qian Yonghe turns to him, asking if he's genuinely curious about the reason. She agrees to explain, noting that it's not some grand secret, at least not from him. The Pei clan is too simple for schemes, she reveals, and the Jin clan is untouched thanks to his eldest son. She adds that even the cult leader and the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion's master highly value that son. Jin Gunak processes this, advising her to simply watch for now, lest she earn the cult leader's wrath. Elsewhere, the Sa clan's attendant is absolutely furious with her own people. She reminds them they have 1 week, and 1 week only, to figure out the cult leader's true intentions. A subordinate timidly suggests that perhaps they're meant to handle the incident in a different way. She scoffs, demanding to know what other way there is, but the man has no real answer. Her yellow eyes narrow with contempt. Her patience has clearly run out. With a crackle of energy, her violent aura absolutely explodes. She roars that it's because of useless trash like them that she's mocked by Jin Gunak. Her subordinates can only tremble in silence, completely paralyzed by her rage. Her rage finally finds a target, and she screams Sabiwan's name. He squirms, trying to deflect blame by pointing out his lackey was the one who acted. The attendant stares in disgust, lamenting that she ever chose such a thing as her heir. Biwan can only grumble to himself, wondering why he's being pressured for an answer. But just as the tension peaks, a single hand rises from the crowd. A young woman steps forward, announcing with quiet confidence that there is a solution. The room turns. Biwan scoffs, wondering what a kid from the Lesser Demon Pavilion could possibly do. With a sharp crackle of lightning, the attendant silences the murmuring hall. Her expression softens slightly, addressing the girl as her daughter and asking to hear this plan. The daughter meets her gaze, stating her one condition: grant her the authority to resolve this herself. The attendant eyes her daughter with suspicion, wondering just how much authority this girl is aiming for. With a symbolic step onto her own shadow, the daughter prepares to make her demand. She wants nothing less than the full authority of the young clan head. The hall erupts, the subordinates screaming that such a request is absurd, but a flash of lightning from the clan head instantly silences their protests. Leaning back on her throne, an amused smirk appears. Fine, she'll listen, but only after hearing the plan. The daughter refuses to yield, stating the authority must be granted first. The entire clan is stunned. They can't believe she's openly bargaining with their fearsome leader, but her logic is cold and sharp. A merchant never hands over their wisdom without a price. She then reminds her mother that this was the first lesson she ever taught her, leaving the attendant speechless. She throws her mother's own words back at her, a lesson on being strict with those you love. The clan head is taken aback, a flicker of pride in her eyes. She likes her daughter's guts. Annoyed but impressed, she finally gives in. The authority is hers. Now she demands to hear the plan. The clan head lays out the stakes. The cult leader gave them a week because simply blaming one person won't be enough. Her daughter already understands. They need to cover this massive failure with an even greater achievement. The clan head scoffs at the obviousness of it all. Does her child think she's a fool? With only a week, how could they possibly build enough merit? The daughter then offers an impossible solution. Wipe out the remnants of the Heaven Defying group. The entire clan stirs. Those remnants escaped their nets long ago. But she announces with chilling confidence that she knows where they are. Her mother's jaw drops. How is that possible? A frantic hope ignites within her. This insane gamble just might save them all. She explains she used the black market's network, though she knows the real credit goes to Nether Crow. Finally convinced, Bion grants her daughter full authority to lead the operation. With a confident smile, the daughter promises her mother will not be disappointed. Elsewhere, a subordinate urgently approaches a lounging figure. Ming Wu reports that Lady Sa's plan succeeded, but Jin Yo Myong just scoffs at how long it took. His attendant insists that for a clan of that size, moving in half a day is actually lightning fast. He explains that only the Jin clan moves faster, and that's entirely due to their own monstrous leader. Just then, a woman with fiery red hair appears, casually remarking that there wasn't even anything to prepare for. She smirks, revealing herself as the true Nether Crow. The ones she hunted were just that easy. Han Muyan confirms it. Sa Biwan really was colluding with their enemies. No tricks needed on her part. She hands over the letter, adding that she even found henchmen of the Yin-Yang Fist Demon hiding among them. Jin Yomyong reads the proof. It's solid, but he wants to make it airtight, impossible to deny. He orders them to forge a copy, seal it to prevent its destruction, and plant it back where the original was found. But as they're plotting, a voice suddenly drifts over, observing their interesting deed, and both subordinates instantly freeze. Ming Wu's face contorts in dawning horror. He recognizes that voice. A figure casually approaches, remarking how nice it is to see some familiar faces. A flicker of demonic energy escapes Han Muyan as she whispers the title Demonic Gentleman. Her eyes flare with pure terror and hatred. This is the one who slaughtered them before. The infamous demonic gentleman, Qian Jumyong, stands before them, coolly mocking their complete lack of emotional control. Overwhelmed by her past trauma, Han Mu-yeon snaps, screaming a curse as she charges forward to attack. But Cheon Ju-myung just smirks, bringing his fan to his lips with an air of complete, untouchable arrogance. He scoffs at her meager skill, casually unleashing a wave of dark energy from his fan. The Wind Demon Cloud Fan erupts, a massive tide of turquoise power, forcing Jin Yo-myung to shout a warning. But Han Mu-yeon is lost to reason, her eyes glowing white with a feral, all-consuming need for revenge. Ming-woo grits his teeth, hating that the demonic gentleman is right, they're completely outmatched. Still, he can't let her fight alone, launching his own desperate barrage of demonic energy to support her. Their combined furious assault smashes against the demonic gentleman's single, elegant technique. Through it all, Cheon Ju-myung watches their struggle with an expression of bored amusement. But then, a new power enters the fray. Jin Yo-myung steps forward, his purple eyes glowing, stunning Ming-woo into silence. Jin Yo-myung greets him with a formal bow, asking the Heavenly Mind Hall leader what brings him here. Cheon Ju-myung is stunned. How did this kid not only stop his attack but also know his identity? He smirks, probing for information, pointing out that while his title is known, his face shouldn't be. With a bright smile, Jin Yo-myung claims it's impossible not to know, though his inner thoughts are a stream of curses. He explains that his subordinate helpfully yelled his full name earlier, much to Han Mu-yeon's mortified rage. A flicker of understanding crosses Cheon Ju-myung's face before he pivots, rephrasing his question. Now, he wants to know what Jin Yo-myung himself is doing in this place, putting the boy on the spot. The question hangs in the air. Why would someone of his obvious power be meddling in these affairs? Jin Yo-myung's answer is calm and confident. He's here for the very same reason as the demonic gentleman. He then bluntly reveals their scheme to replace the Sa clan's successor, leaving his companions absolutely flabbergasted. Cheon Ju-myung mutters to himself, impressed that Jin Yo-myung managed to find the Yin-Yang Fist Demon's home, a place his own lord had taken an interest in. His eyes light up with a sudden, brilliant idea. He asks if Jin Yo-myung would consider joining the Heavenly Mind Hall. He even offers to pardon the so-called traitors, Han Mu-yeon and Ming-woo, who can only glare in fury. The deal gets even sweeter. He'll make Jin Yo-myung his direct subordinate. Jin considers it a perfect chance to infiltrate, but then, to Cheon Ju-myung's disbelief, he flatly refuses. He explains that if he were to enter the hall, he would never be able to achieve his true goal. Cheon Ju-myung's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold glare, questioning if he's really going to defy his lordship's will. But before he can press further, an unseen figure calls out, impatient with the delay. Jin Yo-myung's head snaps around, his senses screaming a true master has just arrived on the scene. The newcomer notes that an interesting variable has appeared, while Cheon Ju-myung reminds him of their lord's orders. With a flick of his finger, the man makes his presence known. He introduces himself, Cheon Ju-mun, the Ghost Slayer squad leader, remarking that he knew the traitors were still alive. Han Mu-yeon and Ming-woo tremble in terror, convinced he's here to execute them. But Cheon Ju-mun simply sighs, telling them the castle kill order is finished. They are to return. Ming-woo can't believe his ears, but the squad leader adds that they'll still be useful. A flash of memory reveals his true nature. A man who would stand atop the bodies of his own comrades. Back in the present, he coldly orders any survivors to go back, leaving Ming-woo to curse him as a madman. Cheon Ju-myung smirks, deciding to meddle after all, commenting that his remark was a bit out of line. The two Cheons lock eyes, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Cheon Ju-myung tries to casually palm off his task onto Jin Yo-myung, who can only fume at this shameless move. But the imposing Cheon Ju-mun steps in, immediately stating that his colleague's actions are not right. He argues that to pass on a direct order from their lord is nothing less than a betrayal of his trust. Ju-myung just flashes a slimy smile, twisting the situation to say they should at least lend a hand to preserve their honor. Just then, their destination comes into view, a remote hideout already crawling with the Sa clan's elite. Jin Yo-myung internally panics, realizing he hasn't even planted the letter yet, as Ju-myung mockingly calls him lucky. With the upper hand, Ju-myung now offers to plant the item himself, demanding Jin hand it over. Knowing he can't refuse, Jin relinquishes the letter, and Ju-myung prods him, asking if he isn't the least bit suspicious. Jin gives the perfect political answer, claiming his trust is in the hall leader's position and the clan's dignity. This safe response, however, seems to disappoint Ju-myung, who smirks behind his fan, expecting more of a fight. Ju-myung taunts that since his offer was refused, they'll have to settle the matter of those two their own way. With a final, smug grin, he tells his subordinate Ju-mun to prepare as they make their grand exit. Jin's own man quickly ushers him away, warning they need to leave before the Sa clan arrives. As the two walk off, Ju-myung quietly confirms if their little side deal was satisfactory for his enforcer. But Jin is burning with a cold fury, vowing that a grudge like this transcends lifetimes, and he will have his revenge. The scene shifts, as a report confirms the plan worked. They found not just the letter, but evidence implicating the entire upper echelon. A subordinate, now disguised, reports that even the clan head himself was in a fantastic mood after the discovery. He's speaking to an unexpected ally, a young woman from the Sa clan, who identifies herself as number 7 in the line of succession. The subordinate warns her that the internal Sa clan power struggle is about to explode, as his own lord will be occupied. He's here to deliver a request directly from that lord, setting the stage for their next move together. His lord's subordinate proposes a new task for the Sa clan's daughter while his master is away. He wants her to befriend a certain young cult leader, explaining that she's isolated and without friends her own age. The daughter considers others in the collateral Cheon line, but the subordinate scoffs they're nothing but jealous rivals. She hesitates, citing her duties at the Cheon Academy as a major time constraint. Seeing her reluctance, the subordinate practically begs, admitting he worked up all his courage just to ask this of her. He even brings up a past failure, recalling a time he accidentally got in her way and wants to make amends. Flustered, she clarifies she isn't refusing, but can only manage a visit once or twice a month, which is more than enough for him. With their deal struck, the scene shifts to the heart of the cult, where the Sa clan's lenient punishment is old news. A new, far more urgent matter is brought forth by the elder Cheon Yunga. The Soul Exchange demonic sword art was stolen. The entire assembly is thrown into chaos, demanding to know how a divine artifact could possibly be taken and who the culprit is. Cheon Yongha doesn't hesitate, naming the culprit, Huan Ryung, the illusory flying swordswoman of the Huan clan. All eyes turn to the clan's leader, Huan Pyong, who's told to get his house in order. Over in the corner, Sa Chungmoon can't help but laugh, clearly enjoying the heat being off his own clan for once. Huan Pyong reports that Ryung has already evaded their elites and is fleeing north, a feat that shouldn't even be possible for her. The implication hangs heavy in the air she couldn't have done this alone. The clan head can only agree. The possibility that she had help is extremely high. Stepping in, Yongha declares this needs to be resolved now, and she'll be assigning an elder to the pursuit team. She asks for a volunteer, and is met with a room full of people suddenly finding the ceiling fascinating, one even snoozing. But then, from the back, a hand raises. A man volunteers, adding that he's got a little side work to handle as well. The spectators begin to buzz with excitement, seeing this as a play for power, but Elder Jang just tells them to shut it. Elder Jang, now identified as the 100 Faces demonic practitioner, clarifies if he's expected to go alone. Oh, but of course not. Yongha smirks, informing him the Cheon clan's True Blood Squad will be his backup. The other elders seem positively delighted by this development, but Jang is having none of it. He flatly refuses to babysit a bunch of over-eager brats. The others quickly swarm him, insisting it's for their combat experience and that they probably won't hold him back. Suddenly, First Elder Jin Gunak, the Asura king, announces he's leaving and storms out of the hall. The remaining elders are baffled. He's the one who always sticks around to stir up trouble. But then, the pieces click into place. The moment he heard Huan Ryung fled north to the mountains, that's the same direction as the Cheon Academy. He realized she must have had help, and the Asura king is already on the move to investigate. Sa Chongmoon's companion whispers her suspicion could the whole incident have been staged. He quickly silences her, warning her not to get involved in the power struggle between the 6 clans. Miles away, at the Cheon Academy, Jin's brutal training is taking its toll on the disciples. Jin himself, however, is perfectly relaxed, cooling his head in the stream. He casually asks his suffering students if they're managing to learn the Tyrant King. Seeing 2 of them carrying an injured third, he smirks. Looks like it's going just fine. Suddenly, Ma Jinseong approaches, commenting on how much Jin has invested in these students. Jin's playful demeanor vanishes, his purple eyes glowing with a sudden intensity. He turns to the young man, saying there's something he needs to ask about his brother, Ma Jinyun. He wants to know if Ma Jinseong noticed anything strange during the exchange ceremony. Ma Jinseong answers carefully, saying he didn't really notice anything out of the ordinary. He insists his brother was quiet the entire time, never even stepping forward. Jin interrupts him, his tone turning serious. He has a favor to ask. He wants Ma Jinseong to make sure his own brother, Ma Jinyun, is eliminated at the next exchange ceremony. The command leaves the young man speechless. Why would Jin, a supposed supporter of Chulsu, ask him to get rid of someone close to him? He has to ask, is Jin secretly on the eldest young master's side? Ma Jinseong panics, frantically telling him to keep his voice down as other disciples look over. He swears he's absolutely rooting for Chulsu. Jin's gaze remains fixed on him, demanding to know why. Then, he would make such a request. Ma Jinseong hesitates, the memory clearly weighing on him. He finally reveals the dark truth. Jin Yoon, they say, killed someone. It was supposed to be a spar, but he went too far, unable to control his demonic energy. The revelation leaves Jin completely shocked. Jin ponders the situation. With the elders constantly watching, a disciple shouldn't just fall into energy deviation. But Ma Jinxiang insists his brother would never kill someone. Even by accident, something else must be at play. Seeing his absolute conviction, Jin knows there's more to this story. He presses him, asking what he's hiding. With a trembling fist, Ma Jinxiang finally reveals what Chulsu told him. It seems someone from the main Qian clan was secretly teaching his brother their martial arts. After that, Jin Yoon's entire personality changed, locking himself away in darkness. A horrifying thought begins to dawn on Jin as he connects the dots. Could the secret teacher have been Qian Jumiang? If that's true, then this is all part of the cult leader's plan. A plan to sow chaos among the 6 clans, all to buy time for Qian Yura to grow stronger. And so, the cult's plan moves forward, with a subordinate confirming their true target. Ma Jinyoon. An urgent letter was all it took to set the stage for chaos. Miles away, Jin sits in quiet meditation. But an uneasy feeling tells him that things are beginning to twist in a very dangerous direction. Elsewhere, we meet Zhang Gil-san, one of the 10 elders, a man full of ambition who's trying to get on the good side of the younger generation. But the elite True Blood squad he's supposed to be leading looks at him with nothing but contempt, barely acknowledging his authority. They casually dismiss him, wondering where their real squad leader has wandered off to this time. Zhang Gil-san's face twitches with rage as they openly mock him for being an outsider, completely ignoring his orders. He seethes, resisting the urge to just unleash 100 Faces' demonic palm on these arrogant little punks. But back at the Qianil Academy, a pained gasp cuts through the air. The demonic art inside Ma Jinyoon has gone wild, and he collapses in agony, his brother's name escaping his lips. And as Ma Jinyoon writhes, a single name burns in his mind, the source of all his pain: Jin Yo, Mayong. Jin is utterly baffled by the accusation, wondering what in the world he could have possibly done. But there's no reasoning with him, as Jin Yoon lets out a furious roar, his sanity completely snapping. Jin calmly assesses the situation, realizing a strange scent is controlling Jin Yoon, even forcing him to detonate his own energy. Lost to the madness, Jin Yoon unleashes his technique, the fog dance sword art, lunging forward in a blind rage. A smirk plays on Jin's lips. This level of power is something he can easily handle without breaking a sweat, but just as he prepares to act, a sudden, chilling sensation runs down his spine. Something else is here. He instinctively dodges, a dark whip-like attack striking where he just stood. Landing gracefully, Jin's eyes narrow as he feels a dark, oppressive presence he's never encountered before. A mysterious figure in black stands over Jin Yoon's fallen body, acknowledging how calm Jin is in the face of this ambush. The mysterious woman retrieves a blade from the fallen Jin Yoon. She identifies it as the Soul Exchange demonic sword. Jin watches her, admitting to himself that it's a fine weapon, before addressing the unknown lady. She turns, her red eyes filled with scorn, disgusted at being mistaken for someone so weak. She declares her true name is Qian Yujung, a name that sends a shock through Jin. His mind blanks. He has almost no information on her from his past life. He offers her the sword and the boy, just to get her to leave. But she has another reason for being here. Jin suddenly remembers. She was Qian Yura's greatest rival. She begins to walk towards him, explaining how she's investigated him. The more she learned, the more she believed his talents were being utterly wasted on someone like Qian Yura. Closing the distance between them, she looks him dead in the eye and makes her proposal. Join me. She ups the ante, promising to make him the unquestioned second-in-command of the divine cult. Jin coolly retorts that he's already on the path to becoming the demonic faction lord. Brushing aside his ambition, she reaches out to touch his face condescendingly. She's not offering him some hollow title, she insists, but a chance at real, tangible power. But her hand is swatted away before it can even make contact. Jin's eyes flash purple, informing her that only 3 people in this world are allowed to touch his face. Her gaze hardens, the jealousy undeniable as she asks if Qian Yura is one of them. He simply turns his back, refusing to dignify such an obvious question with a response. A tense silence hangs in the air, but Qian Yujung doesn't seem deterred. She smiles, conceding that the road with her will be a thorny one, but the prize at the end will be infinitely sweeter. She can't believe it, asking why head refuse when she thought he enjoyed taking risks. But Jin just smiles, his answer cutting her deep. He only takes those risks for one person. Qian Yujung turns away, admitting she didn't expect to win him over at once, but being rejected over that stings. He warns her that the young cult leader's position is rock solid. She won't be able to shake it. She accepts her status as the loser, knowing it's never easy to overturn the established order. But then she reveals that thanks to him, she's found an opening, and his eyes narrow, demanding to know what she means. He begins to break it down, recalling how the exchange ceremony had completely shut out the possibilities for 2 of the clans. Of those, the Black Gold Sa clan concluded their business without any major incidents, but then there was Huan Ryung from the Huan clan, who slipped through the academy's defenses far too easily. A chilling realization dawns on her: could the young cult leader be secretly working with the Huan clan? If Qian Yuzheng truly has the Huan clan's backing, he grips his sword, realizing he might have to kill her right now. But just as he resolves to act, he sees the situation is already over. Wait, what happened? The 10th elder, Zhang Gilsan, has arrived, praising Qian Yuzheng's handling of the matter but warning her not to act alone. She bows respectfully, explaining that she found traces of Huan Ryung and acted out of pure urgency. Then she presents her prize, the Soul Exchange Demonic Sword, a powerful political tool. Zhang Gilsan is stunned she'd hand over the credit, but she smoothly reminds him the True Blood Squad is under his command. Watching this play out, Jin Yomyong feels an odd sense of unease. She puts on a happy face, but seeing that innocent act on someone who looks so much like Qian Yura feels deeply strange. Her sharp, calculating eyes betray the facade, a stark reminder of who he's really dealing with. He uses a whispering technique, his offer still on the table, but warns her that the longer she waits, the less she'll be worth. He leaves her with that chilling thought, but as he walks away, his mind is already on someone else. He's worried about Qian Yura. It's not her martial prowess that concerns him, but her political savvy. Can she truly outmaneuver a schemer like Cheon Yuzheng? The weight of it all settles on him. For the first time, he wonders if he needs to ask for help. Back at the academy, he's immediately greeted by the stern academy head, who looks none too pleased about his little field trip. But Jin moves past him, entering a private chamber where a powerful figure was already waiting for his return. It's Qian Youngha, and with one look, she confirms she knows exactly who he just met. She sips her tea, a smug look on her face. She tells him that's precisely why he came rushing to see her. With no other choice, Jin bows his head and makes his plea. He needs all the information she has on Cheon Yuzheng. The tension in the room thickens, his inner turmoil causing the teacup in his hand to crack. Qian Yongha's eyes narrow, questioning his nerve. Is he really asking her to hand over the Qian clan's secrets, right here and now? She tells him plainly that if he'd made this request to any other elder, he would already be a dead man. Jin bows his head, his resolve unwavering. He needs this information to help Qian Yura. He begins to explain their dynamic, comparing Yura and Cheon Yuzheng to 2 legendary rivals destined for conflict. It's a classic tale of 2 geniuses born in the same era, fated to clash until one falls. He explains that if Yura hadn't existed, Yuzheng would have been the 3rd divine leader, her ambitious nature far more suited for the role. But Jin looks up, his eyes glowing with power. That was true in a world that didn't have him as a factor. Qian Yongha turns away, contemplating the sheer audacity and confidence radiating from the boy. She then asks the most important question. What will the cult leader's reaction be? Jin is certain he won't intervene. To the old man, this will be nothing more than a simple trial for the young cult leader to overcome herself. A fatal miscalculation, Jin thinks. As Cheon Yongha complains about the leader's stubbornness, completely unaware of the future Jin knows is coming, Qian Yongha lets out a weary sigh, agreeing that less chaos would be for the best. She offers to help him just this once, perhaps with a list of his rival's supporters, but Jin cuts her off. There's something far more urgent. He isn't here for the countless forbidden arts she guards. He asks her to teach him just a single blade art. The old woman is left utterly speechless by the bizarre request. With a grave expression, Jin explains that his very life depends on learning it. Half a month passes, and we see Jin walking alone, the weight of his ambition on his shoulders. He looks toward his destination, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Back in her thoughts, Qian Yongha considers his plan to ally with the Extreme Blades Pei clan. A good choice, she concedes. But Jin knows the bitter truth of his situation, a fact that makes him sigh once more. Qian Yongha reminds him with a wry smile that gathering allies is pointless if he can't seize control of the Qian clan itself. Jin approaches Cheon Yura, who acknowledges his arrival with a cool gaze. Internally, she laments how today's exchange ceremony will just be a dull meal. He steels himself, needing to discuss something urgent, yet dreading how to tell her. He knows with certainty that the news he bears is going to wound her deeply. But before he can even begin, a new, unwelcome figure steps between them. It's Ma Jinyun, a smug smirk on his face as he asks what they're talking about so intimately. He strolls past, mentioning how the ceremony is private this year, with no talent show. That explains the eerie, quiet Jin can only wonder if his own disposition has changed. Ma Jinyun feigns disappointment, saying it's a shame his own preparations were wasted. But for Jin, This sudden change is a catastrophe. He realizes his plans are utterly ruined. With his plans in shambles, Jin decides to take a drastic step, announcing he has something to say to everyone. He turns his back to the table, declaring that he, Jin Yo-myung, due to personal reasons, will be withdrawing from the exchange ceremony. A statement punctuated by the sound of a cup shattering on the floor. The announcement sends a ripple of shock through the room, hitting Cheon Yu-ra especially hard. Jin stands silently, his mind flashing back to a critical conversation he had not long ago. The elder Cheon Yongha had told him there was only one way to approach the Cheon clan for Yu-ra's sake. He had to enter the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. Its entire purpose was to support the next cult leader, making it a nest of Yu-ra's most powerful allies. But back in the present, Jin's eyes narrow with grim understanding. He knows that path is a gilded cage. If he enters that pavilion, his true goals will be forever out of reach. Jin's eyes narrow, his decision already made and unshakable. Cheon Yu-ra grinds the shattered porcelain under her heel, declaring the ceremony over for everyone. Her voice cuts through the silence, ordering Jin Yo-myung, and only him, to stay. Watching from a distance, Ma Jin-yoon smirks, realizing this unexpected turmoil might be his golden opportunity. Now alone in the quiet room, she demands to hear his excuse for this public betrayal. Jin looks down, calmly stating he will give up his claim to become a lord, and instead enter the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. The name of the pavilion makes her clench her fist, a wave of shock and disbelief washing over her. He apologizes, explaining he was about to tell her before Ma Jin-yoon interrupted, but she just wants to know why. Jin looks at her directly, telling her he needs to keep the enemy in check and make new allies. Her face darkens as she asks him if this is all because of that woman, Cheon Yu-jung. Jin confirms her worst fear. Yes, he knows he's playing right into Cheon Yu-jung's hands. Her eyes flash with rage as she asks if he's fine with another man taking his place by her side. He hesitates, the question striking him like a physical blow. But before he can answer, he suddenly drops to the floor in a full, formal bow. He declares to Lady Cheon Yu-ra that this is not the end. Someday, he will return. She screams his name, caught completely off guard by this sudden vow. He digs his fingers into the floorboards, his voice filled with conviction. On that day, he promises, he will become wholly hers, without giving anything up. Her fury gives way to a cold command for him to get out. As he walks away, his final words are a soft plea for her to stay healthy until then. And with his promise made, Jin Yo-myung turns to leave, his back straight and resolute. But a split second later, he whips his head around, a sudden killing intent freezing him in his tracks. A devastating slash of dark energy carves through the air, completely obliterating a building behind him. His mind flashes back to a talk with Cheon Yongha, who had offered to introduce him to the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. She was shocked to hear he was already acquainted with its reclusive, eccentric master. He could only confirm with an awkward smile that the man himself had summoned him. Snapping back to the present, he's left sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted from the blast. His subordinate, Ming-woo, rushes to his side, telling him his plans are no longer the priority. The real problem, he warns, is that the patriarch is now trying to kill him, just as Guan Hyun-jin appears. The elder mocks him, asking if he caused all this destruction just to find a better partner. Jin Yo-myung weakly tries to defend himself, insisting he didn't mean for things to turn out this way. But Guan Hyun-jin just scoffs, mocking his naive expression. He launches into a lecture, comparing love to warfare. He warns that a single misstep in matters of the heart could cost him dearly. Even Ming-woo, listening from the side, can't help but agree with the old man's logic. Suddenly, Guan Hyun-jin's attention shifts. Someone from the Jin clan has arrived. Pure terror grips Jin Yo-myung. Did the patriarch really come to kill him? He turns to see Ma Jin-yoon, a figure he wasn't expecting, and demands to know what he's doing here. Sweating, he braces himself and asks the ultimate question. Did the patriarch send him to deliver the final blow? But the answer is the exact opposite. He was ordered to help and to lend the full power of the Jin clan. Ma Jin-yoon states the order plainly. The Jin clan's full force is at his disposal. He then adds, with a slight smirk, that the patriarch was so angry he genuinely considered killing him. A nervous sweat drips down Jin Yo-myung's face. He's been given a temporary lifeline, it seems. But there's more. Ma Jin-yoon hands him a small, black envelope, a supposed gift from the Sa clan. Jin Yo-myung takes it, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. He unfolds the paper only to find a chilling, 3-word message. I will kill you. The rage behind the trembling brushstrokes is palpable, but Ma Jin-yoon is already shrugging off his robes, suggesting a spar. Jin Yo-myung's focus instantly shifts, his eyes sharpening with interest. Tossing his ornate vest aside, Ma Jin-yoon prepares for a fight. He sizes Jin Yo-myung up, remarking that his martial arts seem to have become much more refined. With a sharp cry, Ma Jinyun lunges forward, while Jin Yomyong stands perfectly still, ready. Jin's eyes track the incoming fist, coolly noting its expected range. But the punch stretches, breaking past its normal limits with sudden speed. He's using his entire body now, shoulders, waist, everything to extend his reach far beyond what it was before. Jin Yomyong easily deflects with a high kick, prompting Ma Jinyun to complement his new flexibility. A trickle of blood escapes Ma Jinyun's lips, but he just grins, promising that's not all he has. Suddenly, Jin Yomyong's calm expression shatters, his eyes widening in alarm. A sickening crunch echoes as Ma Jinyun's muscles begin to warp and expand. His body strains under immense pressure, sweat beading on his skin. His robes rip apart as he transforms into his Asura body, thrilled that it works. But Jin tells him to wait just a second. Jin Yomyong is genuinely confused, asking how he can use the Asura body without reaching the transcendent realm. Ma Jinyun simply reminds him that with his unique constitution, he was told he could acquire it as is. Steam rolls off his skin as he powers down, the sheer heat of the transformation finally beginning to fade. Jin can't help but be impressed. This guy's talent is on a completely different level, maybe even rivaling Baek Sang-a's. He quickly sizes him up. From one of the 6 divine demon clans, a nominee for young patriarch and about his age. But Ma Jinyun just clicks his tongue in frustration, annoyed that such a rare opportunity was cut short. He can't just go around exposing his clan's secret arts, a fact a nearby elder finds deeply disappointing. The old man sighs from the sidelines, having expected a much more spectacular show. Nearby, another disciple grumbles about his own harsh punishment for missing a few council meetings. Just then, the 12th elder Mujin appears with a hearty grin, asking who among them wants to learn his blade techniques. Cheon Jumyong explains that to be acknowledged by the Extreme Blade Pa clan, Jin needs a true master, not him. Jin looks worried, asking what he's supposed to do now. A promise is made to send a real teacher, and soon enough, Elder Mujin arrives, eagerly clearing the area for a private lesson. The elder offhandedly praises Ma Jinyun's incredible talent with the Asura body. His hand tightens on his sword. All this talk of the younger brother's skill has made him curious. Jin's eyes widen in alarm as he feels the sudden shift in the air. The test is coming right now. With a blinding flash, the 12th elder lunges, demanding to see what the older brother is made of. Jin grits his teeth, his demonic eyes flaring as he prepares to meet the full-force assault. Their blades clash with an earth-shattering impact that cracks the very ground beneath them. A massive explosion of dust and stone erupts from the point of collision, a testament to the power of their exchange. Jin grunts, digging his heels in as his forced back, the ground tearing apart from the sheer force of the elder's swing. His hands tremble on the hilt of his sword. The power behind that one casual attack was absolutely monstrous. But the 12th elder just lets out a hearty laugh, shouldering his massive blade with an impressed smile. He notes that the most interesting part was Jin holding back his true power, a fact that makes Jin internally flinch. With the test concluded, Mujin gives him the terms. 1 week to learn the essence of the blade directly from him. Jin's eyes flare with resolve, vowing to absorb every last drop of the elder's knowledge. Their first lesson begins not with a swing, but a question. What is a blade? Jin's answer is blunt. He doesn't know. The elder finds his honesty refreshing, explaining that the true difference between a sword and a blade is a mystery to many. He elaborates that while swords are generally said to be for thrusting, as demonstrated by a swift motion, and blades are for cutting, the truth is far more complex, as some sword techniques are all about slicing. Likewise, he says, thrusting is also a main focus in many blade techniques. But for his clan, the Extreme Blade Pa clan, there is one element that must be present in every single move. Jin listens intently, wondering what this essential component could possibly be. With a knowing grin, the 12th elder reveals the secret. It's all about weight. He demonstrates with a powerful downward swing, explaining that the shape of the blade is irrelevant. Whether it's a fast strike or some flashy illusion, none of that surface-level stuff truly matters. What is crucial, he emphasizes, is that every single strike embodies the principle of heaviness. A lesson Jin immediately understands as he struggles to even hold his own training blade, sweat beading on his face. With the first lesson sinking in, Mujin forbids him from using any footwork or movement techniques. The true path to understanding weight, he declares from the sky, begins with mastering one's own center of gravity. Jin must become a deep-rooted tree, an immovable mountain, planting himself to the earth. For 6 agonizing days, he pushes through the pain, his muscles screaming in protest. Then, the scene shifts to an opulent hall, where a voice welcomes an unexpected guest. The host, Cheon Jumyong, peeks over a fan, admitting they were very much looking forward to this. And there stands Jin Yomyong, having brought the application documents himself. Jumyong accepts the scroll, explaining that his formal entry into the academy will be in 1 month. But then comes a chilling reminder. Leaving the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion is the same as leaving as a corpse. Jin can only agree, as Jumyong hopes his performance won't create a rift with the Jin clan. With their business concluded, Jumyong turns to leave, promising to meet again in a month. As he watches them go, Jin reflects on this dangerous new ally. A supporter of Yura, but also the prime suspect who crippled her. His mind is made up, he'll uncover the truth one piece at a time. He watches Jumyong's retreating figure, a key piece of the puzzle, walking away down the long hall. The scene flashes back, revealing Jumyong in an audience with the cult leader himself. Jumyong had brazenly asked if he had simply dumped Yura, earning a sharp glare for his insolence. But he merely smiled, saying this just made things more exciting for him to watch. The scene shifts again, to another ceremony steeped in shadow and tradition. An elder praises a disciple, acknowledging they have perfectly mastered their arts far beyond their years. Before the 5 elders kneels Qian Yujung, who has finally earned their recognition. One of them grins, musing that at her current level, she'd have a good shot against the young cult leader. But he knows her ambition, questioning if she would really be satisfied with just that. Qian Yujung declares she'll become the next supreme one, giving the elders the grand speech they want to hear. And of course, the old fools eat it right up, nodding along as they trash the current cult leader. They begin scheming to tarnish the young cult leader's reputation, but Yujung can barely hide her boredom. Internally, she scoffs. She's only playing along because she needs them and the 6 clans for her own plans. She dismisses them as disposable worms, because her true goal, her only goal, is Cheon Yura. A burning hatred surfaces as she vows to take back everything that was stolen from her. She will drag Cheon Yura down to the same depths of despair that she herself experienced. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the towering peaks of the 10,000 Mountains, home of the Pei clan. At the gates, Jin Yomyong and his companions are stopped by a guard with a single question. The guard smirks, saying if they really know the young cult leader, the answer should be simple. Oh, the irony. He asks for the nickname of some famous martial artist, a test of their supposed connection. Jin Yomyong barely musters the energy to answer, looking utterly unimpressed by this little quiz. The answer is correct, and the guards erupt in a bizarre, synchronized round of applause. He's already had enough of these weirdos, quietly telling his companions to switch to a more secure way of talking. Inside, they are greeted by the chief steward of the Pei clan, who welcomes young Master Jin with a bow. But his polite welcome comes with a catch. The young cult leader is busy, and they'll need to wait 4 hours. Mingwu nearly explodes at the disrespect, but Jin quickly puts a hand on his shoulder, silencing him. Jin calmly accepts, admitting it was their fault for arriving unannounced. The steward thanks him for his patience, but then presses on, asking the true purpose of their visit. With a pleasant smile, Jin declares he's here for a friendly match, while secretly telling him the real reason, to forge an alliance. The steward's eyes light up, gleefully telling them he can't possibly lose a chance like this. He then warns them that things have gotten complicated, so their meeting might be delayed even further. Once inside, Mingwu questions why they arrived unannounced, and Jin explains the need for speed and secrecy. He knows his enemies are watching, trying to decipher his every move after he forfeited the exchange ceremony. Just as he speaks of moving covertly, a door slides open, revealing an unexpected guest. Jin looks up as a woman enters, stating she heard he was here for a duel, and he instantly knows she isn't who he came to see. She smirks, praising his good eye before introducing herself. Pei Seolyung, the clan head's proxy. Without missing a beat, she cuts right through his facade, stating it seems Hes desperate for the Pei clan's power. She reveals she knows the divine cult is unstable, and worse, the Pei clan has already decided to abandon ship if things go south. A cold sweat runs down Jin's cheek. He's in trouble, realizing with a grim smile that he's arrived far too late. Pei Seolyung continues her little speech, mentioning the impudent reputation her clan has for charging in without thinking. Jin just smiles, thinking that assessment sounds about right, and admits a few of her clan members fit that description perfectly. She then reveals that the decision to abandon his cult was made by those very people, who don't even care about the bigger picture. A flicker of understanding crosses Jin's eyes, so there's a chance to meet the real power players here. Seolyung lays down her challenge. To stand before her older sister, he'll have to prove his blade soul. She heard he was a swordsman, and Jin rises from his seat, acknowledging where this is going. He confirms her assumption is correct, a confident smirk playing on his lips. But who, he asks, would be foolish enough to bring a weapon into the heart of the Extreme Blade Pei clan? She clenches her fist in irritation, realizing he's unarmed. Is he really going to face her sister with his bare hands? The air grows thick with tension as Jin confirms it, and Seolyung can only stare, stunned by his sheer audacity. Suddenly, Jin isn't looking quite so confident anymore. He's completely baffled by the sheer killing intent radiating from Pei Seolyung. In her mind, the idea of a demonic cultivator proving his blade soul is a complete joke. She explodes, accusing him of insulting her sister's sacred devotion with his arrogance. He has no idea, she snarls, how many fakes have tried this exact same approach. His companions can only sweat as she asks what he thinks happened to those pieces of trash. With a chilling calm, she reveals she personally killed every single one of them. With that threat hanging in the air, she tells them to wait 6 hours while she prepares the stage. The door slams shut, leaving a stunned silence and Jin wondering what stage she means. It turns out to be a massive public arena, with a crowd already roaring with excitement. The crowd is already baying for blood, waving banners for an absolute master, and demanding Jin get trampled. Jin looks utterly unimpressed by the jeers, as the head of the Pei clan finally makes his appearance. The clan head admits his expectations for the duel are extremely high, but only because the Yama Blade praised Jin. This news sends a jolt through Pei Seal-young. The Yama Blade actually wanted to take him as a disciple? A knowing smirk plays on Jin's lips. So they think he's just some sheltered pretty boy? He cuts to the chase, asking what they want. The deal is simple. First, he must prove he is a Blade guest who meets their clan's incredibly high standards. But if he fails, a manic grin spreads across the old man's face. Hell be leaving his head behind. His companions can only shudder, recalling how the last challenger was sent back with his limbs severed. What a savage clan. But his opponent, Pei Yongyong, seems more interested in gossip, casually asking if he really dumped the young cult leader. He questions her timing, but she just grins, saying the news was too juicy to ignore as they finally face off. Pei Yongyong is practically buzzing, thrilled that their promised duel is happening much sooner than she thought. Jin, however, is all business, calmly stating that he has a difficult request to make. A request? Her eyes widen in surprise, but she grins, telling him he'll have to defeat her first. He clarifies that it's a victor's request, something he can only ask after he's proven he can surpass her. She grips her own weapon, acknowledging that his cultivation level is indeed higher than hers. She's also heard about the impressive allies he's gathered, but reminds him victory isn't decided by that alone. And to her surprise, Jin simply agrees with a confident, knowing smile. Her gaze hardens, her eyes practically daring him to make the first move. With a smirk of his own, he accepts her silent challenge. He explodes forward, unleashing the Ten-Fang Divine Sword Art, the signature technique of her clan. But he's not just copying her technique. He's combining it with the Yama Blade's power, unleashing the Seventh Fang. A colossal wave of demonic energy, shaped like a fanged beast, screams down towards her. Pei Yongyong just smirks, her eyes lit with excitement. He's not holding back at all, is he? She gathers her own immense power, a swirling torrent of refined energy. With a roar, she unleashes her own technique, the Myriad Wave Blade Strike, to meet his attack head-on. Jin braces himself, his expression hardening, as the two world-class techniques are about to collide. Dark demonic energy clashes violently against the pure, refined blade art of the Pei clan. The impact is catastrophic, shaking the entire arena to its foundations. Spectators are thrown from their seats, stunned by the sheer force of the opening exchange. Even the clan elders watch in awe, with the Pei clan head admitting that the form of Jin's technique is impeccable. The crowd buzzes with disbelief. Pei Yongyong is using her clan's sacred blade. This is it, the Pei clan's secret ultimate technique, a sign she fully acknowledges his strength. A truly vicious smile spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with killing intent. She challenges him to try and kill her, and from the darkness, he happily agrees. But as her pure energy washes over him, Jin feels a strange, unsettling pressure. He swings his sword to counter, but the feeling of disruption intensifies. He grits his teeth, realizing the true danger. Her technique is designed to cripple an opponent's inner energy. She doesn't give him a moment to recover, unleashing a relentless storm of blade energy. The two powers collide once more, a violent explosion of light and shadow. The elders are stunned, pointing out that he took the sacred blade head-on and is somehow completely unharmed. Even the Pei clan head has to admit it, this kid is not bad at all. But inside, Jin is fighting a war, forcing his chaotic energy back into line with pure willpower. The clan head muses that if Jin had used his sword from the start, this might have ended differently, shocking the other elders with his praise. Pei Yongyong steps forward, acknowledging that her opponent is truly incredible. She's grinning, absolutely ecstatic to have found a worthy rival, even offering him a chance to end the duel now with his honor intact. But as she asks if he's satisfied, his dark aura flares, and his answer is a defiant, not at all. Jin calmly informs her that if they continue, he will win, and he has no desire to take her life. This only ignites her fighting spirit. She wants both a decisive victory and the rewards that come with it. Her eyes glint with determination. In that case, she'll show him everything she has. She unleashes her final move, imbuing her weapon with the legendary Tyrant King enhanced energy. A small smile plays on Jin's lips. She just gave him permission to use his own enhanced energy. He thanks her aloud, and the crowd absolutely erupts, realizing they're about to witness a true clash of titans. As their auras collide, a pure white light against a swirling demonic darkness, Jin casually asks what he gets if he wins. Pei Yongyong grins, laying out her first condition. From now on, he'll have to call her senior. But as for her second prize, she'll tell him after the fight, a classic trick to get under an opponent's skin. With a battle cry, she declares it's time to end this, bringing her energy-wreathed blade down with full force. Jin's eyes flare with a deep purple glow. The time for games is over. The Tyrant King meteor energy manifests, a colossal wave of power crackling through the air. It's an attack that seems to split the very sky in two, descending upon the arena. But down below, Jin calmly prepares his answer, swiftly tying back his hair, ready to unleash hell. Against the overwhelming force, Jin invokes an ancient technique, commanding his power to become Mount Tai. He enters his Celestial Revolution variation stance, a vortex of dark, demonic energy swirling around him. The two opposing forces finally collide, Pei's brilliant white light against Jin's abyssal darkness. For the first time, a flicker of disbelief crosses her face. This wasn't supposed to happen. But Jin remains utterly calm, his purple eyes glowing with absolute certainty. His technique doesn't just block her attack, it begins to twist and devour it. The elders leap to their feet, absolutely stunned. How is the legendary Tyrant King energy being countered? Even the Pei clan head can only stare, his expression grim as he witnesses the impossible. With a deafening roar, the two energies annihilate each other in a colossal explosion. And then, silence. A hand rests on a blanket as a soft voice asks if they're finally awake. Jin's eyes flutter open, the purple glow fading as consciousness returns. A voice reassures him that it's just a minor internal injury and that he simply needs to rest. Waking properly, he finds the Pei clan head sitting right by his bed and weakly asks why he's here. The old man wastes no time, getting straight to the point. What is his relationship with the cult leader? He'd seen the signs, the sheer destructive power, the aura. It was just like the heavenly demon divine art. The clan head even admits he suspected Jin was just a puppet being controlled by that monster. But Jin's first thought isn't for himself. He sits up and asks if Lady Pei is alright. Hess told that she's alive, though it will take her a full year to recover, and Jin can't help but apologize. The clan head simply waves it off, insisting it was a fair duel with a fair result. Jin, however, is breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing he's now tangled up with yet another monstrously powerful woman. Jin then asks a question of his own, wondering why the Cheon clan elders opposed the young cult leader so fiercely. After all, with his overwhelming talent and direct bloodline, his succession should be completely legitimate. The clan head's answer is chillingly simple. That's the very reason they oppose him. Jin is completely baffled by this bizarre logic, unable to make sense of the statement. The old man immediately seems to regret speaking, realizing he said too much. He tells Jin to forget it, but his eyes suddenly glint with a completely different, much more opportunistic idea. Out of nowhere, he proposes that Jin marry into the Pei clan and become his son-in-law. But as Jin reels from the shock, the scene shifts to a distant fortress where a scream cuts through the air. Someone has been mercilessly struck down, and a cold voice orders the body to be taken away. As two guards drag the defeated man off, a subordinate turns to address the unseen victor, the young cult leader. A subordinate approaches, hesitantly reporting that a letter has come from the medical hall leader. The message is a plea for the young cult leader to stop crippling the energy cores of her challengers. Unbothered, she asks how many are left. Just one, the subordinate stammers. She's told to send them in, keen to finish this quickly. But a taunting voice cuts through the air, announcing she's already here. Cheon Yujung turns, her eyes narrowing as she takes in the sight of her final opponent, realizing the rumors of her audacity were true. The challenger, Han Muyan, smirks, asking if Yujung came all this way just to die. In response, Yujung scoffs, sword already in hand. All right then, Han Muyan replies with a chillingly calm smile. She throws her arms wide, practically inviting the blade, and dares Yujung to strike her down. But then comes the venomous twist. Kill her, and she will lose her man forever. The words strike a nerve, as Han Muyan explains that he's out there fighting for her sake, and this would be the perfect way to ruin it all. Yujung's hand trembles on her sword as Muyan explains that her ignorance is no excuse. She openly mocks her rival's hesitation, calling her out for floundering, completely lost. Leaning in with a cruel smirk, she offers to diagnose the root of Yujung's pathetic reaction. The verbal blade twists deep. She claims Yujung has never been loved, and so, she can't love in return. But besides that one little thing, Han Muyan sneers. She's had everything else handed to her. She lists off the stolen prize's talent, the title of young leader, even the heavenly demon divine art. As onlookers murmur about her strange passivity, Muyan declares she's here to take back everything that was hers. And once that's done, she's going to steal everything that belonged to Yujung. She closes the distance, her voice a venomous whisper as she names the ultimate prize, Jin Yomyong. Yujung can only tremble, as Han Muyon asks how it will feel to have her entire world stolen away. Muyan relishes the thought, asking how terribly it will sting to have him stolen by her. The final taunt lands, shattering Yujung completely, a reminder that she can never be the real one. But the psychological torment is cut short by a firm voice declaring that's enough. Muyan turns, a slight smirk on her face. Speak of the devil. The newcomer, Bion, reveals she had business with Muyan anyway, her timing perfect. She drops a bombshell. Yujung's eldest brother is desperate to have her killed. Seeing her opening, Muyan extends a hand, making a counteroffer of her own. She promises an abundance of information to destroy him, paving the way for Bion to become the next Sa clan head. Bion is stunned. Muyan has laid out the two things she desires most, an offer that feels impossible to refuse. With a dismissive glance at the pathetic Yujung, Muyan calls Bion far more attractive, inviting her to join forces. But with surprising conviction, Bion respectfully declines, stating that glory born from betrayal is no glory at all. Muyan simply smirks, unbothered, remarking that she's not exactly hurting for new associates. In fact, she already has someone else with her, gesturing towards a quiet figure standing nearby. She introduces the girl as Baek Ryong, whose stoic expression reveals nothing. Bion instantly recognizes her as a formidable martial artist, a true master in her own right. Changing the subject as if her offer was meaningless, Muyan decides to drop another little bomb. She casually mentions that Jin Yo Myong recently got a marriage proposal from the Pei clan, and, she adds with a venomous little smile, rumor has it he didn't exactly refuse. The words land like a dagger, and Bion's hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist. Muyan twists the knife deeper, musing how even the So clan rejected her, making Bion's broken ties with Jin feel all the more final. The scene cuts back, revealing the source of this rumor, the Pei clan head himself, pressing the issue with a bedridden Jin. Jin weighs his options, realizing he's in a political bind where refusal could cost him crucial support. He tries to buy time, but the elder just scoffs at his caution, calling it an unmanly delay. Playing up his injuries, Jin weakly insists he needs to recover first, an excuse the old man begrudgingly accepts. But the elder isn't done, pushing him to at least meet Pei Yongyong and maybe even marry her as a second wife. Jin, looking utterly done with the conversation, has to respectfully shut that absurd offer down. We then see his actual meeting with Yongyong after their fight, a surprisingly civil one. She sits across from him, bandaged but cheerful, praising their duel and eagerly awaiting a rematch. But her energetic facade hides a grim reality. Her meridians are a twisted wreck, a condition no better than a terminal patient's. Suddenly feeling a wave of killing intent from a woman behind him, Jin hears Yongyong quickly clarify the clan's proposal has nothing to do with her. Her attendant, Pei Seolyung, agrees that an alliance isn't a bad idea, but insists they must work separately. Yongyong then muses about the young cult leader, whom she expected to become a tyrant but was changed by Jin. She believes if one has the power to change someone for the better, that path is always worth walking. But Seolyung scoffs, thinking it's reckless to gamble the clan's fate on such an abstract feeling. Jin cuts in with a smirk, offering a much simpler solution: she could just marry him instead. The blunt proposal shatters Yongyong's composure, as she whispers that she's doomed to die alone. And that's when a memory strikes Jin. Even in his past life, Pei Yongyong never got married. Before he can dwell on it, Wang Jack sprints into view, shouting that something terrible is happening. He grabs Jin's arm, the panic in his eyes undeniable as he tries to pull him along. The urgent news is delivered. A massive internal conflict has just broken out in the main clan. And there's more. Ma Chol-su is missing, sending a jolt through Jin as he realizes the Ma clan's civil war has begun. This is all happening way too fast. The timeline is accelerating far beyond what he remembers. Wang Jack chokes back tears, adding that Ma Jinyun has succumbed to a violent energy deviation. He recounts the incident, which began with Ma Yungchan's sudden, brutal attack on his own brother. At the last second, Ma Jinyun jumped in, managing to save Chol-su from the killing blow. But the effort pushed him over the edge, twisting him into a demonic, uncontrollable monster. He tore through the clan's best warriors before disappearing completely, leaving a trail of bodies. Cutting through the story, Jin turns his cold gaze to Cheon Jumyong, demanding to know what he taught Jinyun. Jumyong just smiles, coyly revealing that Jinyun himself requested that power specifically to defeat Jin. Jin seethes internally, barely containing his rage as the madman asks if he'll intervene this time. Qian Jumyong continues his taunt, explaining the political situation is far more complicated this time. He claims the Ma clan head is paralyzed, refusing to act despite knowing he could end the chaos. The old man is apparently too busy trying to decide on a successor for his ruined clan. But Jin sees an angle, cutting him off to ask what he'd get in return for solving it. As the proposition hangs in the air, Jin finds himself alone, lost in a quiet memory. His mind drifts back to Cheon Yura, her face looking up at the night sky. Her voice echoes in his head, a cold and painful truth he could never forget. She had told him that since Head never received love, he didn't know how to give it. The memory fades, his eyes closing on that bitter thought. What a complete mess. His reflection is broken by a quiet voice. It's Wang Jack, offering a sincere apology. But the moment is interrupted by a new arrival, a wounded man stumbling into the courtyard. Her guards immediately move to intercept the intruder, but Qian Yujung raises a hand, telling them to stand down. She recognizes him, identifying the man as Ma Jinyun of the Ma clan. The two of them stand alone in the vast, empty training ground, an unspoken tension between them. She notes coldly that she'd heard he went missing, yet here he is, right in front of her. With a piercing gaze, she demands to know what business he has here. A faint, almost sorrowful smile crosses his lips as he prepares to answer. And then, to her complete surprise, he drops to one knee before her. He's come, he says, for one last chance to see the person he admires so deeply. Her confidence was a guiding light for him, he confesses, and he's been nurturing these feelings in his heart for a long, long time. Blood drips from his fingers as he begs her to allow him this one moment. He needs to make a confession, just this once, his very first, and his very last. Looking up at the young cult leader, he lays his heart bare, asking if she will accept his feelings. His story flashes by. Ma Jinyun was born a prodigy, but his own clan suppressed his talent. In that suffocating environment, the only one who ever protected him was his brother, Ma Chul-su. To repay that kindness, his original goal was to become the demonic faction lord himself. But then he met her, and during their intense exchanges, his ambition transformed into genuine admiration. He realized there were people in the world even brighter than his brother, and her presence completely dazzled him. He admits he understands these feelings are one-sided, a truth he would have kept hidden if this wasn't the end for him. Their eyes lock, one pair filled with desperate emotion, the other sharp and unreadable. He looks up, a faint, sad smile on his lips as he apologizes, admitting this was the outcome he expected. But just seeing her one last time, he says with a final, shaky breath, was enough to leave him satisfied. Cheon Yujung sees it clearly. His core energy is shattered. He's dying. She offers to summon a physician for him, but with a trembling hand, he gestures for her to stop, insisting that it's okay. He collapses, and with his last words, wishes happiness not for her, but for someone named Cheon Yura. The name hangs in the air, leaving her speechless. She thinks of his awkward confession, yet how he still acted for her sake. But now, seeing him in this state, comforting her even as he fades away, the roles feel completely reversed. She should be the one offering comfort, but her hand freezes mid-air. She's at a total loss. What could she possibly say? A simple apology feels hollow and meaningless. To offer empty words would just be pity. How could she, so useless in this moment, be the one who supposedly dazzled him? Her voice finally breaks the silence, calling out his name, but it's far too late. He's gone, leaving her completely alone in the vast, empty courtyard. Under the cold light of the moon, the weight of her helplessness sinks in. She turns away, lost in the bitter thought that she truly has nothing to give. Elsewhere, high in the mountains, a plan is already in motion to find Ma Jinyun. Jin Yomyong admits it's unsettling, relying on help when they're in such a tight spot. Ming Wu seems unconcerned about a potential clash with the Ma clan, but Jin sees the bigger picture. With a confident smirk, he lays out the clan's internal politics. Ma Yungchun's victory doesn't require his brother's death. He just needs Ma Chul-su to fail to return, and the clan leadership will be his for the taking. Ming Wu can't help but see that the thought of that traitorous Ma clan brother. But before he can continue, a quiet voice announces its arrival to young Master Jin. The newcomer reveals their identity. Abyss Shadow, a deputy commander of the new assassin corps. Ming Wu immediately curses their master, Qian Jumyong, calling him a bat-like bastard. Jin, however, thinks back to Qian Jumyong. Recalling his reputation as a rather capable fellow, he calmly notes that with the corps commander back, it was only natural to rebuild the phantom assassins. Abyss Shadow cuts to the point, stating they heard Jin was searching for Ma Chul-su. Ming Wu scoffs at the idea. Does this person plan to search the 10,000 mountains alone? But the assassin simply asks if he'd like to go to him right now. Jin's eyes widen with understanding. He asks if they've already found him, and Abyss Shadow confirms it just 30 kilometers away. As they travel, Jin confirms the details. There was no pursuit from the Ma clan, and no interference from any other forces either. The path was completely clear. Abyss Shadow leads them through the rocky terrain, finally announcing they've arrived at the location. Standing guard are several figures in black, the new Phantom Assassin Corps members, and kneeling before them, Jin recognizes the captured men. They're Ma Chulsu's loyal subordinates, looking just as young as he remembered from the academy. Despite their predicament, one of them spits defiance, swearing no one will touch their lord. Abyss Shadow notes a makeshift enchantment at a cave entrance, remarking on their touching loyalty. So that's where he is. Ma Chulsu is hiding right behind that glowing barrier. Jin announces with a cold smile that it's time for their long-awaited reunion, much to the horror of the captured men. Deep inside the cave, the silence is absolute, broken only by the drip of water. A lone figure sits huddled in the oppressive darkness, a shadow against the stone. It's Ma Chulsu, his red robes torn, his body weary from the long chase. But his eyes still burn with a fierce, unbroken spirit. His senses scream, and his hand instinctively finds the hilt of his sword. A single, soft footstep echoes from the mouth of the cave. He's been found. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Chulsu explodes into motion, a whirlwind of red fury. He roars his defiance, vowing that he will absolutely not go down without a fight. But the figure at the cave's mouth is completely unfazed, calmly telling him to get a hold of himself. A blade flashes out, meeting the crimson wave of demonic energy head-on. With a clean sound, the ferocious attack is split perfectly in two, dissipating into nothing. Jin Myong stands firm, casually asking where he left Younghee while hiding out in a place like this. The wrong name snaps Ma Chulsu out of his rage, and he spits back that his sister's name isn't Younghee. But then, as the face registers, his fury dissolves into stunned disbelief. Jin Myong. He can't believe it's really him, and Jin coolly asks if he's finally come to his senses now. Ma Chulsu is still reeling, his voice a whisper as he asks how on earth he was found. Jin gives him a pitying look, remarking that he's in just as pathetic shape as his subordinates were. As Jin casually washes up by a stream, he offers the cornered Ma Chulsu some food. The red-haired fugitive hesitantly accepts the steamed bun. Jin then reveals it was Ma Jinseong, Chulsu's own brother, who sent him. But pride quickly overtakes Chulsu's surprise. He insists there was no reason for Jin to get involved. With a self-assured smile, Jin admits he just saw a good chance to put the Ma clan in his debt. That's all Chulsu needs to hear, immediately refusing any help that would cost him his clan's assets. He'd rather die, he declares with furious conviction, than owe the Jin clan a single thing. Jin looks up, his expression turning cold as he asks if he really means that. Then he stands, his voice like ice, and simply tells him to die. He came to help someone in dire straits, Jin scoffs, but found only a fool clinging to his pride. Jin turns to leave, and suddenly, all that talk about dying for his pride evaporates. A panicked Ma Chulsu scrambles to stop him, admitting he was rash and pleading to talk. Swallowing his pride, Chulsu confesses he has absolutely nothing to offer in return. Even if he makes it back, his situation is hopeless, but Jin just says he knows. He turns back with a confident smirk, explaining that he isn't after material wealth. What he wants is simple. When Chulsu becomes the young clan head, he must support him. Chulsu freezes, his mind catching on one specific part of that sentence. Jin confirms it's no mistake, he's not just saving him, he's going to make him the clan head. An offer like that? Chulsu's face lights up. There's absolutely no reason to refuse. And just like that, a new alliance is sealed with a firm handshake. Chulsu can only shake his head, remarking that Jin must be truly crazy to go this far. But Jin isn't done yet. He pulls out a contract, saying mere words aren't enough for something this important. He presses his thumb to the paper, preparing to make their alliance official with a blood seal. As they sit, Jin casually asks if the Cheon clan was involved, leaving Chulsu utterly stunned. How could he possibly know? Jin smirks, explaining that Chulsu's desperation was a dead giveaway. He caved far too easily. The memories flood back. Chulsu recalls being cornered by masked assassins, their power overwhelming. He grits his teeth, remembering his frantic escape. He had to report this to his clan head at all costs. The thought suddenly hits him with the force of a thunderclap. His brother, Jin Yoon. He remembers Jin Yoon activating a forbidden demonic art, a suicidal technique, just to carve a path for his escape. As Chulsu spirals into panic, the Abyss Shadow appears, calmly mentioning they have some advice from the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion Master. The surest way to get an audience with the clan head, they explain, is to bring him the head of his brother, Ma Jinyu. Chulsu absolutely explodes in rage. The Abyss Shadow calmly lists the charges. Jin Yoon violated 2 of the clan's sacred blood laws. Jin watches on, realizing the logic is sound, and coldly tells Chulsu to do it. But the words catch in Chulsu's throat. He can't even consider it. How could they ask him to kill his own brother with his own 2 hands? It's impossible. Jin steps in, reasoning that if Jinyun is alive, they'll help him recover, but if not, the law is the law. He grabs the Abyss Shadow, reminding them all that this is a war for power, and mercy has no place here. After all, Jin posits, Jinyun could have easily betrayed Chulsu for their other brother, yet despite that, he chose to sacrifice his own life, a fact that now weighs heavily on Chulsu's soul. Jin's demonic energy flares as he leans in, giving a chilling ultimatum. If Chulsu won't take his dead brother's head, he says, then it would be better for him to just die right here. The Abyss Shadow is stunned by the sheer intensity of Jin's bloodlust, while Mingwu watches with a knowing smirk. Chulsu's subordinates can only look on, paralyzed with terror. The air crackles with tension, the decision hanging in the balance. Finally, Ma Chulsu straightens his back, his voice firm. He is prepared. With the matter settled, the Abyss Shadow and his assassins bow and prepare to depart. One of Jin's new companions, Gu Chil, admits he can probably handle Ma Zhongshan, but only in a one-on-one fight. The reality of their situation sinks in. With no help from the major clans, they are severely outnumbered. But Jin simply gestures, explaining that's precisely why he's brought some very precious reinforcements. Ma Chulsu turns around, his expression shifting to one of complete surprise. The so-called reinforcements arrive, remarking that they rushed over after his urgent call. A confident young woman at the head of the group sizes up the situation, asking what's going on. Jin explains with a smirk that they'll be joining Ma Chulsu's forces after graduating from Cheonil Academy. While some of Chulsu's men stoically accept this sudden turn of events, others begin to panic, thinking they're about to be replaced and abandoned by their lord. But the new group's leader looks utterly unimpressed, wondering why she would follow Jin's orders. So Jin changes tactics, offering to grant her one reasonable wish if she'll just help him this time. Her interest is finally piqued when he mentions they'll be facing some truly strong opponents. A slow, eager smile spreads across her face. Now that sounds like a worthwhile deal. Ma Chulsu watches the deal being sealed, shocked to learn these are students from the famed Cheonil Academy. He scoffs internally. His own private soldiers are all at the peak realm, so how could students compare? He even asks aloud if there's a supreme peak master among them, a notion the students find ridiculous. Jin just smirks, seeing his doubt, and suggests a simple way to clear the air, a little sparring match. He even raises the stakes, promising to grant one of Chulsu's requests if his new subordinates lose. Ma Chulsu takes the bait, calling for one of his trusted men, Gabyok, to step forward. The grim-faced warrior accepts the order to teach these academy upstarts a harsh lesson. Jin watches the display, completely unimpressed. Chulsu is just bluffing, trying to look tough. He knows he could end this instantly by sending in his best fighters, but that's not the point. Instead, he calls out a different name, Baeksa, and an eager student with a top knot steps up to the plate. As Baeksa walks forward, Jin gives him one simple, chilling condition. Lose, and you die. Ma Chulsu freezes, his eyes wide with shock. This isn't a simple test of skill anymore. Jin casually declares Baeksa will win in under 10 moves, as Gabyok begs for the chance to fight instead. He then turns to Chulsu, asking if he finally understands the caliber of his new allies. Chulsu, still shaken, worries about their chances of actually reaching the clan head's hall. But Jin just smirks, revealing that their goal was never to break in. The real plan is to draw the clan head out, and deep inside the estate, Ma Yongchon looks on with deep disappointment. He laments his own foolishness, while his son, Ma Jinyun, trembles on the floor before him. The clan head reminds him that he could have been master of the clan by simply doing nothing. He furiously demands to know what Jinyun lacked that made him break their sacred blood law. Jinyun trembles as his father grills him, not for bringing in the Cheon clan, but for backing the wrong candidate. The clan head's voice booms with fury. Jinyun was already the top contender, but his greed has fractured their allies. He roars that the 10,000 mountains will laugh at them, and all his son can do is offer a weak apology. Ma Yongchun's voice drops to a cold, menacing whisper, ensuring he has his son's undivided attention. He gives him one last chance, erase every trace of this failure within 2 days. The final, chilling order is given. He is to use any means necessary to clean up his mess. Shock turns to frantic action as Jinyun scrambles away to obey his father's terrifying command. But in the present, Ma Yongchun stands with a different subordinate, his expression grim. The masked agent reports that, despite mobilizing all their forces, they still can't find the missing Jinyun. The clan head's patience is gone. He issues a new decree: find his son, and if he can't be taken alive, they have their orders. Elsewhere, an ally of the Ma clan lets out a heavy sigh, wishing a certain child had just followed Zhengchun's lead. The scene shifts to the vast, quiet halls of a grand library within the demonic cult. Cheon Jumyong is approached by a concerned elder, who wants to know why they're just standing around. The elder explains he grew curious about their inaction and decided to check on the situation himself. He reminds Jumyong that they're facing the fearsome Ma clan, and that sitting idle is not an option. But Jumyong simply offers a coy smile, suggesting the elder overestimates their capabilities. The elder isn't amused, telling them to cut the false modesty and explain why they haven't made a move. Jumyong reveals they're simply waiting for the Ma clan to get caught in a net, all to fulfill the cult leader's desires. The elder counters that those old fools have gotten involved, but Jumyong sees this as a golden opportunity. With a cunning grin, they wonder if this incident alone will be enough to put a leash on those who seek to control the cult. Jumyong lays it out plainly. There are 3 reasons why they've yet to make a move. First, they're wary of the consequences of poking at the Ma clan's hidden weak spot. The elder is skeptical, but Jumyong explains it's a secret only the clan head should know. They flash a sinister grin, adding that they only learned of it by chance, and that anyone else would have been silenced. And yes, it's directly related to this mess. Ma Chu-su, the clan's second in command, is missing, and this sore spot is about to burst open. The elder realizes he's not getting any more details, and Jumyong confirms that information isn't free. The second reason, however, is far more personal. They want to see if that child really has what it takes to replace them. This isn't just their own idle curiosity. The cult leader himself is using this crisis as a test for his potential successor. The elder understands now. With the leader's time running short, any viable replacement candidate would naturally draw his attention, which leaves one critical question. What will Jumyong do if this kid actually proves to be worthy? A small knowing smile plays on Jumyong's lips as they ponder the question. The elder, clearly annoyed, gets a blunt no when he asks for a guess, instead demanding the third reason. Jumyong's expression turns sinister. It's time for a seed they planted long ago to finally sprout. Their plan is simple. Escalate the chaos in the Ma clan's territory just enough to draw out the clan head. But on the ground, Ma Chul-su is surprisingly worried, telling Jin Yo-myong this could become a problem for the entire cult. Jin Yo-myong coldly shuts him down, questioning why he'd care about collateral damage in a war for their lives. This isn't the Ma Chul-su he remembers. The ruthless, calculating monster from his past life is nowhere to be seen. He admits to Chul-su that this change is too drastic, wondering if some major incident changed him, perhaps related to his brother, Jin Yoon. With that realization, a new priority clicks into place for Jin Yo-myong. First, they must find Ma Jin-yoon and confirm if he's dead or alive. Only then can they plan their next move. But as they arrive at their destination, they're greeted by a scene of utter carnage. A lone figure stands amidst the bodies, informing them that they are far too late. Jin Yo-myong and Ma Chul-su stare in disbelief at the person waiting for them. It's Han Mu-yain, casually asking if they've been well since they last met. He grimly acknowledges her, unable to say he's doing fine surrounded by corpses. Ma Chul-su kneels, his expression hardening as he recognizes the dead. These are the Blood Tears Sword Squad, an assassination unit loyal to a Ma clan elder. Jin Yo-myong's eyes narrow as he turns to her, demanding to know if this was her doing. Han Mu-yan doesn't even flinch at the direct accusation. Instead, she deflects, asking if he would even believe her words if she told him the truth. But Jin Yo-myong shocks her, saying he would believe her because those are the words of someone aiming for the top. He's testing her, applying pressure to see if she possesses the dignity of a true leader. A small, intrigued smile plays on Han Mu-yan's lips. He's certainly an interesting one. She denies everything, claiming the massacre was complete when she arrived, so Jin immediately demands to know why she's here. Her goal, she reveals, was to subdue Ma Jin-yoon and earn the Ma clan's support, sending Ma Chul-su into a state of shock. Jin clarifies she was after Jin-yoon, not Chul-su. She corrects him. She only meant to subdue his brother, not kill him. He can't shake the feeling that something is off. This is a succession battle, yet Ma Jin-yoon keeps stealing the spotlight. He asks Ma Chul-su directly if there's anything special about his brother, but the young heir is just as clueless. Han Mu-yeon watches, knowing that while Chul-su is in the dark, others are not, and Jin begins to piece together the puzzle. He remembers Cheon Jumyong's catalyst. It didn't give Jin-yoon new powers. It merely amplified what he already possessed. A chilling realization dawns. His mind races. That violent temperament Jin-yoon displayed wasn't new. It was his true nature. Could he be a fabled killer star? Han Mu-yeon's smirk is all the confirmation he needs. She knew it all along. Ma Chul-su pales, realizing that in the demonic cult, a killer star is marked for immediate execution. He wonders aloud if her plan was to save his brother, earning the Ma clan's gratitude by preventing his death. But Jin pieces it together faster. It's about the Blood Dragon Heavenly Sword Art, a technique only a killer star can master. A burning rage grips him as he remembers Cheon Jumyong's smug face, his condescending words. Jumyong had laid the perfect trap, telling him the surest way to the clan head was to bring Ma Jinyun's head. He was being mocked from the very beginning, sent on a fool's errand designed for failure. But from the depths of his soul, a dark power stirs, whispering that these petty schemes are not the true way of the demonic faction. An overwhelming energy surges through Jin, a furious awakening that leaves him gasping. Just as Ma Chul-su arrives with his men, he notes they have quite a few uninvited guests, but it's an ambush. Cheon Yujung relays the order to kill both Ma brothers and slaughter all witnesses. Ma Chul-su's face contorts in rage and panic, screaming at Jin that they have to retreat immediately. But Jin has found his conviction: he who wishes to stand at the peak must not fear the taste of blood. Hess found his method, and if it's the demonic faction Hes dealing with, he'll use a method that befits them. A blur of motion catches everyone off guard as Jin lunges, his target completely unexpected. A voice from his past echoes in his mind, a cold lesson from his ancestor. If Jin truly is his descendant, then this ruthless path is the only one he can walk. Even Cheon Yujung, the one leading the attack, is stunned into silence by his shocking move. A dreadful realization dawns on Ma Chul-su as he understands Jin's brutal plan to lure out the clan head. Jin's eyes harden with a chilling resolve. He'll kill every last one of them and paint this place red. If this bloody path is the better one for Cheon Yura's sake, he will gladly walk it without hesitation. The demonic faction soldiers can't believe it, calling Jin a coward for his surprise attack. But their deputy leader simply roars that the plan remains the same: kill them all. Han Muyen scoffs at their audacity, wondering aloud to Cheon Jumyong what their master will do now. Baek Sang-ah steps up to Jin, offering to help since their main goal was already complete. Jin has other plans, telling her to secure the retreat path while he handles this mess alone. A wicked smile plays on his lips as demonic energy swirls around him. He feels like he could take them all on by himself. Back at the Ma clan headquarters, a fist slams down as a messenger reports the entire Blood Tears sword squad has been wiped out. Ma Young-chon is furious, refusing to believe it was done by a single person, especially since Ma Chul-su isn't even a supreme demon. Still hiding, Ma Chul-su wonders if one of the clan elders sent backup without his knowledge. His hands tremble against the wall. He knows he has to act boldly, but the pressure is immense. Shaking off his fear, he makes a desperate call: deploy the White Horse Sword Squad as well. But back on the battlefield, it's already far too late for reinforcements. Jin's demonic arts are a storm of purple energy, tearing through the soldiers like they're made of paper. With eyes glowing white, he moves like a phantom, his blade a blur of dark power. The remaining soldiers foolishly try to rally, believing they just need to land one good hit. Their charge is met with an overwhelming maelstrom of slicing tendrils that fills the entire street. A cruel, fanged grin spreads across Jin's face. This is the path the demonic faction follows, after all. And his point is made as another soldier is instantly skewered, his body shredded by the dark arts. Jin Yo Myung stands alone amidst the bodies, his grim work finally done. Watching from a distance is Ma Chul-su, utterly speechless at the display of power. He can't believe it. Is that monster really the same age as him? The gap in their skill is so vast it seems impossible to bridge. Finally confronting Jin, he has to ask how he became so terrifyingly strong. He presses further, saying it wasn't long ago that Jin was different, but now he fights with a chilling conviction. He demands to know the secret, the driving force that changed him so completely. Jin gives a slight, knowing smile, debating whether Ma Chul-su is even ready for the truth. He decides to offer a small hint, mentioning a heaven-sent opportunity he once received. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Jin tells him not to be so impatient. Jin explains that with talent and effort, Ma Chul-su might just catch up one day. Stuttering, Ma Chul-su asks what drives him, what is the source of his conviction. Jin's smile is sharp and knowing. The answer, he says, is obvious. It's the one thing he requested in their contract, leaving Ma Chul-su to realize it's all for the young cult leader. Pointing a finger, Jin calls him a madman, explaining this is the fundamental difference between them. He asks Ma Chul-su a chilling question: would he kill his own brother to become the clan head? As Jin turns to leave the field of bodies, he answers for both of them, because he absolutely would. Meanwhile, the news reaches the Ma clan head, Ma Young-chun, who seethes with rage. A subordinate asks if they should eliminate the eldest son of the Jin clan for helping his brother. But Ma Jung-chan refuses, stating their priority is finding his missing son, Ma Jin-yoon. The messenger reports that Ma Jin-yoon is not just running, but seems to be leaving a trail on purpose. It's as if he's summoning his brother, Ma Chul-su, to the infamous demonic jail cave. Ma Young-chon's eyes widen in disbelief and fury. The demonic jail cave? He grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation, and declares he must go there himself. Elsewhere, Jin Yo-myung ponders the same mystery, wondering what Ma Jin-yoon is truly planning. Meanwhile, Ma Chul-su and his men follow the clues, confused why his brother is avoiding him. Jin realizes the truth. Jin Yoon has lured them to a place forbidden even to the 6 clans. He was trying to send a message, but before Jin can finish the thought, a calm voice interrupts him. A mysterious old man appears from thin air, his presence alone enough to stun everyone into silence. Jin demands to know who he is, and the elder introduces himself simply as Cheon Jinmun. Jin's eyes narrow. He knows this man's energy, he's definitely from the Council of 7 Elders. The old man, Cheon Jinmun, seems amused, noting that the boy recognizes his title, the one-eyed demonic lord. Of course Jin knows. The council is the shadowy group pulling the Cheon clan's strings, the very architects of the civil war he aims to prevent. So he bows respectfully, playing the part of an obedient junior, which only seems to intrigue the elder more. Cheon Jinmun praises his recent impressive actions, but then casually tells him to stop right here and turn back. He warns that while the elders might be greedy, they are the foundation of the clan, and challenging them with borrowed power is a fatal mistake. But he offers a sliver of mercy. Turn back now, and he'll let Jin and the second son of the Ma clan live. Jin processes the veiled threat. So he'll pull some strings for Ma Chol-su? He has to ask what happens if they keep going. The elder gives a theatrical shrug, a sly grin spreading across his face as he suggests they might get attacked by someone scary. He then drops the bombshell, spelling out his threat. What if a martial master from the Orthodox faction just happened to escape the demonic jail cave? Jin's lips curl into a knowing smirk. So, the caretaker of the demonic jail cave himself has graced them with his presence. The pieces finally click into place. His gut instinct about this man was spot on. He calmly challenges the elder. If they stop here, what happens to the killer star? The old man's expression sours, immediately suspecting that brat Cheon Jumyoung must have spilled the secret. Jin simply denies it, noting to himself that Jumyoung seems to have a terrible reputation. The elder dismisses the topic, declaring that child is a lost cause who must be disposed of before things worsen. Hearing the word disposed, Ma Chul-su explodes with rage, but Jin holds him back, now resolved that he cannot turn back. Looking up at the imposing figure, Jin announces he has one last question that needs a serious answer. Ma Chul-su can only watch in horror, calling out to his young master as the tension thickens. Cheon Jinmun unleashes a crushing aura, asking if Jin can remain undeterred by an unbearable truth. The pressure is immense, rivaling what he felt at the Heavenly Demon Hall, but he refuses to buckle. This time, he feels the power of the second Heavenly Demon protecting him as he demands his answer. With a furious shout, he rejects the old man's entire premise. For him, there is no such thing as an unbearable truth. After all, what could possibly be worse than the fact that he's a regressor? He dares the elder to try him. Seeing his unbreakable resolve, Cheon Jinmun finally relents, turning away and wishing him luck. Jin calmly accepts, ready to take full responsibility for the path he has chosen. But the old man glances back with a smirk, musing that this little test should be enough for now. Having passed the test, Jin makes his request. He wants to go to the Qingcheng sect. Cheon Jinmun is shocked, he knows, but Jin explains there's no way he wouldn't. He'd heard rumors of a certain person at the hidden manor and correctly deduced their location. The old man's eyes narrow, processing the sheer audacity of this boy's plan. With a heavy sigh, he turns away, finally granting his wish. News travels fast. Young Master Jin has entered the dreaded demonic jail cave. Elsewhere, 2 women discuss the grave news, realizing he has no idea the sword demon is on the move. One wonders if their own white demon sword squad provoked the enemy into action, but the other knows it's far bigger than that. The 6 clans are tense, and even succession battles are on hold. The news finally reaches Cheon Yura, who can only curse that damned bastard under her breath. She fumes to her companion, asking if he really thought she'd be happy with him facing this alone. Her friend just sighs, pointing out how he never says anything, keeping it all locked inside. But as Yura considers the demonic jail cave, her anger turns into cold calculation. She realizes the cult leader has given her an opening, a chance to make her own move. Before it's too late, she vows to protect what's hers, and her companion fully agrees. With newfound purpose, she announces their destination, the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. The demonic jail cave can wait, but only for a little while. First, she has a score to settle with the old elders and a certain Cheon Yujung.